To Joy, joining us now, former Assistant State Attorney Sue Ann Robinson. She is in Fort Lauderdale, Florida this morning, and criminal defense attorney Jacob Will is in Akron, Ohio. Good morning to both of you. Sue Ann, this is as big as it gets. I can only imagine what this defendant is going through. Expected to take this stand within the hour, and his defense team. What's this moment like?
This moment is, it's game time. It's time for them to put on their case and for the defendant to put the jury in his shoes and explain to them why he did what he did on that night. Having the same expert witness as used in the Kyle Rittenhouse trial is going to be very interesting because it worked for that trial. So we'll see if it works in a self-defense case in this circumstance.
Jacob, the decision that we've been told is that the defendant will take the stand first, and then Dr. Black will get on the stand and bolster what we assume the jury will be exposed to during the defendant's testimony. Your thoughts on that strategy, bring the defendant on first and then the expert instead of vice versa?
Thanks, Ted. As an initial thought, in almost any criminal defense case, it's always something you have to really consider if you want to put your client on the stand to testify. Mr. Edgecomb has to testify in this case, though, because this is a self-defense claim, and there's really no better way to get that information in front of a jury than to take the stand himself and explain what happened. But with respect to having him testify first, it gives the defense a unique opportunity to let him explain his actions on that night, what he observed, what he saw, and what he did, and then let the expert put that into context of what a self-defense claim might look like. We'll have to wait and see if he can give an ultimate opinion about whether Mr. Edgecomb acted in self-defense. But certainly, putting the expert on after your client testifies is a sound strategy choice, in my opinion.
We will hear from the defendant on his version of what happened. The only other person that knows what happened or has a version to tell already did so. Evangelina Clearman took the stand, and at one point in her testimony, she talked about the defendant, and she said that he looked at her with dark, cold eyes. Take a listen.
So as my husband is approaching the bicyclist is, he's looking at me, I'm looking at him, and he had these really dark, cold eyes. He was staring at me.
And then what happens?
And then I see him pull out his hand, and then I see a gun in his hand.
And then what happens?
And then I shout out to my husband, he has a gun.
What happens?
My husband didn't hear me.
What's your husband do?
All I saw was this man's eyes and the gun. And then I knew he was going to shoot my husband. I could just feel it. And then he pulled the trigger on his head. And then he looked at me. He kept looking at me. Actually, he never took his eyes off of me. And I felt like he was contemplating on shooting me next.
So after your husband is shot, there's a pause. Is that what you're telling me?
There was a pause.
Sue Ann, is it necessary for Theodore Edgecomb to combat that version of events?
Of course. And I think there's also, a couple eyewitnesses that are going to kind of combat that as well. I think that the video kind of contradicts that as well, almost because, as we've discussed before about this case, Edgecomb has moved on after his interaction, and they're actually pursuing him and following him to where he is. And so I think that, to the extent that Edgecomb is able to explain to the jury his shock, his surprise, his fear, most importantly, which is what will give him the self-defense card, he will be in good shape. But he's really going to have to give the jury a context to understand his fear at that moment as, riding away on his bicycle, going to do whatever he was going to do, and still having this interaction with this person who had already used racial slurs against him earlier, almost hit him off his bike, and he sees that this person is still pursuing him.
Jacob, the racial slurs that Theodore Edgecomb has alleged were hurled at him by the Clearmans. When discussing that portion of it, how potentially good or bad for him could it be, no matter what happened? And my point is that we've seen Clearman's wife get on the stand. She's a woman of color. He's an immigration attorney. The prosecution, you can hear the closing argument right now. I mean, you can say, are you kidding me? And they're going to go after Edgecomb's version of events, no matter what they are. Does the racial slur aspect of it, is it a potential pitfall for him? And how would you handle that? How do you think we're going to see this handled in the courtroom this morning?
Right. It's a tricky issue to try and address when you're in the trial. You don't want to turn it into entirely a racial issue. But if that's what Mr. Edgecomb has been telling his defense team for the duration of this case, and that's what they've been telling the court, I would anticipate that they're going to bring that up today during his actual testimony on the stand. But to the point of a self-defense claim in general, he's going to use that information to sort of set the stage to lay the context and the groundwork for what he thought was happening to him after that initial interaction with the punch being thrown. So it's going to be brought up for sure, I would expect, given what we know so far about this case. But it can be very tricky, and obviously the defense team has to be careful with how they present it.
Sue Ann, when you have a case like this where there is video, but there's no audio with the video, the video is not clear, it's that wide shot, and you have one person, Evangelina Clearman, telling her version of events, and now Theodore Edgecomb telling his version of events. Does it come down to, in this scenario, who do I believe more if I'm a juror?
Yes, and it comes down to what the jury's job is, which is applying common sense to the facts. And that's all that the defendant at this point can really hope for. Is the jury going to look at these facts, apply their common sense, and see that he is off on his own, riding his bike? They see the car pull up, they see the attorney get out of the car and follow him. So the jury's job is to apply common sense to the facts. And as I've said before, there isn't more of a provocative word than the racial slurs that are alleged to have been used against Mr. Edgecomb. If you look up provocative words or words that are going to provoke someone, those words are right there, the first words you see. And so I think to the extent that the jury is able to understand that, and we've all been socialized to that, they'll apply their common sense and say, listen, if somebody said that to me or to someone I know, I would be upset at that as well. So I think the most important, I get that the video doesn't have any audio, but what it shows is very clear.
It's all going to play out in the next 15, 20 minutes from now. All the parties assembling at the county courthouse. They're in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. And as soon as the judge is on the bench, we'll take you in live. Coming up, a big reveal during day one of the federal trial in Minnesota. One of the three former Minneapolis police officers who helped restrain George Floyd says he's going to testify in his own defense. An update on the trial is next.
Seems like he's in charge of it. I don't know. I don't feel very good about this.
We have to report this.
Yes, absolutely.
Free Movie Channel has something for everyone. With no subscription or rental fees, Free Movie Channel is the quick and easy choice for first-run films, as well as classic movies. Check out Free Movie Channel today and find your new favorite movie. The quick and easy choice for first-run films, as well as classic movies. Check out Free Movie Channel today and find your new favorite movie.
Explore the crime and the victim.
The divorce began. That was the beginning of the end.
And ultimately, whether justice was served.
Someone They Knew with Tamron Hall, premiering this March, only on Court TV.
This can't be right.
Trouble with your taxes? I'm April. You know, filing your taxes doesn't have to be complicated. With Tax Act, filing is simple. Simple? Simple is nice. And the best part? Getting your max refund to rain down into your pockets. Incoming! Switch to Tax Act and start for free.
This can't be right.
Trouble with your taxes? You know, filing your taxes doesn't have to be complicated. With Tax Act, filing is simple. Incoming! Switch to Tax Act and start for free.
Seems like he's in charge of it. I don't know. I don't feel very good about this.
We have to report this.
Yes, absolutely. Seems like he's in charge of it. I don't know. I don't feel very good about this.
We have to report this.
Yes, absolutely.
Welcome back to Court TV Live, day 2 in the federal civil rights trial of the 3 former Minneapolis officers accused of failing to intervene in the death of George Floyd will begin this morning with more witness testimony. Prosecutors and defense attorneys spent most of Monday laying out their case to the jury during their opening statements. Prosecutors saying they plan to show that J. Alexander, King, Thomas Lane, and Tou Thao stood by as Derek Chauvin, quote, slowly killed George Floyd right in front of them. But one defense attorney countered that, saying that Chauvin called all of the shots as the senior officer at the scene. Opening statements yesterday also revealed that one of the officers does plan to testify. Defense attorney Earl Gray told jurors that they can expect to hear from rookie cop officer Thomas Lane himself. Court TV legal correspondent Julia Janae was inside the federal courthouse and has more details on how those opening arguments played out.
Opening statements are complete in the case against the 3 other officers involved in the fatal arrest of George Floyd. This jury was picked in just a day last week, and they now heard from the prosecution, who says that these 3 officers failed to stop Derek Chauvin from putting his knee on George Floyd's neck for the 9 minutes and 29 seconds that convicted him in the state trial that happened last year. These 3 officers inside court with about 6 supporters in the gallery. This courthouse in St. Paul, the capital, is one that is now under heavy lockdown. There are guardrails and gates surrounding it, protecting it, knowing how high profile it is. This judge instructing this jury to set all of that aside. These federal charges do differ from the state charges, particularly in that they are alleging that these officers deprived George Floyd of his constitutional rights, his 4th Amendment right against unreasonable seizure, and his right to be free and not have officers deliberately disregard his medical needs. These defense attorneys asking these jurors to not keep in mind what's etched in their minds from the viral video, but rather understand the officer's point of view, even saying that some of them were inadequately trained and very new on the job that day. We expect that the prosecutors are going to be showing videos that will highlight and sync up the body camera footage as they open this case and begin it in front of this federal jury. Reporting in St. Paul, Julia Janae with Court TV.
All right, thanks to Julia. She'll be back in the courtroom this morning and be updating us throughout the day as this trial proceeds. Of course, there's no cameras, sadly, in federal court. Still with us, former Assistant State Attorney Sue Ann Robinson. She's in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, and Criminal Defense Attorney Jacob Will in Akron. Jacob, to you on this one first. The fact that Earl Gray has promised out of the gate that Thomas Lane's going to get up there and take the stand in his own defense. Are you surprised that all 3 aren't going to get up there? Well, and what's the upside to promising that out of the gate? Why not make that decision a little bit later? See how things unfold.
Well, I guess the first part of that question, Ted, is I would be surprised if not all three of them took a stand. I would expect they'd all want to get up there and explain why they thought that they were not in control of the situation and that Derek Chauvin was the person who was calling all the shots. That seems to be the theme that we've seen thus far in this case, especially with respect to Mr. Lane. Promising that in opening, that could potentially backfire, especially if you decide later that you're not going to put him on. But that must mean that they're confident that regardless of what evidence the state puts on, Mr. Lane is going to testify. So there are some concerns with promising it out of the gate because you never want to overpromise. You always want to basically undersell and then overdeliver if you can as a defense lawyer. But this must be a decision that they're deciding that they're going to make now, and it's not going to change.
Sue Ann, in the openings, the federal government, as expected, used the video, and that video, we have all seen it numerous times, is heartbreaking because it is a slow death. It is, you physically react to it, wanting to jump into your screen and do something. And just like the people across the street were imploring the officers to do because they saw it. On the defense side, they say, you know what, that video is horrifying. The problem is these officers had a different perspective. They didn't see what you saw. That's their perspective, the side of a vehicle, and they could hear some noise, but they didn't experience what the general public experienced and what those bystanders experience. Your thoughts on that strategy in the openings from the defense?
I mean, it's an interesting strategy. It's the one band, one sound defense, and they're being prosecuted as one band, one sound. They all were committed to that erroneous decision to not render aid to a citizen, and that's why they're being prosecuted. I think you make a great point, Ted. Even the bystanders, which included a child, could see that George Floyd was in distress. And so it doesn't take a video or being outside of the incident to see that. Officers are always given that benefit of the doubt, that reasonable officer view that we all have to use in order to view their actions. Well, what would a reasonable officer do when a citizen is in distress, despite their supervising officer, wanting to do something wrong? A reasonable officer is going to step in. That's what their duty is. They have a duty to do that, and that's exactly the statute that they're being prosecuted under, for failing to render aid.
Day two of the prosecution's case expected to get underway within the hour up in St. Paul, Minnesota at the federal courthouse there. Still ahead here, convicted murderer Lynn Lee Rennick learned her fate as a judge handed down her sentence after being found guilty in the murder of her husband, snake breeder. Her brother, after it was all over, came on court TV and had a few things to say about this woman. We'll play that next.
This can't be right.
Trouble with your taxes? I'm April. You know, filing your taxes doesn't have to be complicated. With Tax Act, filing is simple. Simple? Simple is nice. And the best part? Getting your max refund to rain down into your pockets. Incoming! Switch to Tax Act and start for free.
This can't be right.
Trouble with your taxes? You know, filing your taxes doesn't have to be complicated. With Tax Act, filing is simple. Incoming! Switch to Tax Act and start for free.
This can't be right.
Trouble with your taxes? I'm April. You know, filing your taxes doesn't have to be complicated. With Tax Act, filing is simple. Simple? Simple is nice. And the best part? Getting your max refund to rain down into your pockets. Incoming! Switch to Tax Act and start for free.
Newsy Tonight is changing the conversation.
Incredible footage coming in live right now.
Away from opinions and arguments.
Tell our viewers how people there are preparing for the next extreme weather event.
Primetime news focused on facts. Understanding.
This is an investigation you will only see here tonight.
Reporting what matters and why it matters to you.
We're not really as divided as it may seem. Let's break down our latest Newsy poll.
Newsy Tonight, weeknights at 8, 7 Central. Only on Newsy.
This can't be right.
Trouble with your taxes? You know, filing your taxes doesn't have to be complicated. With Tax Act, filing is simple. Incoming! Switch to Tax Act and start for free.
Weeknights at 8, 7 Central.
This can't be right.
Trouble with your taxes? You know, filing your taxes doesn't have to be complicated. With Tax Act, filing is simple. Incoming! Switch to Tax Act and start for free.
Seems like he's in charge. I don't know. I don't feel very good about this.
We have to report this.
Yes, absolutely.
Behind every story at Newsy, there is the why.
You've seen the headlines, but what's really behind the rise in prices?
Because when you ask the why behind the news, the world opens up before your eyes. The Why, weeknights at 10, 9 Central, only on Newsy. Watch free national news 24/7. Available now on your favorite streaming services. Learn more at newsy.com.
We're being flooded with false information. The more we mindlessly share, the more misinformation threatens us and puts our democracy at risk. But together, we can help protect our communities before it's too late. It's time to check our sources and verify our facts. Let's care before we share.
Judgment and sentence of this court that you be confined in an institution to be designated by the Department of Corrections of the state of Missouri for a period of 13 years on count 1 and 3 years on count 2. Said sentences to run consecutively.
Convicted murderer Lynn Rennick is now serving consecutive prison sentences for the murder of her snake breeder husband. The judge decided yesterday that Rennick will serve 16 years. That's 13 for the murder and 3 for armed criminal action. According to Missouri law, the judge cannot exceed the amount recommended by the jury. And in court yesterday, the judge admitted he wished he could impose a harsher sentence.
Mr. Hesseman kind of got into the heads of what the jury might have been thinking. I don't know what they were thinking. He doesn't really know what they were thinking. He's drawn his conclusions, and I've drawn mine. Somehow they got confused. In my view, taking you out of the equation, his brother would still be alive. I don't understand how you're going up there at 1 minute you want a divorce and to get Mr. Humphrey mad enough to kill. I don't know. It doesn't matter if he killed. You were the one that put him up to it. You're awful lucky, ma'am. You're going to get out in your 40s, and my 40s weren't too bad. I just hope you don't kill again.
The family of the victim, Ben Rennick, has been very vocal about the jury's sentencing recommendation. Ben's brother Sam gave an emotional victim impact statement at yesterday's hearing, and then he came on to court TV last night with our lead anchor, Vinnie Politan, after the judge handed down the sentence for Lindley.
Let me start here, though, Sam. When you were speaking today in court, at one moment I noticed that you stopped for just a moment, and I couldn't tell because we only had one camera in there, but it seemed like Lindley Rennick, your sister-in-law, was smirking. The woman who murdered your brother was smirking while you were speaking in court today?
Thank you, Vinny. Yes, when I was referencing the loss of our family farm, she stared right in my face and smiled at me. It was a tough day, but it is what it is, and I appreciate the Judge Crane and the decision that he made today.
Yeah, I mean, I was surprised when all this went down with the verdict, and obviously the judge did what he could do today. How are you holding up? And give us an honest assessment,
We're
because
okay.
this is what I want people to understand: what it's like to go through what you've gone through. Because people look at these cases sometimes and say, "Oh yeah, the defendant." No, there are victims, there are families. Explain to us honestly tonight how you are?
It's tough. It changes you. Going through something like this, it changes you and your perspective of the world. And at this point in time, we've made the decision that all that matters is our children, Ben's children, moving forward, putting this behind us and trying to salvage what we have left of our family. It's been a long, dark, hard road, and this is a chapter we want to put behind us. Unfortunately, she's only going to be in prison for the time that she was granted. However, now it's time for us to heal, and we're ready for that.
That is great to hear. You mentioned the children, Ben's children, in court today. You said you haven't seen them in 5 years.
That's right.
Why is that? And is there anything you're going to be able to do to change that so those children understand who their dad was?
We need to give them time to heal. We understand that this was a tough Christmas for everyone, and we need to give them the opportunity to put to assess things and to accept what's happened. However, we know for a fact that they haven't been told the truth, and I think that hopefully in time that comes to them. However, we're going to be there for them, and we just pray that Lindley's side of the family gives us the opportunity to reunite and salvage what's left of what we have together.
And that's where the children are. They're with her side of the family, the side of the family that she is from, the murderer.
That's right. After the murder, it took 3 years to make an arrest. She isolated Lindley, isolated herself completely during that time with the children, and kept them from everyone. Then even after she was arrested and put on an ankle monitor, it's been 5 years. It's been a long road, and I hope now that we all have the opportunity to heal, and this is the next step in that process.
Absolutely. Was there anything, and I know there are limitations when it's time for a victim impact statement. Each court, each judge has different rules and limitations about what can and can't be addressed. Was there anything that you wanted to say today, but weren't permitted to, or felt, okay, maybe I shouldn't say that inside the courtroom?
No, I try to keep it as tasteful as possible. We've been waiting for this for a long, long time. And while we're not happy with the verdict, obviously, we are very happy with Judge Crane and the decision that he made moving forward. It was clear that he understood what had happened. Unfortunately, I truly believe that the jury got it wrong in this case. It's unfortunate, wildly unfortunate, that something like this could go with a punishment as light as it did. However, justice has been done. We're ready to move forward, and I pray that the kids are going to be okay after all of this, all of our kids.
Because the other part of this is she was trying to put the blame on you. She was trying to say that you were somehow responsible for the murder of your brother. That's beyond outrageous, beyond outrageous. So explain to us, because you were a family at one point, right? You guys were family. Obviously, you love your brother, and your brother chose to marry Lynn Lee, so you accepted Lynn Lee into your family. At what point did you realize that, wait a minute, she's the one that did this?
We were close. We all lived on the same property together. We spent the weekends together with the kids, and it wasn't until after the murder, when she isolated herself, and then quickly after that, we found out that she'd entered into another relationship shortly after the murder and became pregnant with her third child. That's when we knew that she was involved in this. It took us so long to accept the fact, because she was living a life that we were completely unfamiliar with, another life, a person we didn't know at all. And it took a lot to accept that, she had a whole world that we were unfamiliar with. And she took so much from ourselves and those kids.
Bradley Rennick sentenced to 16 years in prison. Still ahead, we'll take you live to Milwaukee, Wisconsin. As soon as the judge takes the bench, Theodore Edgecomb, the defendant, expected to take the stand when court resumes. Stay with us. Be right back.
It's time to see the bigger picture, widen the lens, narrow the divide. It's time to ask, why? Introducing a new point of view. Yours, Newsy. Watch free 24/7.
This can't be right.
Trouble with your taxes? I'm April. You know, filing your taxes doesn't have to be complicated. With Tax Act, filing is simple. Simple? Simple is nice. And the best part? Getting your max refund to rain down into your pockets. Incoming! Switch to Tax Act and start for free.
This can't be right.
Trouble with your taxes? You know, filing your taxes doesn't have to be complicated. With Tax Act, filing is simple. Incoming! Switch to Tax Act and start for free.
Captures the essence of what Vietnamese cuisine is.
Behind every story at Newsy, there is the why.
You've seen the headlines, but what's really behind the rise in prices?
Because when you ask the why behind the news, the world opens up before your eyes. The Why, weeknights at 10, 9 Central, only on Newsy. Watch free national news 24/7. Available now on your favorite streaming services. Learn more at newsy.com.
Sarah Boone is charged with second-degree murder after her boyfriend suffocated inside of a suitcase.
She could have let him out. She could have saved his life, and she didn't.
Newsy Tonight is changing the conversation.
Incredible footage coming in live right now.
Primetime news focused on facts.
We're not really as divided as it may seem. Let's break down our latest Newsy poll.
Newsy Tonight, weeknights at 8, only on Newsy.
This can't be right.
Trouble with your taxes? You know, filing your taxes doesn't have to be complicated. With Tax Act, filing is simple. Incoming! Switch to Tax Act and start for free.
Seems like he's in charge of it. I don't know. I don't feel very good about this.
We have to report this.
Yes, absolutely.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. Big day here. We, in a matter of minutes, are going to watch together as Theodore Edgecomb takes the stand in his own defense. He claims that what happened in September of the year 2020 was self-defense. It was a road rage incident. Theodore Edgecomb was on his bike. Jason Clearman was the passenger in a vehicle. And according to Edgecomb, the two exchanged words. Edgecomb struck Clearman, and then Edgecomb says the Clearmans followed him. He was trying to just move on his bicycle, and the Clearmans, he says, followed. Jason Clearman got out of his vehicle and ran towards him. And it was at that moment that Edgecomb says he shot and killed Jason Clearman in self-defense. Still with us, former Assistant State Attorney Sue Ann Robinson. She's in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, and Criminal Defense Attorney Jacob Will in Akron, Ohio. And Sue Ann, would you expect that they have rehearsed this, gone over the back and forth, and given Theodore Edgecomb the opportunity to practice, if you will, before today?
Well, for sure, the defense is always going to prepare, in advance of presenting any evidence. So I would expect that Mr. Edgecomb has gone through what his testimony is going to be with his defense attorney, and as well as, discussed what could open certain doors and how to kind of make sure that he's listening to the questions that he's asked. Because most of his preparation will really be for the questions that he's going to be asked on cross. On direct, typically the defense attorney is just asking their own client to tell their story. So most of the preparation will go into how to prepare for cross-examination, where essentially, the state is digging into every little detail of what he's saying and trying to characterize what he did as not being self-defense. And so I think there would have been a lot of preparation going into how to present your evidence during cross-examination.
Yeah, and Jacob, to that point, this is it's a big day for Theodore Edgecomb. It's also huge for his defense team. It's never easy to be the conductor when you're in this situation. You really do have to feel everything in that courtroom. What do you tell your clients if they're going to take the stand in terms of who they should be and how they should conduct themselves?
Thanks, Ted. Whenever we're having someone testify, someone who's been accused of a crime, you want to make sure that they come off as their authentic self, right? You don't want them to come up there looking uncomfortable. Sometimes I have clients that don't feel great in a suit and tie. So you say, well, don't wear the suit and tie. Wear something that's presentable but nice, that makes you feel comfortable so you can answer these questions that are going to come at you. As Sue Ann mentioned, a lot of the preparation for taking the stand as a defendant is how you're going to be crossed by the prosecutor. Mr. Edgecomb specifically, I think they're going to have to make some decisions based on whether the judge will allow those bail jumping charges that he pled guilty to coming in today before they start this actual direct examination. That could also have an impact on how they're going to move forward. But just in general, you need your client, you need your defendant to be comfortable in telling his story and telling his version of the truth.
Okay, I'm sure the nerves are through the roof right now in that courtroom for everybody involved, even the prosecutor who will be tasked with cross-examining Theodore Edgecomb. Everybody is assembling as we speak. We're going to slip in one more break. When we come back, Theodore Edgecomb, we expect, will take the stand in his own defense. Stay with us.
Just can't be right.
Trouble with your taxes? Filing your taxes doesn't have to be complicated. With Tax Act, filing is simple. Incoming! Switch to Tax Act and start for free. Filing is simple. Simple? Simple is nice. And the best part? Getting your max refund to rain down into your pockets. Incoming! Switch to Tax Act and start for free.
Free Movie Channel has something for everyone. With no subscription or rental fees, Free Movie Channel is the quick and easy choice for first-run films, as well as classic movies. Check out Free Movie Channel today and find your new favorite movie.
Behind every story at Newsy, there is the why. The why is where curiosity is intentional, where questions need answers. How national headlines will hit close to home.
What's really behind the rise in prices?
Because when you ask the why behind the news, the world opens up before your eyes. The Why, weeknights at 10, 9 Central, only on Newsy.
Just can't be right.
Trouble with your taxes? I'm April. Filing your taxes doesn't have to be complicated. With Tax Act, filing is simple. Simple? Simple is nice. And the best part? Getting your max refund to rain down into your pockets. Incoming! Switch to Tax Act and start for free.
We're being flooded with false information. The more we mindlessly share, the more misinformation threatens us and puts our democracy at risk. But together, we can help protect our communities. before it's too late. It's time to check our sources and verify our facts. Let's care before we share.
What if primetime news told it like it is by highlighting different perspectives? Join me, Christian Bryant, for a different kind of nightly news show. In the Loop, weeknights at 9, 8 Central, only on Newsy.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. Big day in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Theo Edgecomb expected to take the stand in any minute now. All the parties have assembled at the courthouse, and things are just getting up and running as soon as the judge takes the bench. We'll take you in live. Jacob Will is in Akron, Ohio. Sue Ann Robinson's in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. They're watching along with us as we anticipate this crucial testimony from the defendant in this case. And before the defendant takes the stand, one thing needs to be dealt with, and that is Judge Borowski needs to make a decision on what can be brought up in front of the jury in terms of Edgecomb's priors in this case. He was found guilty of bail jumping because he pled guilty on the eve of the trial, Sue Ann. That was a strategic move that the defense said, because originally he was facing these 3 charges, the murder and then the 2 bail jumpings, and the defense said, we're going to plead on the bail jumping. What should the jury know about that, and how does it impact either side?
I think that the bail jumping goes to show the jury, if the jury interprets it as him escaping because he thought he did something wrong or he did commit a crime, which is always what the defense's concern is when bringing in other charges, that it gives the jury a negative view of the defendant if they have charges, if they've been in, had criminal cases previously. I think in this case, to be honest with you, it goes to the narrative that Edgecomb has put forth, which is that he was afraid, he was in shock, he ran because he was afraid and was in shock. And then also the narrative that we haven't really talked about a lot, which is that, as a black man who had just murdered or killed a white person, even in self-defense, he was concerned for this process. He had a concern about how the justice system was going to treat him and what was going to happen. So he chose to run, and later has been brought, obviously, to trial. But he could also explain the reason why he bail jumped and what his thoughts were, and and the jury could hear that story as well. But I think the defense's tact that they're taking is to keep that information out and isolate what Edgecomb did to exactly what happened between him and Jason Clearman, and that the wife was a party to as well on that day in question, and what prompted him to be so afraid that he would, shoot Jason Clearman. I think that's what they want to limit it to, and I think it is a way to go. They're going to be able to ask him if he has been convicted, and he can answer yes. They'll only be allowed to go in it deeper if he answered no for some reason.
And Jacob, to Sue Ann's point, could be an upside for him, because they've already heard. They heard from the officer in Kentucky that came up and described how he gave him a fake ID and a fake name. And this jury knows that he fled after this all happened. So does this maybe present an opportunity to say, yeah, I bail jumped, and guess what? I pled guilty to it because I did do that, and I was wrong to do that. But the reason I did it was because I'm a black guy that shot a white attorney, and I was really, really worried. Can the defense sort of use this to their advantage to help explain that narrative that Sue Ann just discussed?
I think so, Ted, and so much so that they might decide they want to withdraw their objections to whether that comes in at trial today. It might be much more powerful to Mr. Edgecomb's case if he were to take the stand and explain why he ended up in Kentucky for so long after this offense occurred. A lot of times prosecutors will try to use this flight as proof that you knew that you did something wrong. And if they're going to be allowed to do that, the only way to combat it is for Mr. Edgecomb to take the stand. So I would expect that if the judge does not grant their objections to prevent that from coming in at trial, they will just have Mr. Edgecomb take it on direct. They'll just ask him directly when they first start with the testimony and have him explain why he left. And I think that Sue Ann's points are valid. I think those are exactly what you would try to do if you're going to explain away why you fled the scene after some kind of incident where you had to shoot another person in self-defense.
How do you answer then, Sue Ann? Because this is the question, right? It's that people want to know. Well, if you really thought it was self-defense, then okay, there's a cooling off period. Maybe you're nervous and you do run. You go to Kentucky for a weekend or a week, but this was self-defense. You were there 6 months, and then you lied about who you were when you were pulled over by a state trooper. How can you say self-defense now with credibility after running?
I think him explaining his state of mind, which I'm assuming is that he's in fear for this exact process, that he was concerned. And so I don't agree with him fleeing, but I think that if he explains what his thought process was in doing it, it could shed light on his actions and possibly go into his defense, lend into what happened, why he was afraid in the first place of Mr. Clearman following him, etc. I think it goes into the idea of Mr. Clearman using racial slurs against him, and then him, kind of tornadoing into this fear of the entire process. So, he could definitely use it as a defense. And I think that if push comes to shove and he's forced to have to discuss it, he's going to have to, exactly what my co-analyst said, be direct and be truthful with the jury about it.
Yeah, and then the jury experience makes a big difference here. That argument will ring true with some people on the jury, and it may be more difficult for others to comprehend it. After Theodore Edgecomb is finished, we are expecting John Black to take the stand, and you may remember him from the Kyle Rittenhouse case. The judge is limiting what he can talk about, and he talked about his ruling yesterday, saying this isn't the Rittenhouse case. Take a listen.
Mr. Matt, don't make me say again that this is not the Rittenhouse case, okay? It's not. And I don't care what he testified about in that case. I do not care. He will testify under the law and the facts in this case. And you and your co-counsel had multiple motions, a dozen at least, that were filed, all of which were ruled on. Mr. Huebner, you can have last word for now, then we're taking a break for lunch.
Your Honor, I don't know why the defense counsel is going to, which is what I was told he was going to be doing, is generally speaking as this whatever hindsight 2020 whatever, and how video captures more than what people say. I don't know why he needs video clips, because the only attempt then in the video clip is for him to somehow render some expert opinion as to what the defendant knew or saw or could have seen. All of that is not relevant. He cannot testify as to what other people said. So he doesn't need the video to do it. He can sit there and talk about, hey, video may capture more and what witnesses see and all of that. Fine, don't care. Let's talk about it. But trying to somehow use video clips that I've never seen, that he's made, that I finally see for the first time on Saturday, I don't know what he's done to them. They're not the ones that were turned over to us by their other forensic expert. I'm objecting to the use of those clips.
All right, I'm taking under advisement. We're done. We don't do trial by surprise in Wisconsin. Why would we be turning anything over to Mr. Huebner on a Saturday, 5 days into a trial, knowing that I have told the jury and I expect both sides to complete this case by tomorrow, is a problem to begin with. Mr. Huebner, go ahead.
Well, that's basically it. I don't know how it's changing. All I know is I was noticed as to general, and defense counsel kept telling me it's going to be exposition. He's just going to talk generally about people.
By the way, we've discussed this multiple times at pre-trial motions. I've made rulings, which are not going to be revisited.
All right, Judge, very clear on his opinions in this case. It has been throughout the trial. Sue, to that point, I don't expect that we're going to see a Robert Durst or a Jodi Arias scenario where the defendant is going to be on the stand for days and days and days. And from a strategy standpoint, if you're his attorney, how targeted do you want it to be? The judge just took the bench. You were on the record. Let's get you live into the courtroom in Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
A number of things at the end of the day yesterday. Hopefully the defense witnesses are ready. Who's the next defense witness?
Judge, the defense would call
toxicologist Sarah Schreiber.
Fine, you can have her put on the stand. I'm gonna bring the jury in. Based on what I was told yesterday, there's gonna be 2 or 3 witnesses and then presumably the defendant. I expect the defense testimony to close clearly and certainly this morning. And then we'll discuss if there's any rebuttal. We'll discuss jury instructions, and I anticipate closings this afternoon. Let's have the witness brought in, please. She can be on the stand before the jury gets in, please.
Okay, well, a little switcheroo by the defense. We were informed that the Theodore Edgecomb will be first. They're going to put on a couple other witnesses before the defendant this morning. But as you heard the judge say, they expect him to take the stand this morning and to wrap it by this afternoon. We'll slip on a break here as we approach the top of the hour. Live testimony from Wisconsin when we return. Stay with us.
This man literally goes to the strip club. He claims that he likes their wings.
You have good food. They had to shave all my hair off. This is what she wanted.
I'm trying to understand this mess.
Vegas in the bedroom.
Newsy Tonight is changing the conversation.
Incredible footage coming in live right now.
Away from opinions and arguments.
Tell our viewers how people there are preparing for the next extreme weather event.
Primetime news focused on facts. Understanding.
This is an investigation you will only see here tonight.
Reporting what matters and why it matters to you.
We're not really as divided as it may seem. Let's break down our latest Newsy poll.
Newsy Tonight, weeknights at 8, 7 Central, only on Newsy.
The Free Movie Channel has something for everyone. Find your new favorite movie tonight.
What if there was a show that connected the dots by offering different perspectives? What if primetime news skipped the talking points and focused on the issues y'all might want to hear?
People around the world have been hosting their own virtual weddings.
No matter how weird. Join me, Christian Bryant, for a different kind of nightly news show. In the Loop, weeknights at 9, 8 Central, only on Newsy.
Behind every story at Newsy, there is the why.
You've seen the headlines, but what's really behind the rise in prices?
Because when you ask the why behind the news, the world opens up before your eyes. The Why, weeknights at 10, 9 Central, only on Newsy. Watch free national news 24/7, available now on your favorite streaming services. Learn more at newsy.com.
Why don't we watch something fun?
Thank you. Wow. I know you gotta catch the flight. You ruined my day. You knew this was coming.
Oh my gosh. I gotta ask, are you going to the strip club for the wings or for the thighs?
I order the sweet chili wings every single time we go up in there.
What? This is my fiance.
Somebody else been getting your mama's jelly cookies. That show is still on?
Well, they're on season 49. Word travels fast.
Ain't that about a thriller?
Seems like he's in charge of it. I don't know. I don't feel very good about this.
We have to report this.
Yes, absolutely.
Sarah Boone is charged with second-degree murder after her boyfriend suffocated inside of a suitcase.
She could have let him out. She could have saved his life. And she didn't.
Top of the hour, welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Ted Rollins on this Tuesday morning. Glad to have you along with us. In September of the year 2020, Theodore Edgecomb was riding his bicycle on the streets of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, when he encountered the Clearmans. Mr. and Mrs. Clearman were in their vehicle. There was a road rage incident that led to the death of Jason Clearman. Today, the defense of Theodore Edgecomb, who's facing a murder charge, will conclude its case in chief. And the defendant is expected to take the stand. We thought he'd be the first one out of the gate this morning, But before he takes the stand, there are two other witnesses. This is the first one. Let's go in live.
Go ahead.
All right, thank you, Judge. Good morning, Ms. Schreiber.
Good morning.
Can you tell us how you are employed?
I am the Forensic Technical Director of the Toxicology Laboratory at the Medical Examiner's Office here in Milwaukee County.
Okay, and how long have you had that position for?
Since May of 2013.
Okay, so maybe 7 or 8 years?
Correct.
And what are your responsibilities in that position?
In this position, I oversee the daily operations of the toxicology lab, from training to maintenance of instruments to data analysis, data review and report writing, and then of course testimony for court when necessary.
Okay, and are you a supervisor of any kind?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and who works under you?
There are several employees. One is Juan Lazama, another is Chelsea Johnson, another is
Slow down just a bit, and if you could spell the name if you know it, that'd be great, please.
one employee is Juan Lazama, Juanlezama. Another Chelsea Johnson, Chelseajohnson. Greg Wallace, Gregwallace. Jessica Haley, Jessicahalley.
Okay, and in
And
your...
I'm sorry, there's one more, Brian Adamson, Brianadamson.
Okay, thank you.
You're
So
welcome.
in your role doing some supervisory tasks, what specifically, in relation to some of the employees, such as you mentioned Juan Lazama, what is your role interacting with him?
I supervise him, so all daily activities that he performs, from data analysis to his data review. I provide all the peer review for the data that's generated in our office and report those results in the laboratory toxicology report that's then shared with the pathologist for each of these cases. So I oversee all aspects of Juan's daily performance.
Okay, so with regard to the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, that office conducts autopsies, is that correct?
Correct.
What are some of the other tasks that or responsibilities that office has to your best to your knowledge?
Well, there's various employees within the office that have different job descriptions, job duties, from medical investigators that will go to the scene and take calls, obtain records, help with death investigations from that perspective. There's administrative individuals that deal with administrative tasks related to budgeting, staffing, administrative rules and procedures. The pathologists are there to conduct the autopsies and provide opinion about cause and manner of death in each of those death investigations. And then the laboratory is another aspect of the office that is there to analyze the biological specimens that are obtained from autopsy or from the hospital pursuant to the death investigations that we are conducting.
Okay, so now you mentioned biological specimens. Is blood one of the specimens that you may test as part of an autopsy specimen?
Yes.
Okay, and do you test the blood for controlled substances or alcohol?
Yes.
Okay, and in your practice and in your responsibilities and the performance of your duties, are toxicology reports generated that summarize what the contents of a blood specimen would be?
Yes, a report of toxicology findings is produced at the completion of the toxicology analysis, and that's shared with the pathologist. So that's a summary of all the findings from that analysis.
Okay, are you familiar with the case involving the autopsy of Jason T. Clearman?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm going to show you what's marked as Exhibit D12. Tell us if you recognize that document here.
Yes, I do.
Okay, can you tell us what that is?
This appears to be a copy of a toxicology lab report for case number 20-06640, the name of Jason Clearman. The report date is October the 2nd, 2020. This report was authored by me, as evident by my signature, electronic signature on the second page of the report, and the date of October 2nd, 2020.
Okay, is that a fair and accurate representation of your actual report?
Yes, it is.
Okay. This time I'd like to move D12 into evidence, Judge.
Any objection?
No.
Fine, received.
Thank you.
Sure.
Now, could you tell us, Ms. Schreiber, what the BAC was of Mr. Clearman that was analyzed?
The ethanol concentration in the blood was 0.121 grams per 100 milliliters.
Okay. And now I'm going to show you what's marked as Exhibit D17. Do you recognize this document?
Not specifically, no.
Okay. Well, are you familiar with, as a toxicologist, are you familiar with dissipation rates and elimination rates of alcohol in human blood?
Yes, I am.
Okay, can you give us a general overview of that concept of dissipation?
When any substance is consumed in the body, it's the body's responsibility to remove that substance. This happens in various ways. When anything is consumed in the human body, it is the responsibility of the body to remove that substance from it. This happens in various ways. In speaking about ethanol consumption, depending upon or independent of route of administration, the body will work to eliminate that alcohol from the body. This happens over a period of time, and the alcohol concentration is primarily eliminated through the urine.
Okay, and are you familiar, so you're familiar with dissipation rates, what about absorption of alcohol?
The human body will absorb alcohol over the time period that it is consumed and will be absorbed into the blood, and it will then be eliminated from the body in that same fashion through the urine.
Okay, now, in your knowledge and experience as a toxicologist, do you understand what the, what the relation between the number of drinks someone may consume and their weight is?
Yes.
Okay, what is basically the relation between those two sets of data, let's say it that way?
So studies have been done in an effort to correlate the concentration or the number of drinks based on the concentration of ethanol in those drinks and factoring in an individual's weight to determine theoretically their blood alcohol concentration could be based on those two pieces of data.
Okay, so are you familiar with, generally speaking, the average person, if they were to consume one alcoholic beverage, let's say one beer, what sort of BAC would they be looking at on average?
It would depend on the size of the individual.
All right, so let's say hypothetically that individual is 250 pounds. Could you tell us what kind of BAC range they would be if they had consumed one drink?
It would be a low concentration, probably less than 0.01, definitely less than 0.02 based on that weight.
And what about 3 or 4 drinks?
I'd have to reference a chart in order to do that. There's many things that go into that kind of assessment and calculation, assuming not only the size of the individual, but the amount of time that elapses during that consumption period, as well as the composition, the alcohol concentration of those beverages that are consumed, assuming that it's an oral route of administration.
Okay, but you were saying that if you had one drink and you were 250 pounds, you'd probably be under a 0.1?
Yes, under a 0.1 for sure.
And so with 3 or 4 drinks, if they were consumed all at
Those are big differences, right? He said 0.1, but I think that left a wrong impression with the jury.
I meant 0.01, Judge, just to clarify.
I would agree.
So you would also be under a 0.01 with one drink if you were 250 pounds?
Yes.
Okay. So fair to say, not even factoring elimination or dissipation of alcohol, if you consume 4 drinks as a 250-pound male, you would probably no more than a 0.04. Would that be fair to say?
I believe so, but again, I would prefer to reference a DOT chart to be able to speak to those kinds of assumptions that have been made out of that research data.
Sure, so I'm going to hand you back exhibit D17. Is that in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. Now, doesn't that say Wisconsin Department of Transportation?
It does.
And can you flip to the second page?
Yes.
Does that refer to an alcohol chart?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what is the maximum weight that is shown on that chart?
For males, 220 pounds. For females, 180 pounds.
Now, I'm going to show you a chart that's marked D18.
All right, going over blood alcohols levels with the toxicologist. Quick break here. Back with more live testimony when we return from Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Free Movie Channel has something for everyone. With no subscription or rental fees, Free Movie Channel is the quick and easy choice for first-run films, as well as classic movies. Check out Free Movie Channel today and find your new favorite movie.
Newsy Tonight is changing the conversation.
Incredible footage coming in live right now.
Away from opinions and arguments.
Tell our viewers how people there are preparing for the next extreme weather event.
Primetime news focused on facts. Understanding.
This is an investigation you will only see here tonight.
Reporting what matters and why it matters to you.
We're not really as divided as it may seem. Let's break down our latest Newsy poll.
Newsy Tonight, weeknights at 8, 7 Central, only on Newsy. Behind every story at Newsy, there is the why.
You've seen the headlines, but what's really behind the rise in prices?
Because when you ask the why behind the news, the world opens up before your eyes. The Why, weeknights at 10, 9 Central, only on Newsy. Watch free national news 24/7. Available now on your favorite streaming services. Learn more at newsy.com.
This can't be right.
Trouble with your taxes? I'm April. You know, filing your taxes doesn't have to be complicated. With Tax Act, filing is simple. Simple? Simple is nice. And the best part? Getting your max refund to rain down into your pockets. Incoming! Switch to Tax Act and start for free.
This can't be right.
Trouble with your taxes? I'm April. You know, filing your taxes doesn't have to be complicated. With Tax Act, filing is simple. Simple? Simple is nice. And the best part? Getting your max refund to rain down into your pockets. Incoming! Switch to Tax Act and start for free.
From Newsy comes a celebration of storytelling. New features every week.
What do you think the future looks like?
Newsy Docs presents Sunday nights at 9, 8 Central, only on Newsy.
Schreiber is a toxicologist. She's on the stand as a defense witness. They're asking about the victim in this case, Jason Clearman's blood alcohol levels. Let's listen in.
If the BAC was 0.12.
Yes.
0.12. Okay, I have nothing further then. Thank you.
Cross. And this is an estimate, is that correct?
Correct.
So, just to be very clear, everything you've just testified to is purely based on estimates about weights and alcohol levels, is that correct?
Correct.
Does it take into account the alcohol level of the drink? For example, let me put it this way. Miller Lite doesn't have as much alcohol in it as, let's say, a German beer, correct?
Correct.
Does it take that into account?
It takes it into account from the perspective that a drink is defined as one 12-ounce, generally light beer, of 4 to 5% alcohol by concentration. A glass of wine that's 4 ounces, or a shot of liqueur of some sort of spirit at 1 ounce of 100 proof. All of those things are considered the same one drink in this calculation.
So again, if someone's saying they had 4 beers, you are referring to a single 12-ounce American light beer. Is that
Correct.
And if they're drinking something that doesn't fit into a single 12-ounce American light beer, this chart would not accurately reflect what's going on in the body. Is that correct?
Correct.
As a matter of fact, when you look at anything on this, all the warnings say this doesn't take into account how different people absorb alcohol. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
So a person who's 250 pounds could have a lower or higher BAC based on the individual way in which they handle alcohol. Is that correct?
Correct.
It doesn't take into account whether or not they've eaten or not eaten. Is that correct?
Correct.
It doesn't take into account other environmental factors that could be going on. Is that correct?
Correct.
I think I even read somewhere it doesn't even take into account possibly their mood or whether or not they're agitated or not. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, not knowing any of those things, whether or not they're having a good time, a bad time, any of that, this chart really is just kind of a guide. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And as a toxicologist, you wouldn't recommend somebody to pull out this chart to figure out whether or not they were safe to drive, would you?
No.
Under no circumstances.
No.
And to sit there and try to therefore determine based on a BAC what someone may have done earlier, this is insane just to use some chart, right?
There's too many variables to
On what grounds?
You said there's too many variables?
Hang on. On what grounds?
What's the relevance of the question? Insane to use a chart for?
It's hyperbole, but overruled. You can answer.
I'll rephrase the question.
Fine.
It would not be accurate to be able for you to tell us exactly how many drinks someone had, even in a range, just based on a chart and what we're seeing. Is that correct?
Correct.
There's too many variables. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so if somebody is attempting to sit there and say, you know, this is the number of drinks based on a weight at autopsy, without anything else, just based on that chart, it's kind of misleading, isn't it?
Yes, you have to make many assumptions when you deal with the data and extrapolate the data from a chart like this, and not all of those have been defined or verified.
Also, and I just want, you still have those 2 exhibits up there? And looking at this, when we see here at Defense 18, what's the time period that they have here in their example on calculating that BAC?
The example is listed as a 180-pound man consuming 8 drinks in 4 hours.
So this is a chart that's taking into account 4 hours.
The chart does not take into account time. It's trying to help you assess the factor of time when using this chart. The chart itself assumes 0 amount of elimination, but in fact, elimination does happen from the time you begin consuming.
And there's another good point. When the defense counsel was asking you questions, he said, if you are, let's say, a 250-pound man and you have 1 drink, you'd be under 0.01. Is that correct?
Yeah, I said between under 0.01 to maybe under 0.02.
You did, and then defense counsel tried to get you to say under a 0.01.
Correct.
The chart actually doesn't support that, does it?
240 pounds is listed at 1 drink, 0.016. 240-pound male is listed at 1 drink, peak 0.016 grams per 100 milliliters.
Ma'am, based on the toxicology report, you can tell us the victim had a 0.012 blood alcohol level.
That's correct.
Can't tell us what he drank?
Objection, that's characterization, it was a 0.12.
Oh, sorry, you're right. We're both getting it wrong. 0.12.
0.12.
Yeah, I put that 0 in the wrong part. He had a 0.12, right?
The calculated blood alcohol concentration is 0.121 grams per 100 milliliters.
And can't tell us what he drank?
Correct.
Can't tell us how long he was drinking?
No, the only thing I can tell you is that alcohol, ethanol particular, was consumed.
And anything else that we just talked about, other than what his BAC was found in his body, is really just a guess, is it?
The alcohol concentration is not a guess. That's a measured level.
No, not, I'm saying, other than the BAC, anything else? How many drinks, what he was drinking, whether or not he even liked it, that's all just a guess, right?
Correct.
All right, thank you, nothing else.
Can we have evidence control on the projector device, please? Just to clarify, the BAC in this case was 0.12, is that correct?
If you slide the exhibit over, you can show the specimen associated, iliac blood, that's our identification number for that specimen, 881841. We identified ethanol at a concentration of 0.121 grams per 100 milliliter or grams per deciliter, those are the same units, in that sample. And then the vitreous concentration is identified below that.
Okay, so as you said on cross, Ms. Schreiber, those charts and those calculations serve as a guide, right?
Correct.
So they kind of give an estimate of how much alcohol one would have to consume to be at a certain BAC with a given specified weight. Is that right?
And assumed specified parameters, yes, that's correct.
Those parameters kind of just give the public an understanding of what the average is. Is that fair to say?
No.
Okay, could you explain that?
The parameters, the assumptions that are made when using that chart are that the individual consumed under an empty stomach, that there was no disease states that affected that alcohol absorption or elimination, that no time is calculated within that concentration. And like I said, alcohol elimination begins at the time that alcohol is consumed. It doesn't take into account non-traditional drinks. It only has limited parameters based on the definition of drink that was given previously.
Okay, so you said the assumption is that alcohol elimination occurs once alcohol is consumed. Is that correct?
Yes.
So if someone was a 0.12 BAC a couple hours after they had consumed, wouldn't it be fair to say they were even higher than that BAC of 0.12?
Provided they're on the elimination side of the curve, yes, their alcohol level, the alcohol concentration would be higher at a previous point in time.
Okay. And what is the average elimination rate of alcohol per hour?
There are several published rates. Average is 0.015 grams per 100 milliliters per hour. But average ranges are somewhere between 0.01 and 0.025 grams per 100 milliliters, excuse me, per hour. That encompasses a larger portion of the population in order to cover any of those circumstances that I spoke of before.
Okay. And as somebody is of a higher weight, isn't it fair to say that the number of drinks that they have to reach?
Having the toxicologist on the stand, twofold here. They're trying to, at the end of the day, say that Angelina Clearman was untruthful when she, Evangelina Clearman, testified that her husband only had 3 drinks. And the other part of the narrative that I'm sure we'll hear in closing is that Jason Clearman was drunk. More testimony right after this.
The Free Movie Channel has something for everyone. Find your new favorite movie tonight.
This can't be right.
Trouble with your taxes? I'm April. You know, filing your taxes doesn't have to be complicated. With Tax Act, filing is simple. Simple? Simple is nice. And the best part? Getting your max refund to rain down into your pockets. Incoming! Switch to Tax Act and start for free.
This can't be right.
Trouble with your taxes? You know, filing your taxes doesn't have to be complicated. With Tax Act, filing is simple. Incoming! Switch to Tax Act and start for free.
Court TV cameras will be inside that courtroom. The whole world is watching. This is the moment.
Testimony begins.
Why they can't murder these people? The jury has reached its verdict.
It all comes down to this.
Wow, jaws were dropping.
The emotion is in the video. Live for every moment.
When you ask the why behind the news, the world opens up before your eyes. The Why, weeknights at 10, 9 Central.
We're being flooded with false information. The more we mindlessly share, the more misinformation threatens us and puts our democracy at risk. But together, we can help protect our communities before it's too late. It's time to check our sources and verify our facts. Let's care before we share.
Sarah Boone is charged with second-degree murder after her boyfriend suffocated inside of a suitcase.
She could have let him out. She could have saved his life, and she didn't.
What if there was a show that connected the dots by offering different perspectives? What if primetime news skipped the talking points and focused on the issues y'all might want to hear?
People around the world have been hosting their own virtual weddings.
No matter how weird. Join me, Christian Bryant, for a different kind of nightly news show. In the Loop, weeknights at 9, 8 Central, only on Newsy.
What do you think the future looks like?
From Newsy, renowned journalists and filmmakers, comes a celebration of storytelling.
Are we in a killer robots arms race right now? When the suspect admits to it, I'm not going to argue the law with you.
New features every week. Newsy Docs presents Sunday nights at 9, 8 Central, only on Newsy.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. We are expecting Theodore Edgecomb, the defendant, to take the stand this morning. Right now on the stand is a toxicologist who's been going back and forth about the blood alcohol level of the decedent in this case. This is Sarah Shriver. She's just finishing up her testimony, and she just finished. This was the first defense witness of the day. Let's listen in.
5, 2, ready? Based on our conversations yesterday, I expect this to be brief.
All right, this next witness is a forensic pathologist, Dr. Kelly. He testified earlier. Now the defense wants him back.
Please be seated and state your full name, spelling first and last for the record, and you may remove your mask.
My name is Philip Kelly, Philipkelley.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. And thanks for coming back, Dr. Kelly. Just had a couple questions for you. Just wanted to clear some things up. Are you familiar with what's known as the Hinge chart?
Objection, Your Honor. We've already taken testimony on this. This is cumulative.
Mr. Huber.
Use the mic, please.
Sorry. This is cumulative. We've already just gone through this.
Judge, I just wanted to answer.
He can answer that question, yes. Can you rephrase it? I didn't hear it. Everybody needs to Use the microphones, please.
Sir, are you familiar with the HINS charts?
I'm familiar with, I think what you're talking about is the HINS chart. I just know it as a blood alcohol concentration estimation chart.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's marked as Exhibit D18. Dr. Kelly, do you recognize this document?
Objection, Your Honor, we've just gone through this. We're literally just going through the same thing again with another witness.
Right, counsel, where are we going with this? Is this the exact same exhibit that was shown to the last witness?
Right, but it is, but Judge, he's saying that he's familiar with those things. I'm asking him to confirm if that comports with his knowledge of that.
What's the relevance? We've already gotten in it.
Number one, this is automatically admissible under Wisconsin
I
law.
don't want to talk about admissibility. I think the objection was cumulative. If we just heard one witness expound on alcohol and BAC and all those things, why do we need this witness to do that?
I'm not going to have him go into that. I just want to be able to see if he recognizes the chart and show that.
Fine, he can answer if he recognizes the chart, then let's ask questions that are not cumulative. Or repetitive.
I recognize the chart.
Okay. And is that consistent with what your knowledge of the blood alcohol chart in this state is?
I don't understand the question. The blood alcohol chart in this state.
Sorry, I will rephrase the question. You said you recognize the chart. Can you tell us what you recognize about it, doctor?
Well, the state of Wisconsin created this chart a long time ago to assist people in estimating what their estimated blood alcohol concentration would be based on how many drinks. I think the idea was that if you're out and you're drinking, you look up the chart for your sex, you look up your weight, you look at.
All right, sidebar, Judge, getting all the attorneys back in chambers. Let's slip in a break here and see where this goes. Right after this.
What if primetime news told it like it is by highlighting different perspectives? Join me, Christian Bryant, for a different kind of nightly news show. In the Loop, weeknights at 9, 8 Central, only on Newsy.
What y'all watching? Whatever you like. Hello, somebody. Okay.
That's the only channel comes in clear around here.
That show is still on? They're on season 49.
Shocking, yet exhilarating.
Look at go, 42, that's real.
Behind every story at Newsy, there is the why. The why is where curiosity is intentional, where questions need answers. How national headlines will hit close to home.
What's really behind the rise in prices?
Because when you ask the why behind the news, the world opens up before your eyes. The Why, weeknights at 10, 9 Central, only on Newsy.
What do you think the future looks like?
From Newsy, renowned journalists and filmmakers, comes a celebration of storytelling.
Are we in a killer robots arms race right now? When the suspect admits to it, I'm not going to argue the law with you.
New features every week. Newsy Docs presents Sunday nights at 9, 8 Central, only on Newsy.
Court TV cameras will be inside that courtroom. The whole world is watching. This is the moment.
Testimony begins.
All right, it's not murder these people. The jury has reached its verdict.
It all comes down to this.
Wow, jaws were dropping.
The emotion is in the video. Live for every moment.
What if the news lets you see, hear, and think for yourself? We are at the absolute dawn of this, of seeing where this goes.
Introducing a new point of view. Yours. Newsy. Watch free 24/7.
Captures the essence of what Vietnamese cuisine is.
Get you right back into the courtroom. They're displaying a chart that shows blood alcohol, number of drinks, and weight, 240 pounds, 0.125. The defense is saying that's 8 drinks, a lot more than the 3 that we were told earlier.
And that is for 240 pounds, not 250 pounds.
That's correct.
Okay. And that also doesn't factor for any sort of elimination over a period of time.
That doesn't take into account time.
Okay. Now, Judge, at this time, I'd like to move D18 into evidence.
Any objection?
No. All right. Okay, thank you.
Received.
Now, one last question for you, Dr. Kelly. So, last week you were telling us about, your role as a medical examiner here at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, and that you routinely perform autopsies. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And as part of your work in being a medical examiner, you're familiar with bodies of individuals that come in and are deceased. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So you're very well familiar, would it be fair to say, of death and the natural physiological process of death in the body?
Yes.
Would you be familiar with what happens to a body once? Well, let me just actually explain. So, how do you determine when a person has died?
Well, our investigators confirm death at scenes, and they do so in a number of ways. Certainly the lack of pulse, the lack of respirations, the lack of any response to painful stimulus, the lack of any reflexive response to touching the corneas, things like that.
So the medical definition for death, could you give us a little overview of that, or is it more of what you just told us?
Confirming death basically requires indicating that all of those natural responses are absent.
Okay, and the natural responses, just to sum up, you said is lack of pulse or lack of breathing. What else?
Any lack of any responses, any lack of response to pain, any lack of response to touching the corneas. Those are all reflexes that are absent in a deceased person.
Okay, now if somebody has just been killed, is there something in relation to the person's body temperature? I mean, I guess let me rephrase. Once death occurs, how long does it take for the body to start losing temperature?
Objection, Your Honor, relevant.
It's relevant in this case, Judge. There was some testimony on it about this subject.
Overruled, you can answer, but again, to move this along, we discussed these witnesses being short and succinct. You can answer.
Okay. The body temperature is a subjective interpretation of somebody at the scene or whatever. But after you die, basically you have no more blood pressure, so you're no longer moving warm blood to anywhere. The body surface, the skin surface, is one of the places that can lose temperature relatively quickly. So, having the body feeling cool to the surface is not uncommon relatively quickly. You can check other areas like in the armpits or in the groin area, and there may still be some warmth. But most of the time, the warmth at that point is going to be in the core of the body. You know, you can think of this in terms of that's kind of the body's natural responses to it'll lose heat as soon as there's nothing generating heat or moving it to the surface of the skin.
Within a couple of minutes, though, would there be a significant loss of body temperature?
Within a couple of minutes, you would expect, assuming nothing else has happened prior to that, to shunt the blood away from the skin. You would expect there would still be some warmth to the surface of the body to, you know, touching their skin with your skin.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
Couple of minutes and a body could start going cold, is that correct?
Yes.
Judge, that's objection, that's...
Overruled, that's cross-examination, and that's exactly what the witness testified to. That's what he said, counsel.
Can you tell us how long it's going to pass?
No, it's going to be highly relative to the person, the circumstances. As I said, it's a subjective interpretation of the observer.
And you're saying subjective, so it also takes into account what that person is feeling when they put their hand on a person's body.
Correct. One person may feel warmth, another person may feel coolness.
And if someone's distraught, maybe that's factoring into it.
Objection, Judge. What's the relevance of that?
Counsel, it's obviously relevant because in this case, I don't need to explain it. It's relevant based on the testimony of multiple people. Overruled.
Additionally, doctor, you stated that, and I'm not going to belabor this much, but you're saying what's causing the temperature to go down is because blood is not getting basically to the body. Is that correct?
Yeah, this is just physiology. I mean, if you know, as soon as you die, the metabolic furnaces of all the cells in your body shut down. Your body is no longer producing heat, and you're no longer pushing that heat throughout all the vessels of your blood, of your body. That includes the skin surface. So you begin to lose heat just like every other object. You know, whether it's through radiation with the surface you're laying on, or the wind carrying away your heat. There's you know, it's a simple concept of just losing heat.
This may sound like a dumb question, but if a body is kind of like heading down the stairs, so you've got the kind of the top portion, or the legs are on the top of the stairs, and the head is kind of going down towards there with the blood rushing, you know, kind of going towards the front of the body due to gravity. Is it possible then that the legs and maybe the butt might seem colder than their other areas of the body?
I don't know if I can answer that. All I can tell you is that, you know, once the blood pressure diminishes, and, you know, keep in mind, this is something that can happen in living people. I mean, if you see somebody who's about to pass out and you touch their skin, we'll often note that they're cold and clammy, but they're not dead. Their body is shunting the blood to the core of the body to support the body. And if you happen to be bleeding, the body does the same thing, by the way. The skin is unimportant, so it's shunting the blood to the brain and the heart and the core of the body. So having somebody who's cool when they're about to pass out or when they're dying is not uncommon.
So really, what we've just talked about now for a few minutes is when somebody dies, you can't tell us how long it's going to be until their body starts to feel cool to the person that touches them.
No, actually, you know, the temperature of the body is not a reliable indicator of the duration or the time of death.
Another thing, doctor, the victim in this case was shot to the head, basically right above the face. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I believe you talked about that this was slightly upward, front to back, with no real left-right deviation.
That's correct.
Okay, so it's basically a straight-on shot to the victim's face.
Yes.
And it goes through his face into his brain, if I'm not correct.
That's right.
Okay. Is that the sort of wound that you would expect to cause someone to drop instantaneously?
Yes, it is.
Is this the sort of wound that would cause someone to die instantaneously? If you can even answer that.
I mean, defining instantaneously, I mean, it could be seconds. You might maintain a little bit of heart activity for seconds to a minutes.
But when someone takes this wound and they go down, it's pretty much a fatal wound, isn't it?
Yes.
Someone takes this wound into the brain, they fall down. If you're talking 3-4 minutes afterwards, they're dead, right?
Yes.
You know, CPR is not bringing this person back.
Not in this case, no.
Holding your hand over the person's bloody head is not going to bring them back, is it?
No.
Nothing else, thank you. Anything else?
Just a couple of follow-up questions. Doctor, now, you're familiar with some of the natural physiological processes that occur in the body after death. Is it fair to say that?
Yes.
Can you tell us what rigor mortis is?
Objection on irrelevance.
Sustained.
Can you tell us what algor mortis is?
Objection on irrelevance.
Sustained.
As far as when a body comes in, or when a deceased person, that is, comes into the medical examiner's office, is the temperature of the internal body measured at that time?
No, it's not.
It's not, okay.
Well, I should qualify that. There would be a measurement if there was a concern about hypothermia or hyperthermia. But in general, no, there's not.
Okay. Now, you said that there would be, there's some areas of the body where there's circulation, such as, I believe you said, was it armpit or groin? Those kind of areas retain.
All right, we're going to slip in a break here as they wrap up the testimony with Dr. Kelly. We're expecting the defendant to take the stand next. Back with that after this.
You think you know somebody.
Did you consider him a father figure? Yes, sir.
Think again.
It was a crime of passion, and she was livid.
I'm Tamron Hall, host of the new series, Someone They Knew.
He has destroyed many lives.
Explore the crime and the victim's connection to each suspect.
The divorce began, that was the beginning of the end.
And ultimately, whether justice was served.
Someone They Knew with Tamron Hall, premiering this March, only on Court TV. Newsy Tonight is changing the conversation.
Incredible footage coming in live right now.
Primetime news focused on facts.
We're not really as divided as it may seem. Let's break down our latest Newsy poll.
Newsy Tonight, weeknights at 8, only on Newsy. Behind every story at Newsy, there is the why.
You've seen the headlines, but what's really behind the rise in prices?
Because when you ask the why behind the news, the world opens up before your eyes. The Why, weeknights at 10, 9 Central, only on Newsy. Watch free national news 24/7, available now on your favorite streaming services. Learn more at newsy.com.
What if the news lets you see, hear, and think for yourself?
We are at the absolute dawn of this, of seeing where this goes.
Introducing a new point of view. Yours. Newsy. Watch free 24/7.
This man literally goes to the strip club. He claims that he likes their wings.
You have good food. They had to shave all my hair off.
This is what she wanted. I'm trying to understand this mess.
Vegas in the bedroom.
Captures the essence of what Vietnamese cuisine is.
When you ask the why behind the news, the world opens up before your eyes. The Why, weeknights at 10, 9 Central, only on Newsy. Available now on your favorite streaming services. Learn more at newsy.com.
captures the essence of what Vietnamese cuisine is.
Free Movie Channel has something for everyone. Whether you're looking for a laugh, some tears, chilling scares, or something for the whole family, Free Movie Channel has got you covered. With no subscription or rental fees, Free Movie Channel is the quick and easy choice for first-run films, as well as classic movies that you can watch wherever you want, whenever you need a break. It's always free and it's always fun. Check out Free Movie Channel today and find your new favorite movie.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. We are in a mid-morning break. While we were in a commercial break, the toxicologist, or the pathologist, Dr. Kelly, finished up his testimony. The judge asked who the next witness would be for the defense, and they announced the next witness is Theodore Edgecomb, and at that point, they also asked the judge for a break. So the jury has been sent out for about 10 minutes, and when the jury returns, the defense will put on the defendant, Theodore Edgecomb. He will testify in his own defense. Joining us now and watching along with us this morning is criminal defense attorney Amanda Reek. She's in Madison, Wisconsin, just a couple hours away from Milwaukee there. And Amanda, this is as big as it gets for a criminal defendant and a defense team. The Theodore Edgecomb about to take the stand in his own defense. Give us a sense of how important his testimony really is to this case.
Based on what I've seen so far, Ted, I think his testimony is going to be critical for the jury to hear. The tenor of the courtroom seems, I don't want to say hostile. It's interesting to see the prosecution when they are attacking the defense's case in chief sort of turn indignant or angry in the way that he questions. I guarantee you that that's the same exact way in which he's going to try to attack Mr. Edgecomb when he's on the stand. And I think the jury is definitely going to want to hear what he has to say, because in their opening statement and throughout the questioning in this case, the defense has been very bold in pronouncing all of the things that they are going to present through him as a witness. So the jury is going to want to see them deliver.
Evangelina Clearman took the stand for the state of Wisconsin and described her rendition of what happened the night that she witnessed her husband shot in front of her, a bullet to the head as she watched in horror. And during that testimony, one of the things that was brought out is that in her estimation, her husband had 3 drinks, 3 beers is what she said. We have just heard a lot of testimony here from the defense trying to establish that the decedent, Mr. Clearman, had a lot more alcohol in his system than the 3 beers. Does that, at the end of the day, matter? And do you think they're going after her credibility here, or trying to establish that Jason Clearman was drunk and therefore out of control, or both?
I think both, Ted. I think it's unfortunate in watching the toxicologist, the female toxicologist testimony. I think that she seemed unnecessarily evasive, which is unfortunate as she's one of the defense's witnesses in their case in chief. Testifying about the hinge chart and someone's estimated number of drinks is something that she as a state witness would do quite frequently. I don't understand why she was giving the defense difficulty in her testimony. But one thing is clear to me, whether you're talking about all the variables, all the different factors, the bottom line is this individual, Mr. Clearman, had a 0.12% blood alcohol, which is about 1.5 times the legal limit to drive in Wisconsin and across the country. So I think the defense was very, very effectively, or at least attempting to effectively elicit the fact that not only was this individual pretty impaired, but that if his wife gave testimony to the contrary, her testimony should not be credible. I just don't see any way forensically how the state could possibly assert that her testimony about him only having 3 drinks is credible.
We see very often people get on the stand and they try to win the case for their team, if you will, and they maybe go a little bit too far in the way they describe loved ones, like we saw possibly with Mrs. Clearman. We could easily see it too with the defense. It's very, especially with defendants, when they take the stand, they not only want to tell the jury their side of the story, but they want to make themselves look good. It's human nature, and that can be a problem, can it not? It can really turn off a jury if Theodore Edgecomb gets up there and tries to be Biker of the Year in Milwaukee and doesn't own some of the poor decisions that one would estimate that he made that night.
I agree. It's always a risk, Ted, when you put your client on the stand, because that, of course, the trial is front and center. The spotlight is on them. But in this particular case, I don't see that necessarily as such a great concern, because I think, especially right off the bat in their opening statements, the defense did an excellent job in not hiding the ball as to some of the things that Mr. Edgecomb would have to address. The fact that he also was personally involved in this altercation, he had a firearm that he wasn't supposed to have. Oftentimes when a defendant testifies, those are some of the most difficult concepts to address for the jury, but I think that his 2 attorneys have done a really great job of setting the scene in order for him to be his true self when he takes the stand. And of course, their theme, as they've been putting forth this entire case, is that the state is really hiding the ball here. And so I think this will be an excellent opportunity, and perhaps the only chance he has to truly show his side of the case. And I think from what I've heard, the defense has prepped him well to do just that.
Yeah, I don't know where you heard that, but we'll take it. That's some inside information. The bottom line here is, you're right, you only do get one chance when you get up there and you take the stand. This is it. The pressure is on the defendant, Theo Edgecomb, and we are expecting him to take the stand again as soon as the jury is back. They're on a 10-minute break right now. Those 10-minute breaks usually last about 15 minutes. We've noticed during trial. But bottom line is, when the jury comes back, the judges, before the jury comes in, he's going to make a few decisions on the rules of the road with the testimony, and then it will be Theodore Edgecomb's turn to explain to the jury what he says happened the night that he shot and killed Jason Clearman. That's ahead on Core TV. Stay with us.
Behind every story at Newsy, there is the why.
You've seen the headlines, but what's really behind the rise in prices?
Because when you ask the why behind the news, the world opens up before your eyes. The Why, weeknights at 10, 9 Central, only on Newsy. Watch free national news 24/7, available now on your favorite streaming services. Learn more at Newsy.com.
What y'all watching? Whatever you like. Hello, somebody. Okay.
That's the only channel comes in clear around here.
That show is still on? They're on season 49.
Shocking, yet exhilarating.
Look at go. Only knew it. That's a
The free movie channel has something for everyone. Find your new favorite movie tonight.
What if primetime news told it like it is by highlighting different perspectives? Join me, Christian Bryant, for a different kind of nightly news show. In the Loop, weeknights at 9, 8 Central, only on Newsy.
When you ask the why behind the news, the world opens up before your eyes. The Why, weeknights at 10, 9 Central, only on Newsy. Available now on your favorite streaming services. Learn more at Newsy.com.
From Newsy comes a celebration of storytelling. New features every week.
What do you think the future looks like?
Newsy Docs presents Sunday nights at 9/8 Central, only on Newsy.
What do you think the future looks like?
From Newsy, renowned journalists and filmmakers, comes a celebration of storytelling.
Are we in a killer robots arms race right now? When the suspect admits to it, I'm not going to argue the law with you.
New features every week. Newsy Docs presents Sunday nights at 9/8 Central, only on Newsy.
Top of the hour, welcome back to Court TV Live. At any moment, defendant Theodore Edgecomb is expected to take the stand in the deadly road rage shooting trial, and we'll get you back into court as soon as the jury, or as soon as the judge is back on the bench. They're on a mid-morning break right now. Edgecomb is expected to testify that the shooting of Milwaukee attorney Jason Clearman was self-defense. But he has several key points to explain to these jurors. Why? Why did he flee the scene after the shooting? And when he was found months later, why did he give a fake name to the police? Also, what happened to the gun used in the shooting? It's still missing. All of these questions, I'm sure, will be answered, likely on direct, but for sure on cross-examination. Amanda Reek is in Madison, Wisconsin. She's a criminal defense attorney. And the attorneys that are going to handle the direct and the cross have been working this through all weekend long. I would assume everybody prepared for what is going to happen, but you never know what actually is going to take place in that courtroom. Set it up for us, just how things can change in a minute when your client's up there. You're reading the jury, are you not? If you feel like it's not going well, you have to make adjustments. All of these things that maybe we don't see in our camera view, they're happening in the courtroom, are they not?
They are, Ted. In this particular case, the fact that there are two attorneys really helps the defense be able to sort of keep one eye on their client and one eye on the jury. But also, as you're asking questions of the defendant, it's important to give him his space too. Not only do you have to read the jury, but you also have to read your client. This is going to be, admittedly, an extremely emotional event for him to have to relive that, to have to testify about his actions under a microscope for 12 of his peers to scrutinize if he is guilty of murder. That is not going to be an easy task for him. But based on what the defense has presented so far, I'm sure that some of those issues about where the gun is, all the unanswered questions, why he fled, those are things that I anticipate the defense is going to tackle head on with his testimony. And I have a suspicion they're going to do that right out of the gate.
Earlier today, the defense did not start with Theodore Edgecomb as we initially thought they were going to do. They took the track of trying to get over to the jury the information about the blood alcohol level of the decedent, in this case, Jason Clearman. And they used a toxicologist, and then they brought back the forensic pathologist. And during the toxicologist's direct examination, the idea of blood alcohol, how many drinks were consumed, because this is important. Mrs. Clearman said only 3 drinks were consumed by her husband. The question about the different size of drinks came into play, and the judge even chimed in about the size of drinks in Wisconsin.
What are some of the drinks that fall under the definition of one drink within this chart?
Again, one drink is defined as 1 12-ounce light beer, 4 ounces of wine, or 1 ounce of 100 proof liqueur.
Okay, what about dark beer? Is that generally known to be of a higher concentration of alcohol?
Generally speaking, yes.
And to your knowledge, does beer come in greater servings than 12 ounces?
Yes, it does.
what are some of the other quantities of ounces of
Objection,
beer
Your Honor.
servings?
Relevance as to whether or not there's picture.
Counsel, it's irrelevant. We live in Wisconsin. Beer comes in bigger servings at 12 ounces, yes.
Okay.
16 ounces, 24 ounces, a big, huge boot. If you're at the Bavarian Inn, it comes in larger servings. That's in the common knowledge of the jury.
All right.
Let's move
All
on.
right, moving on. So if somebody had a dark beer and they had 3 to 4 beers, of that, you scratch that. So the 3 to 4 drinks that somebody can consume, the typical serving under this chart is assuming 12 ounces of a standard beer, and that, under this chart, you would need 7 or 8 drinks if you were 240 pounds or to reach 0.12. Is that correct?
That's correct. Again, not taking account for elimination or any of the other parameters that were spoken of previously.
Amanda Rigg, the purpose of this testimony was in part to discredit the widow Clearman who got up on the stand and said her husband had only 3 drinks the night of the confrontation, the night of his death. Is this going to be a scenario of who do I believe more if I'm a juror? Is that what the defense wants after listening to Evangelina Clearman, thinking maybe they have an opening here? And how much of that is going to go into the jury's ultimate decision on guilt or innocence? I believe the defendant more than I believed her, or vice versa.
Ted, as a defense attorney, you really want to try to avoid a situation where the jury is thinking, who do I believe more, or pitting the defense case against the prosecution case. At the end of the day, the burden of proof is on the state, regardless of the evidence that the defense presents. In this particular case, as I said earlier, I think they are trying to, at least in small part, discredit her testimony. But when it boils down to it, I think this is really much ado about nothing. As the judge said, whether you're at the Bavarian House in Milwaukee or the Essen House in Madison and Wisconsin, we can have some very, very large drinks. And perhaps the state did a poor job of getting into details about that with its own witness. At the end of the day, I don't think that the jury is going to hang its decision on whether or not he had 8 light beers or 3 really highly alcoholic German porter beers. The fact is he was a 0.12 blood alcohol, and I think that that is what the defense should hone in on in its closing argument.
And to that point, Evangelina Clearman, she watched her husband take a bullet to his forehead. Whether or not she's completely accurate with her rendition of what happened on the witness stand later, I mean, she's going to get every break in terms of the jurors, right, that she's afforded, and rightfully so, to think that she was under the scrutiny that the defendant's going to be under. It just doesn't make sense.
It doesn't. And I suppose, to put it more accurately, I don't know that the defense is necessarily trying to discredit her specific testimony in a hyper-technical way. I think more effectively what they're trying to do is show she was in an emotional state. At the time that he consumed those drinks, did she think to herself, I should remember this in case I need to pass along this information in the future? No, of course she didn't. Perhaps she forgot that number. And I think what they're really trying to do here is not only slightly to discredit her testimony, or not discredit, but show perhaps her memory of events isn't exactly what the state wants it to be to fit their narrative, but also how shoddy of an investigation the police may have done in this case. Did they go to the place where he was drinking? Did they ask the bartender what they served to him? Did they try to take down that information immediately when her memory was the most fresh? Or were they waiting until she gave what her best memory she believes to be is on the stand at trial?
At one point, one of the most compelling things she talked about was her interaction with the defendant, saying that he looked her into the eyes, and she says, looking back at her, were some dark, cold eyes.
So as my husband is approaching the bicyclist is, and he's looking at me, I'm looking at him, and He had these really dark, cold eyes. He was staring at me.
And then what happens?
And then I see him pull out his hand, and then I see a gun in his hand.
That takes it to another level in terms of that, it's a creepy feeling like this, a feeling that she got looking into his eyes. It can be very compelling if jurors took that to heart. How do you combat that if you're trying to humanize Theodore Edgecomb?
It can be compelling, Ted, but a couple of thoughts. First, perception is reality, and the experience for her may have been subjectively very different than Mr. Edgecomb. It's like that image of the lady where you either see an old woman or you see a young, youthful woman. It's the same exact picture. It just depends on how you perceive it. So what she experienced in light of the totality of everything that was going on may have objectively been based on the same exact factual scenario, but could have been perceived by her in a very different way. Of course, Mr. Edgecomb is going to explain how he perceived it. Also, the jury instruction in Wisconsin is very clear that the jury is not to base their decision on emotion or in sort of fear of convicting someone or out of respect for someone that is deceased. They're supposed to examine the facts in this case. So, of course, it's her desire to say what she wants to say on the stand and testify to, but I think that the defense in their closing argument will almost certainly point out that they are not to be swayed by those types of emotions. They're to objectively determine a verdict based on the facts.
All right, jury's still not back in the courtroom. We'll slip in a break. When we return, Theodore Edgecomb on the stand. Don't want to miss it. Stay with us.
What y'all watching? Whatever you like. Hello, somebody. Okay.
That's the only channel comes in clear around here.
That show is still on? They're on season 49.
Shocking, yet exhilarating.
Look at God. Won't he do it? Yes, it will.
Free Movie Channel has something for everyone. With no subscription or rental fees, Free Movie Channel is the quick and easy choice for first-run films, as well as classic movies. Check out Free Movie Channel today and find your new favorite movie.
From Newsy comes a celebration of storytelling. New features every week.
What do you think the future looks like?
Newsy Docs presents Sunday nights at 9/8 Central, only on Newsy.
What if primetime news told it like it is by highlighting different perspectives? Join me, Christian Bryant, for a different kind of nightly news show. In the Loop, weeknights at 9/8 Central, only on Newsy.
Behind every story at Newsy, there is the why.
You've seen the headlines, but what's really behind the rise in prices?
Because when you ask the why behind the news, the world opens up before your eyes. The Why, weeknights at 10/9 Central, only on Newsy. Watch free national news 24/7, available now on your favorite streaming services. Learn more at newsy.com.
Okay, let's get you back in the courtroom. The jury not back yet. They're discussing whether or not the jury will hear about Theodore Edgecomb's recent guilty pleas. In this case, state is going first with their arguments.
He will have had and does stand previously convicted of 3 crimes. The legislature has let us know that individuals that have 3 crimes or have convictions, that can be considered by a jury for purposes of credibility. He has 3 convictions. His number should be 3.
I read the Trudeau case, and counsel is correct that basically the situation there was the client had another case, had entered a plea, but wasn't sentenced, and that was the issue on appeal. And the court did say that that was countable, even though he hadn't been sentenced, given that he had pled and there was a judgment of conviction. But that was a separate case. Here we have a different situation, and I think ultimately the court has the discretion to do the proper balancing under the factors. The court had also asked us to look at what other jurisdictions do, what the federal rules are on this, and there's a lot of variation between the states and the federal rules. I think, however, one major factor is whether this bears on, dishonesty is one factor that I think most courts consider. The age of it, obviously this is extremely recent, but it is of the same offense. And had he not pled, this wouldn't have been coming in at trial. Rather, he'd be presented with the bail jumping charges, and the jury would have to reach a conclusion on that, whether he was guilty or innocent of that charge as well. But then the answer would have clearly been 1. So knowing that Mr. Edgecomb has already entered his plea ahead of time, and this wasn't part of any plea offer, I think the court should also consider the proper balancing as to, if the answer is 3, I think the defense should be allowed to just simply in 1 or 2 questions say, well, Mr. Edgecomb, 2 of those things were for, bail jumping charges, or 2 of those priors are for bail jumping charges that were charged along with this case. And without getting into further detail or opening the door as to what the previous priors, that's one way to deal with this. Or to do it cleaner, we would just say he still has 1 prior, Judge. And I think, there's a discretionary.
Mentioning the bail jumping in front of the jury would be, I thought, exactly what was trying to be avoided by him entering pleas to those 2 charges. So if you say the words bail jumping to the jury, that's not a positive. Let me hear from the state and then I'll make my ruling.
Judge, the only reason I'm saying that is because the state has said they will cross-examine on that, and I don't know what the clear parameters of them being able to cross on the bail jumping is. I think from what I remember counsel saying, he would say, well, you weren't supposed to have a firearm, or you were restricted from having a firearm. The question is, does the inquiry stop there?
I wasn't going to ask anything more than that. You actually already introduced that to the jury in your opening statement. So that's already in front of the jury. You told them that he had 2 court orders that prohibited him from having a firearm. I wasn't going to go into the fact that he had
There was an officer who also elicited that. I know you didn't ask the question.
We didn't ask the question, and we moved on immediately.
906.09. Anything else?
I think it should be 3. If the defense wants to go ahead and introduce what they tried to keep out, they can do that. I guess that would be a tactical decision. I think they should have a conversation with the client before they do that, though.
I hope it will be a tactical decision. All right, under 906.09. Generally, as the lawyers know, for the purpose of attacking, and I'm paraphrasing the statute, for the purpose of attacking the character for truthfulness, the witness may be asked whether the witness has ever been convicted of a crime or adjudicated delinquent and the number of convictions. Then under subsection 2, exclusion, evidence of a conviction of a crime may be excluded if its probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. Factors for the court to consider include, again I'm paraphrasing, the lapse of time since the conviction, the rehabilitation or pardon, if anything like that applies, the gravity of the crime, the involvement of dishonesty or false statement in the crime, frequency of convictions, and any other relevant factors. Going back briefly, the state just put on the record the underlying basis for the felony bail jumping and the underlying basis, again, for the misdemeanor bail jumping, which the defendant did plead guilty to last week. Please.
Your Honor, the misdemeanor bail jumping was because in Waukesha County case 20 CM 458, in which the defendant was out on bail for 6 misdemeanor counts, operating while intoxicated, causing injury, carrying a concealed weapon, disorderly conduct, resisting or obstructing an officer, operating a firearm while intoxicated, and causing injury while operating with a prohibited blood alcohol level in excess of 0.15. He was released on bail with the condition of bail that he not have any dangerous weapons or firearms. The defendant pled guilty to possessing the firearm on the date in question in violation of that misdemeanor bail from Waukesha. The defendant on the felony bail had been charged in Milwaukee County case 19.
He pled guilty on the Waukesha misdemeanor?
He pled guilty to the misdemeanor bail jumping. He hasn't pled guilty to the Waukesha case yet. That was pending. That's still pending. At one point they were going to do an NGI, then they withdrew it. I don't know what's going on out there. In Milwaukee County, 19 CF 5517, the defendant the defendant was charged with substantial battery, disorderly conduct, and actually 2 counts of disorderly conduct. The defendant was released on bail on that case when with a condition of bail that he not possess any firearms. The defendant pled guilty to that case for having the firearm in violation of that felony order at the time of this offense. We've talked about it before, but just so the record is clear, the victim in that case was Ruby Mazel, and she did not appear at court or did not cooperate, and the case was dismissed.
All right. To the question of, has Mr. Edgecomb been convicted of a prior crime? Based on my evaluation of 906.09, looking at the lapse of time of the convictions, again, one carrying concealed weapon is 5 or 6 years ago. The other 2 matters were last week. Under Trudeau, obviously the defendant has been convicted of those 2 matters. I asked the state specifically to make a record on the misdemeanor bail jumping because I considered, though I'm rejecting my thought, I considered that it might be de minimis enough to not count it. But it's a misdemeanor that was pending with 6 separate counts. As misdemeanors go, a more serious list of misdemeanors, I think looking at the appropriate balancing test, looking at all the factors under 906.09, the appropriate answer is 3. So, Mr. Edgecomb, if you're asked by your attorney or the state, have you ever been convicted of a crime? You have to answer yes. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the second question will be how many times, to which you're to answer 3. You understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Fine. What was the other issue again, gentlemen?
Well, there's actually 2 now, Your Honor, and I apologize. The next one was, the court had asked if I could send the case that I had sent to defense.
All right, we're going to slip in a break here. Theodore Edgecomb ready to testify. You heard his voice there. You're going to hear him on the stand next.
You think you know somebody?
Did you consider him a father figure? Yes, sir.
Think again.
It was a crime of passion, and she was livid.
I'm Tamron Hall, host of the new series, Someone They Knew.
He has destroyed many lives.
Explore the crime and the victim's connection to each suspect.
The divorce began, and that was the beginning of the end.
And ultimately, whether justice was served.
Someone They Knew with Tamron Hall, premiering this March, only on Court TV. Behind every story at Newsy, there is the why.
You've seen the headlines, but what's really behind the rise in prices?
Because when you ask the why behind the news, the world opens up before your eyes. The Why, weeknights at 10, 9 Central, only on Newsy. Watch free national news 24/7, available now on your favorite streaming services. Learn more at newsy.com. Newsy Tonight is changing the conversation.
Incredible footage coming in live right now.
Away from opinions and arguments.
Tell our viewers how people there are preparing for the next extreme weather event.
Primetime news focused on facts. Understanding.
This is an investigation you will only see here tonight.
Reporting what matters and why it matters to you.
We're not really as divided as it may seem. Let's break down our latest Newsy poll.
Newsy Tonight, weeknights at 8, 7 Central, only on Newsy.
Court TV cameras will be inside that courtroom. The whole world is watching. This is the moment.
Testimony begins.
All right, they can't murder these people. The jury has reached its verdict.
It all comes down to this.
Wow, jaws were dropping.
The emotion is in the video. Live for every moment.
Newsy Tonight is changing the conversation.
Incredible footage coming in live right now.
Primetime news focused on facts.
We're not really as divided as it may seem. Let's break down our latest Newsy poll.
Newsy Tonight, weeknights at 8, only on Newsy.
The free movie channel has something for everyone. Find your new favorite movie tonight.
Every trial we cover is dramatic, but it is so much more dramatic when the defendant accused of a crime says, I want my opportunity to testify in front of the jury, and that's what we're going to witness this morning. Theodore Edgecomb getting ready to testify. You see he's there at the defendant, the witness stand. The jury not in the courtroom yet. Let's rejoin.
There are photos of the defendant with his children. I don't believe that there's any relevance to them. I would ask the court to take a look at them and make a ruling.
Fine, hand them to my clerk, please. All right, I've been shown 3 photographs, one of what purports to be the defendant with a child at basically a T-ball game or T-ball situation, one with the defendant with another child, it may be his child, in sort of a swimming lesson type situation, and another that I don't know if this is a defendant or not, because it's back, it literally is it's shot from behind the defendant or behind the person who's standing with 2 children at some sort of rally or protest. Mr. Ahmad, how are those relevant?
Okay, so first, Judge, this basic background information, I think the defendant has a right to talk about his, generally speaking, his family, just some basic information about himself like a lot of witnesses have been doing. Number 2, the state introduced 2 photos that don't show him in the most favorable light. They're mug shots, where he's not really well groomed. And
first of all, counsel, the one photo that we discussed was literally on the screen for 2 seconds. And it was directly relevant to this case. Yes, you and or the state can ask a few basic background questions. Where do you live? Where'd you grow up? think it's apparent he's not been working for a while, but what's your occupation? Those kind of things. Candidly, Mr. Mott, never in my life have I seen photos like this shown to a witness on basic background questions.
Judge, part of his story that night is that he was planning on spending time that evening with his daughter, daddy-daughter date night. I'm sure the court's heard that phrase. So there's a photo there involving his daughter. And there's one more photo that would go to his state of mind around the time. The state has put in consciousness of guilt evidence. I think we're allowed to rebut that to talk about what was going on during the summer of 2020, leading up to September 22nd, 2020, and as the court referred to it, it was a picture of a protest. That protest was a BLM protest, and there's a lot of events that happened in the summer of 2020 that, from our client's point of view, subjectively, he was in fear of what had occurred, a fear of the system, of police, things like that. And I think he should be allowed to talk about that. And that's what the relevance of that picture is. That's the third picture in the stack of three.
The picture doesn't
It doesn't demonstrate any of that. It demonstrates what, again, purports to be, I don't even know if it is, but I'll assume for now that it's the defendant with his back to the camera with two children that are probably in the range of ages 3 and 5 or 3 and 6, somewhere in that age range, observing a march or protest or looks like a bunch of bicyclists and walkers.
There's Black Lives Matter on it, Judge. He can obviously authenticate that that's him. I mean, he should be able to recognize what he looks like, even if it's from behind.
What does the photo matter? He can testify. If that's what his mindset is to leaving, what you're trying to do is you're attempting to show pictures of his kids in an attempt to make the jury be prejudiced against convicting him. That's the whole point of this. We never showed any pictures of the victim's family. We never showed any pictures of the victim's wife with them. We showed one photo of the victim for purposes of identification. That's it. You want to show a picture of the defendant dressed nice? I don't care. But you start trying to put in pictures of his family, the whole purpose of that is to have a prejudicial effect. There is no other relevance.
That's absolutely correct. Mr. Mott, you know that's the reason, and you don't have to say it out loud, but of course that's the reason. The reason is to make the jury not want to convict him because he's a nice guy, because he worked with his kids, because he may have coached t-ball. That may all be correct, and I'll even allow you to ask questions about it. But the state's correct. For me to allow this, the state would then ask on rebuttal to now bring in photos of Mr. Clearman with his wife, or photos of Mr. Clearman with his child, or photos of Mr. Clearman at a baseball game or swimming with somebody. It's not relevant. The questions about these issues can be asked within some reasonable degree of relevance, but the photos are not appropriate. Never in my life have I allowed a photo in a situation like this. Never in any case. There's not a basis for it. I'm sustaining the objection. Let's bring the jury in. The defendant is on the stand. I will make a record that multiple times over the last week.
All right, you heard it. Jury coming in, defendant's on the stand. When we come back, you watch it live. Stay with us.
The Free Movie Channel has something for everyone. Find your new favorite movie tonight.
Captures the essence of what Vietnamese cuisine is. Captures the essence of what Vietnamese cuisine is.
From Newsy comes a celebration of storytelling. New features every week.
What do you think the future looks like?
Newsy Docs presents Sunday nights at 9/8 Central, only on Newsy.
What if primetime news told it like it is by highlighting different perspectives? Join me, Christian Bryant, for a different kind of nightly news show. In the Loop, weeknights at 9/8 Central, only on Newsy.
Behind every story at Newsy, there is the why.
You've seen the headlines, but what's really behind the rise in prices?
Because when you ask the why behind the news, the world opens up before your eyes. The Why, weeknights at 10, 9 Central, only on Newsy. Watch free national news 24/7. Available now on your favorite streaming services. Learn more at Newsy.com. When you ask the why behind the news, the world opens up before your eyes. The Why, weeknights at 10, 9 Central, only on Newsy. Available now on your favorite streaming services. Learn more at Newsy.com.
Court TV cameras will be inside that courtroom. The whole world is watching. This is the moment.
Testimony begins.
All right, they can't murder these people. The jury has reached its verdict.
It all comes down to this.
Wow, jaws were dropping.
The emotion is in the video. Live for every moment.
This man literally goes to the strip club. He claims that he likes their wings.
You have good food. They had to shave all my hair off. This is what she wanted. I'm trying to understand this mess.
Vegas in the bedroom.
He says he shot Jason Clearman in self-defense. Theodore Edgecomb on the stand in his own defense. Here we go.
You solemnly swear the testimony given in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Please be seated, state your full name, spelling. Please speak into the microphone.
Yes, Theodore Edgecomb. That's T-H, first name Theodore. Last name is Edgecomb, as in boy.
Go ahead. Good morning, Mr. Edgecomb.
Good morning.
I just want to get a couple things out the way. Mr. Edgecomb, have you ever been convicted of a crime before?
Yes.
And how many times?
3 to my knowledge, yes.
Okay. Now, Mr. Edgecomb, how old are you?
32 years old.
And if you could tell the members of the jury about, just your family, do you have any kids?
Yes, I have 5 children.
Okay. And if you could describe to the members of the jury just your family construct.
My children, they're my pride and joy. 2 sons, I have 3 daughters, and whom I love dearly. I have a special, unique bond with each one of them. I tell them everything. I don't try to keep anything from them. When I look at them, I see myself in them. They remind me of myself even at a younger age with, different things in which they do, their reactions to certain things, their humor, their mannerisms, even in how they look. At times, when I'm looking at them, it's like I'm looking in the mirror.
Mr. Edgecomb, are you engaged?
Yes.
And who are you engaged to?
Miss Ruby Mizell.
Okay. Now, Mr. Theodore Edgecomb, if you could explain to the members of the jury, where were you raised?
In Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
And where did you reside on or about September 22nd of 2020?
During that time, I was in between places. At the time, though, that particular date, I was residing on Dowsman Street on the Lower East Side of Milwaukee.
Okay. Now, if you could tell the members of the jury about your education background.
Yes, I attended college. I have enough credits to No, I need a few more credits in order to get obtain my bachelor's degree.
Okay. And what was your field of study?
Psychology.
And what interested you about psychology?
Just the study of human behavior. I'm a people person, and just with that, just wanting to understand individuals more, just to, get more acclimated with them, and just understanding people overall, their uniqueness, different abilities that they have, what makes us different, what makes us the same, and yeah.
Okay. Now, Mr. Edgecomb, were you employed on or about September 22nd of 2020?
I think majority of America wasn't employed at that time. The country was pretty much shut down, and I was at home pretty much, and just looking to, like everyone else, get unemployment due to the fact that I wasn't employed at that time.
What did you do prior to, the COVID situation?
I worked for SPX Transformers Solution in Waukesha, and I was an electrical product assembler. So I built transformers for the in which they were shipped around the world.
Now, were you involved in any type of volunteer activities of any kind?
Yes.
If you could explain to the members of the jury, what kind of activities were you involved in?
Well, first off, one in which I took pride in, I was a T-ball coach for my daughter and her team. They were called the Zimbos, and this is in the Beckham-Stapleton League, of Milwaukee. I took great pride in that. My daughter, she overexceeded in it. The team, they were great individuals, all of them unique. Yeah.
Okay. Were there any other activities outside of the T-ball league that you've done?
Yes, a few.
Okay. You want to tell the jury about those as well?
I assisted in basketball coaching too, in the league, and also too, participating in mentoring, if you may. I have a nonprofit called RAP, Restoring Anointed Paths, in which I help youth just in life, just becoming of age from the age of 9 and up, just help them being better individuals in society, helping them even as far as training, if they have schoolwork, participating in different programs that will help enrich them. And a lot of these individuals come from impoverished situations. So, and that's why that was a part of why I studied psychology too, to also help individuals. And like I mentioned, these young men were in impoverished situations, the majority of them. So, and understanding their situation and, empathizing with them, that was a part of RAP and Restoring Anointed Paths.
Okay. Now, I want to transition a little bit, Mr. Edgecomb. I want to now talk about the summer of 2020.
Yes.
Do a couple things stand out to you about the summer of 2020?
Yes, a lot actually.
Okay. I want to first go into, do you recall experiencing any racial tensions that you experienced during that time frame?
During the summer of 2020?
Yes.
As far as for myself or just out in society?
Just generally in society.
Generally, yes. I know the George Floyd situation was pretty prevalent in society at that time. There were a lot of marches, protests, different things like that going on. And there was a lot of groups that were clashing against each other. And with that, it created a lot of divisiveness in the world, in which, a lot of people were harmed, a lot of people, it created a huge divisiveness in society, in America actually. It was different groups, like I said, that were going against each other. And this wasn't prevalent prior to this pandemic and, different issues as far as George Floyd that were going on. People were more brash and bold about what they were doing, and it was so out in the open. It was looking and seeming like no one could pretty much stop this. It was like chaotic and madness.
And how did that make you feel? Did you ever attend or observe any of these protests or marches that you spoke of?
Yes, I actually attended a few, and when I did so, I brought my children. Upon them growing and becoming of age, I didn't keep too much from them. I taught them about history, Black history in particular, and how different individuals were treated. And also too, with that, I told them both sides of how people need to come together more and not be so divided, because we're more alike than we are different. And with me teaching them that, it gave them the understanding of, it showed them and gave them the knowledge and understanding of, not to hate, to love individuals, to be caring, to be kind, and to have empathy, show humility, and, just be a genuine person overall.
Now, did any of these racial tensions, affect you in any way, as far as your state of mind, to any degree?
Yes. Racism it's a thing that affects me. I follow Black history is like a favorite of mine, a favorite subject of mine rather. Even past history, from slavery up until now, I've even suffered, being discriminated against from individuals in society, from individuals whom I was close with. And with that, I never understood the basis of it and why, someone could literally hate another person a lot of the times without not even knowing them. And with this, it was, just like I said, from past histories, just understanding and knowing the dynamics of slavery and, just that whole ordeal and, just people, I just couldn't, I really, even now, I can't wrap my head around, why anyone would be racist.
Mr. Edgecomb, I want to now kind of transition to the city of Milwaukee, if you will. How safe do you feel about traveling, or what is your views as far as the safety of this city?
It seems like each year, the crime rate has risen. Even in a particular area in which I was staying during I was in between as far as in 2020, that particular area was considered a safe area. But individuals whom I encountered and even rode bikes with, they were like saying that the crime rate had even risen in that area, and it was known to be a particularly good area. But a couple of these individuals, like I mentioned, and whom I even rode bikes with, they didn't even feel safe riding bikes by themselves. So, we would travel in groups and even meet up in groups, from 3 to 5 people at a time, because they didn't feel safe. One particular guy, he told me, I was mugged, and they didn't get much, but just my wallet. But even in that instance, he didn't even feel safe riding by himself. So.
Now, Mr. Edgecomb, have you ever been violently attacked or assaulted in your life?
Yes, I've there was an attempted robbery done on myself before.
Okay. And when was that, Mr. Edgecomb?
It was in 2018, I believe. Yes, 2018.
So roughly 2 years or so before the incident in question?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as a result of what you believe to be, a violent area Did you carry any weapons at any time during the year of 2020?
Yes, I carried a weapon, just, for protection purposes. Never, with any intent to hurt, harm, or endanger anyone, though.
But Mr. Edgecomb, you're on a bicycle, right? Is that your main source of transportation?
Yes.
So,
At that time, yes.
So Mr. Edgecomb, so you're telling this jury that you're driving a bicycle, but you feel the need to carry a firearm. Is that correct?
Only, I would say it wasn't all the time. Mainly, at nighttime when, more crimes can be more prevalent. It would mainly just, be at home, in my home just to protect my family and my children, keep it there for protection.
Okay. So you're saying that you would generally carry it at night when you were driving a bike, is that correct?
If I were out, yes. By myself, yes.
Now, Mr. Edgecomb, at this time, I want to now direct your attention to September 22nd of 2020. Does anything stand out to you about that particular day?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to just kind of start from, earlier in that day. What was your thought process? What were your intentions? If you could explain to the members of the jury, what plans did you have for September 22nd?
Well, just to go back a little bit, that date in particular, I had all my children with me. I was in sort of a bliss, starting out that day. It was a joyous day. My two youngest children at the time, they were 1, and they were reaching milestones in their lives, as far as just beginning potty training. So, everyone, my oldest daughter in particular, we would congratulate them. She was helping out. She's a nurturer at heart, and she was helping me with them, as they were reaching these different milestones. They were just beginning to walk. So I had all of them, it was just a good day, good vibes, good energy. Like I said, I had all my children, and that's the best part of life to me, just being around family, having my children in particular.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that you were happy about a particular daughter, correct?
Yes.
What was that daughter's name?
I'm happy about all my children, but that date in particular, I had scheduled a daddy-daughter date night with my oldest daughter, just to catch up with her, just to, continue, just to bond even more. I hadn't spent that much time with her because I had 2 new children at that time, prevalently new. They were 1 year old, but they needed more attention than the oldest 2, and they understood that. So especially with my oldest daughter in particular, like I said, she's a nurturer. She's has this momminess about her, and when she would help me, help us, even at times me and her mother, she would, soothe us and comfort us or help us in different times of, if we're, maybe distraught or, if we're, handling adult situations, she would come to us and comfort us, and it would throw us off, take us aback a bit because it's she's so young, but she's mature in heart and in her nature about herself.
Okay. Now, just for the members of the jury, can you tell us the name of the daughter that you were having daddy-daughter date night with?
Yes.
Okay, what is her name?
Excuse me, sorry. Tyler Grace.
Mr. Edgecomb, what did you have planned for Tyler Grace on September 22nd of 2020?
I had daddy-daughter date night scheduled and planned with her, and which I still owe her. My apologies. I had I had daddy-daughter date night scheduled with her, in which I just wanted to just connect with her, even more, you know, just bond with her, see where she was, you know, see where she was as far as like, if she had any expectations for me, as far as, you know, being her father. Thank you. See, you know, if she had any expectations for me, you know, being her father and just letting her know, you know, goals and expectations that I wanted for her, as far as her being my princess. And just also showing her my appreciation as far as always listening to me. Listening to me, doing good in school. Helping out her siblings. And this is hard, sorry. Helping out her siblings and just being great overall. Yeah.
So Mr. Edgecomb, I want to.
All right, we need to, as we approach the top of the hour, take a break. Theodore Edgecomb on the stand, representing himself on the stand and getting emotional, talking about his daughter. We're going to step aside, take a break. When we come back, Chanley Painter will be here, and we're going to rejoin this testimony exactly where we left off. Stay with us.
Newsy Tonight is changing the conversation.
Incredible footage coming in live right now.
Away from opinions and arguments.
Tell our viewers how people there are preparing for the next extreme weather event.
Primetime news focused on facts, understanding.
This is an investigation you will only see here tonight.
Reporting what matters and why it matters to you.
We're not really as divided as it may seem. Let's break down our latest Newsy poll.
Newsy Tonight, weeknights at 8, 7 Central, only on Newsy.
What y'all watching? Whatever you like. Hello, somebody. Okay.
That's the only channel comes in clear around here.
That show is still on? We're on season 49.
Shocking, yet exhilarating.
Look at that. Won't he do it? Yes, it will.
What if there was a show that connected the dots by offering different perspectives? What if primetime news skipped the talking points and focused on the issues y'all might want to hear?
People around the world have been hosting their own virtual weddings.
No matter how weird. Join me, Christian Bryant, for a different kind of nightly news show. In the Loop, weeknights at 9, 8 Central, only on Newsy.
Newsy Tonight is changing the conversation.
Incredible footage coming in live right now.
Primetime news focused on facts.
We're not really as divided as it may seem. Let's break down our latest Newsy poll.
Newsy Tonight, weeknights at 8, only on Newsy. Behind every story at Newsy, there is the why. The why is where curiosity is intentional, where questions need answers. How national headlines will hit close to home.
What's really behind the rise in prices?
Because when you ask the why behind the news, the world opens up before your eyes. The Why, weeknights at 10, 9 Central, only on Newsy.
The Free Movie Channel has something for everyone. Find your new favorite movie tonight.
Seems like he's in charge of it. I don't know. I don't feel very good about this.
We have to report this.
Yes, absolutely.
Behind every story at Newsy, there is the why.
You've seen the headlines, but what's really behind the rise in prices?
Because when you ask the why behind the news, the world opens up before your eyes. The Why, weeknights at 10, 9 Central, only on Newsy. Watch free national news 24/7, available now on your favorite streaming services. Learn more at Newsy.com.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Chanley Painter in this afternoon for Julie Grant, and we are live in the Milwaukee courtroom for day 5 of the Theodore Edgecomb trial. His defense has called him to the stand himself. He just took the stand moments ago. He claims that when he shot the victim, Jason Clearman, it was in self-defense. He's currently on direct examination by his attorney. You haven't missed a moment. Let's go inside live.
So Mr. Edgecomb, I want to now, what was the specific plan? So you have a daddy-daughter date night. Where were you planning to go? What were you planning to do? If you could explain that to the members of the jury.
The plan at that time was just to get our favorite meal and just for us to, just bond, connect with each other, and just watch a movie and, just have one-on-one time instead of everyone, just being collectively. And everyone in the house knew too. We're just gonna be one-on-one time and, for us to just bond with one another.
So what was her favorite meal?
She loved sushi. And Dynamite is a restaurant in which we would frequent. And so, I asked her though in particular, what would she like, for this date? And she told me, hey, could you give me sushi, Dad? Like, sure, princess.
So did you ever, make any effort to go to Dynamite on the evening of September 22nd of 2020?
Yes, I actually did. I went there. I ordered the food for the date night. I actually waited outside the restaurant because during this time, we had, how they had it set up, we had to order from a side door because it was, COVID was going on. We're in the middle of a pandemic, so everyone's outside with their mask on. I paid for the food and I kind of engaged in conversation with some individuals outside the restaurant. There's this one person in particular. There was this one person in particular in which, everyone kind of sparked the conversation around because during that time, like masks were like, everyone like had a normal mask and this person's mask stood out at that particular time. And so everyone kind of made, conversation and like humorous remarks about it at this time because it had like a face on it. And at that time, no one really brandished unique sort of mask at that time because everything was still pretty much new.
So you mentioned that you placed the order, correct?
Yes.
You remember what you ordered that evening?
Chicken satay. It's chicken on a stick. Some sushi for my daughter, and then, if I'm not mistaken, it was like Hawaiian fried rice.
And did you pay for that order, Mr. Edgecomb?
Yes.
And you indicated that you were waiting outside, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do next?
As I was waiting, I'm like, I'll kill some time. I'm gonna head to Frozen and get some frozen yogurt. I had heard about this place, but I'd never been before. A lot of people, and online were like making this craze about this frozen yogurt. I hadn't heard about it, or I hadn't had it yet. So I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna see what this place is about. So I'm gonna head there, try to get some frozen yogurt.
Okay. All right. Now, were you armed on the night of September 22nd, 2020?
Yes.
Okay. And whose firearm were you in possession of on that evening?
Ruby Mizell's.
Is that your fiance?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what made you decide to carry it on that specific night?
It was nighttime. It was the weekend too, and crimes are more prevalent like on the weekend. It's a lot more people out. Also too, I know during this pandemic, it was a lot of racial tensions, a lot of just tensions, period. And like I mentioned, like the crime rate was relatively high during that time.
Okay. Now, when you carry this firearm, do you normally carry it fully loaded?
Yes.
And how many bullets would you typically have in that firearm when you carry it?
The magazine held 17.
So on the evening of September 22nd of 2020, did you have 17 bullets in that firearm?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned, now I'm going to mess up this name, I think you called it Froyo or Froyo?
Frozone.
Frozone, okay. Now, what kind of place is Frozone?
I never made it to Frozone. I never had it even still yet.
Okay.
But it's a frozen yogurt place.
So, was that what you were intending for dessert with you and your daughter that night?
Yes. It was like a spontaneous, spare of the moment type of ordeal. It wasn't even part of the plan. I just thought of it as I was waiting, as I was waiting, I'm like, I'd try this place. I heard about it, but yeah, it was just a spontaneous thought.
Now, Mr. Edgecomb, is there a reason why you didn't make it to Frozone on September 22nd of 2020?
Yes, I just aborted the mission altogether as far as going there because I'm like, I didn't know what I was up against. Like if there were containers in which the frozen yogurt came in, if it was big, if it was small, and I knew what I was up against as far as purchasing the dynamite. I knew what kind of containers, that consisted of, and I knew how much, I would be able to carry as far as with that. But I just aborted the mission altogether because I'm like, I'm not going to be able to carry this plus the dynamite as well. So I just aborted that altogether.
And what happened next?
So as I'm traveling eastbound on Brady, the traffic, it died down at this moment. I'm on the south side of Brady at this point. So as I abort the mission, cross over to the north side of Brady, and I'm headed westbound at this point.
And what happens at this point? Now you're going eastbound on Brady?
I'm actually headed west now at this point because I aborted the mission already. I'm headed westbound because I aborted the mission as far as just going to grab the frozen yogurt. So I diverted from that plan altogether.
So now you're going westbound on Brady Street, correct?
Yes.
And if you could tell the members of the jury what happens next.
So I'm traveling westbound on Brady, and I go maybe, I say about 5 feet, and all of a sudden I hear this horn blowing, and I see this car heading towards me, and I'm thinking that it's this, the vehicle that's headed towards me, that's blowing that horn at me. So I'm thrown off because I brace for impact, seeing this car headed towards me. So as I brace for impact, I'm learning that it isn't the car that's headed towards me that's blowing their horn loudly. It's them, it's the car that it was headed east. And this vehicle almost had a head-on collision with them. So as that vehicle swerves out from having a head-on collision, it's headed towards me, and it's traveling westbound on Brady, but it's in the eastbound lane, and it swerves over from having a head-on collision, and they're headed towards me. So I brace for impact. As I brace for impact, the vehicle just clips me, hits my pedal, hits my leg, and then also hits the handlebar, knocks me onto a parked car. As that, thinking about that as that happens, I've been hit before. A few years back in Florida, I was left in the middle of the street. My bike was mangled, severely injured. The police never never found out who the person was who did it, and they never found the vehicle. So all that resonated with me. And as I was hit, a gentleman yelled out the window, excuse my language, he said, in such insulting way that I couldn't fathom why this was, why this was even said to me. So when that was done, he said, you know, he said, as he said.
You can say what he said, Mr. Edgecomb.
On the sidewalk who heard this and seen me get hit. And they're like, whoa, the nerve of that guy. And they asked me if I was okay. I said, yeah, I'm all right. Who's he speaking to? Why is he talking like that? I guess he's talking to me.
Mr. Edgecomb, how did that make you feel?
I was infuriated. I can't lie. It brought back the trauma of when I was hit before. And that's all I could think about because I was left hurt in the middle of the street before. I'm like, what if these individuals would have I could have been killed. What if these individuals would have just killed me then? Then they insulted me. So it was like they had no remorse for what they had just done. Add an insult on top of, injury. And I didn't understand it. In my mind, I'm like, maybe these people are drunk, or something. And, that's the only reason I could think of a person throwing out an insult. And at that time, I didn't, I was just trying to put it together as far as like, why would someone do that? Or why would they, be that bold in taking those actions?
So you're infuriated, correct, Mr. Edgecomb?
Yes.
And what did you do next?
I proceeded west on Brady. I proceeded towards them. Like I said before, the vehicle that hit me years prior to this date, to that date in particular, that trauma resonated with me. So I'm like, I can't let them get away. I'm able to, catch up to this individual at this point in time. And plus, I couldn't make out the vehicle directly because as they were headed towards me, all I seen was their headlights. So it was like blinding me. And I just braced for impact. So upon them, like I said, I wasn't able to see the vehicle directly until they were headed off, and he yelled out the window, and because I was bracing for impact.
And you mentioned that you tried to catch up with the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever catch up with that vehicle on that evening?
Yes.
And what did you do once you caught up with that vehicle?
When I came up to the passenger window, I actually was, riding kind of fast, and as I gathered myself, riding pretty fast, headed to them. came up to the passenger window and just asked him, hey, you know, were you guys talking to me? And I punched him.
At this time, I want to now show what has been marked as state 35.
Whose computer is it on?
Evidence control.
You can go ahead and play, counsel.
Play from the beginning, Your Honor.
Okay, I want to stop right here, please, before we get going on it. Now, Mr. Edgecomb, do you recognize this to be the Brady area which you were on September 22nd of 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Counsel, you can play, please. I want to stop right here, please, counsel. Mr. Edgecomb, do you recognize this vehicle?
Yes.
What do you recognize that vehicle to be?
The vehicle that hit me and that also chased me down.
All right, Mr. Attorney Amati, if you continue, please.
We're resuming at 104.
I want to stop right here, please.
Stop at 116.
Do you recognize this individual right here, Mr. Edgecomb?
It's not that clear to me.
Okay. Let's play it a little bit closer. Go a couple more seconds. Mr. Edgecomb, do you recognize this person now?
Yes.
And who is that?
It is me.
Okay. Continue, right?
Yeah, 120.
You stop right here, please. Now, is this at the point where you indicated there was a conversation between you and the individuals in this vehicle?
Yes. As I approached him, he appeared flushed red in his face, and it kind of confirmed, like, you know, what I was thinking, like, yeah, this guy has to be intoxicated. You know, as far as his boisterous tone, their demeanor, and then they didn't even have any remorse for hitting me at that point. You know, he insulted me again.
Counsel.
Where are we playing, counsel? Make a record, please.
That was at 125 we began. And now it's at 127. Let's go back a couple seconds. Playing at 125.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll stop right there.
Stopping at 129.
So is that the punch that you just described that you rendered on the individual in this vehicle?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Edgecomb, what are you doing now?
I'm getting away from the situation altogether. I don't want any more to do with this. I'm focused on getting back home to continue on my daddy-daughter date night, get back home to my children safely.
All right. And if you continue, counsel.
Playing at 129.
And I'm gonna stop right there.
Stopping at 133.
Now, Mr. Edgecomb, did you observe any actions by any individuals in that vehicle?
Yes. Upon my approach, at that particular time in the video, I heard the door open. I looked back, and during this time, I'm like, oh, this guy's trying to get out and get me or something. He's trying to give chase. So that's, what made me even, get away from them altogether even more.
Okay. You continue playing. And, for the record, I think that concludes any relevant acts on this particular exhibit.
We stopped at 145.
Now, Mr. Edgecomb, now you said that you were riding off at this point, right?
Yes.
All right, and you indicated your state of mind at this point, right?
Yes.
Okay. And what were you thinking at the time that you left at this time?
I just wanted to be done with this altercation altogether, be done with it. I had no more business with them, like no business at all with them. And I just was focused at this point just to, get away safely, make it back home safely. I didn't even want to be in that altercation. I was focusing on my daddy-daughter date night. I just wanted to get back home to my children.
Mr. Edgecomb, you punched the guy, didn't you?
Yes, I take responsibility for that. If I would have known then what I know now, I wouldn't have punched the guy. I would have just accepted being.
So, where are you going at this time now, Mr. Edgecomb?
At this time, I'm on the Holden Street Bridge, and I'm on the incline, headed up the bridge. The bridge is an incline, so I'm headed up the bridge at this point.
At this time, I want to now show what has been marked as Defense 25.
All right, we're going to squeeze in a break. You won't miss a moment of the testimony of the defendant himself, Theo Edgecomb, walking this jury through what happened that fatal night that he shot Jason Clearman to death. He claims self-defense. We're going to take you back inside that courtroom right after this.
Why don't we watch something fun?
Thank you. Wow. I know you gotta catch a flight. You ruined my day. You knew this was coming.
Oh my gosh. I gotta ask, are you going to the strip club for the wings or for the thighs?
I order the sweet chili wings every single time we go up in there.
What? This is my fiance.
Somebody else been getting your mama's jelly cookies. That show is still on?
Well, they're on season 49. Word travels fast.
Ain't that about a thriller?
Behind every story at Newsy, there is the why.
You've seen the headlines, but what's really behind the rise in prices?
Because when you ask the why behind the news, the world opens up before your eyes. The Why, weeknights at 10, 9 Central, only on Newsy. Watch free national news 24/7, available now on your favorite streaming services. Learn more at newsy.com. Newsy Tonight is changing the conversation.
Incredible footage coming in live right now.
Primetime news focused on facts.
We're not really as divided as it may seem. Let's break down our latest Newsy poll.
Newsy Tonight, weeknights at 8, only on Newsy.
Seems like he's in charge. I don't know. I don't feel very good about this.
We have to report this.
Yes, absolutely.
What do you think the future looks like?
From Newsy, renowned journalists and filmmakers, comes a celebration of storytelling.
Are we in a killer robots arms race right now? When the suspect admits to it, I'm not going to argue the law with you.
New features every week. Newsy Docs presents Sunday nights at 9/8 Central, only on Newsy.
This man literally goes to the strip club. He claims that he likes their wings.
You have good food. They had to shave all my hair off. This is what she wanted. I'm trying to understand this mess.
Vegas in the bedroom.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. Right now, inside the Milwaukee courtroom, the defendant himself taking the witness stand, walking the jury through the events that unfolded the night he shot immigration attorney Jason Clearman. He says that the Clearmans first hit him while he was on his bicycle, then he punched the Clearmans, and now he's talking about what happened next. Let's go inside the courtroom.
All right, we're now showing what has been marked as Defense 25, the clarified Zoom sequence video. Now, Mr. Edgecomb, at this time, do you recognize the individual that's behind the Reinhardt vehicle?
Yes,
Who do you recognize that individual to be?
it's me.
Okay. Now, what intersection are you approaching at this point?
That's Holden and Brady.
Okay. Counsel, you can continue.
2 seconds. Or actually, we'll go by the timestamp, Your Honor. In the bottom right, it shows 0.0.
And what exhibit is it again?
Exhibit D25.
Okay. You recognize this individual to be you, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, I want to stop right here.
3.37.
Now, you just took a right turn, correct?
Yes.
Is there a reason why you changed direction at this point?
I wanted to evade the situation altogether. Plus, I knew I had food that I was waiting on, so I would just go around the block, and, come back up to the restaurant. But I was getting away from this situation in which I just ensued, and plus I heard the door open, as I look back. So, I'm like, I hope, I'm in my mind, I'm like, I hope this guy isn't getting out to try to get me or something.
Now, Mr. Edgecomb, on this video, are you standing up on the bike at this point?
Yes.
Can you explain to the members of the jury why are you standing up on the bike?
On that on that bridge, there's an incline. So, you know, just to give myself a little bit more power. And plus, I'm trying to get away. I'm trying to get away from the situation, get away from them. These individuals in whom just had hit me, and, you know, we had an altercation in which they had no remorse for. So I just wanted to, you know, just get away as quick as I can from these individuals.
Council, you continue.
William, where we left out 3.37.
I want to stop right here. Now, Mr. Edgecomb, I see, where are you located at on this part of the road at this time?
At the bottom of the hill in the bike lane.
Do you normally travel in the bike lane, Mr. Edgecomb?
Yes.
If you could press, continue going forward.
William, at 4.458.
I want to stop right here. Now, do you recognize that vehicle that just turned the corner, Mr. Edgecomb?
Yes.
At the time, what did you recognize this vehicle to be?
The vehicle that had hit me previously and that I pulled up to the passenger side of.
All right. And did you observe anything prior to this vehicle making a right turn?
Yes. The loud roaring of their motor, tires screeching. All I could hear was vroom, like these individuals were chasing me down. They were trying to hit me. I knew this deliberately now at this point. I became, fear, you know, came over me, you know, as I heard that. Ahmaud Arbery resonated in my mind because I'm like, these people are hunting me down now at this point. Now they're becoming more bold with what they're trying to do to me. So as far as like hunting me down, and even if, like I said, they didn't show any remorse then for hitting me, now I know, even if they didn't know that they had hit me, now I know that they're deliberately and intently trying to hit me now.
Council, if you could continue playing the video at this point.
Just for the record, the timestamp is no longer viewable in this Zoom sequence, so I'm going to refer to the player then, which shows 16 seconds. I think that's 16.
Now, Mr. Edgecomb, you just told the jury you were in a bike lane, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, Mr. Edgecomb, are you in a bike lane at this specific frame of the video?
No.
Can you explain to the members of the jury, why did you go from being in a bike lane to now being on what appears to be a sidewalk at this point?
I did that because I was escaping from being hit. As I got on the sidewalk, I was fearful, in fear of my life. I knew that these individuals were not, you know, that they were deliberately trying to hit me. I accept responsibility, you know, for punching Mr. Clearman. I was infuriated for that. Shouldn't have happened. As they were chasing me down, though, I became in fear of my life. I never felt that, you know, amount of fear ever. And so I just wanted to just get away from them altogether. You know, just proceeding to some way, somehow, just get away from them.
So, Mr. Edgecomb, at this particular part of the video, you know, you're saying you're trying to get away, correct?
Yes.
What options are you considering at this very moment?
At that very moment, my options were pretty much limited. I'm just focusing on, you know, just getting away. Not really thinking too much, but, you know, just seeing as to where I can go seeing, you know, how I can get away from these individuals. As I get on the curb, the reason I got on the curb is because I seen them heading towards me. And I'm thinking if I get on the sidewalk, they'll at least tear up their vehicle before they hit me. So that was my reasoning as to, you know, jumping on the sidewalk in that instant, because they were headed directly towards me. They were so close, in fact, that I could feel the heat of the engine on my backside. And I just knew, I thought I knew I was gonna be killed. That was what was resonating in me. I was in fear, I was in shock, so I'm still just trying to get away from them.
Counsel, if you can play the video.
Tense moments inside the courtroom as the defendant himself recounts those moments leading up to when he shot immigration attorney Jason Clearman. Again, talking about how he feared for his life. What will the jury ultimately decide in this case? We could be in closings later today, but don't go anywhere, because we're going to take you right back into this courtroom after this break. You won't miss a moment here on Court TV.
Free Movie Channel has something for everyone. With no subscription or rental fees, Free Movie Channel is the quick and easy choice for first-run films, as well as classic movies. Check out Free Movie Channel today and find your new favorite movie.
What y'all watching? Whatever you like. Hello, somebody. Okay.
That's the only channel comes in clear around here.
That show is still on? They're on season 49.
Shocking, yet exhilarating.
Look at God. Won't he do it? Yes, it will.
Captures the essence of what Vietnamese cuisine is.
Welcome back. Theodore Edgecomb on the witness stand right now in his own defense, telling this jury what happened the night of September 22nd, 2020, the moments leading up to before he shot attorney Jason Clearman on the side of the road, telling us he feared for his life. Let's go back inside the court right where we left off.
I want to stop right there. Now, it's a little bit grainy here. We can go back a couple seconds.
Stopping at 24, I'm going back to.
Okay, right there is pretty good. So, Mr. Edgecomb, at the time that this frame is in the video, what did you observe? What were you aware of? What was your state of mind at this time?
The whole time I was in fear. I see the opening, open landing. I'm like, I gotta get down this stair. I gotta get down these stairs and, get away from these individuals. And as I see the landing and opening, I'm like, I don't think that they'll drive up on this sidewalk and driving here. They can't be that bold. I know for sure, like, they're gonna tear up their vehicle trying to get to me. So I was, in the mind frame of just trying to get away from them altogether.
Now, at this time, are you aware that there's somebody behind you at this point?
At that particular time, no.
Now, if we could continue playing at this point. All right, stop right there, please.
Stopping at 25 seconds.
So, what did we just see, Mr. Edgecomb?
As to what he saw, fine, but asking him to see what we saw in the video.
No, okay.
What did he see or what did he observe is fine.
What did you see or observe, Mr. Edgecomb?
I heard some.
Into a particular area, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, what options were you considering after you took that right into this area? Can you describe that area that you turned into?
Yes, it was a landing stairwell. I was considering jumping over the banister. When I looked over, it was too far of a jump. I'm like, no, I'm not gonna make that. My first option, though, was to go down the stairwell with my bike to just get away from him altogether. Voice getting louder and louder. So I'm like, where is this coming from? And I'm like, I didn't want to turn my back, to a threat either, because I knew that these individuals had just tried to hit me. So I'm hearing this voice, getting louder and louder, as I get off my bike and before I proceed to go down the stairwell.
Now, Mr. Edgecomb, can you describe the size of this stairwell? Is it a big stairwell? Is it small? How many feet would you estimate this stairwell to be that you're currently in at this moment?
It's a small box, probably, I don't think two people could fit in that stairwell. Like, it's, in feet, I would say like, maybe like 4 or 5 feet, like across.
Would you consider it comparable to the witness box that you're in right now?
Yes, that's a pretty accurate, it's a pretty accurate measure. It's almost precise.
So you're in this box, you're in the stairwell at this time, and you say that you're hearing something now. You're in the stairwell now, you're hearing something, correct?
Yes.
Okay, what are you hearing? Stop, please.
I'm stopping at 29.
Now, you indicated that a voice got louder and louder, is that right?
Yes, it was louder, it was boisterous. It seemed like it was coming closer and closer.
Now, I know it's a bit grainy at this frame, but did you hear anything coming from this vehicle that is parked with their flashes on at this point?
I seen the vehicle pull up, and as I seen them pull up, I looked at the vehicle, and I didn't see. As the vehicle pulled up, it was probably like a split second. The gentleman came around the corner, and he met me right head on, so he startled me, and I thought he was in the vehicle. I didn't even know that he was, chasing me, he was chasing me at this point.
And
There we have Theodore Edgecomb telling the jury he felt the man, we know it now with Jason Clearman, chasing him in those moments before he shot him. We're going to continue to cover this trial, of course. Don't go anywhere, because right after this, we're going to take you right back inside this courtroom where we left off for the defendant's testimony.
It's time to see the bigger picture, widen the lens, narrow the divide. It's time to ask, why? Introducing a new point of view. Yours. Newsy. Watch free 24/7.
You think you know somebody?
Did you consider him a father figure? Yes, sir.
Think again.
It's a crime of passion, and she was livid.
I'm Tamron Hall, host of the new series, Somewhat They Knew.
He has destroyed many lives.
Explore the crime and the victim's connection to each suspect.
The divorce began. That was the beginning of the end.
And ultimately, whether justice was served.
Someone They Knew with Tamron Hall, premiering this March, only on Court TV.
Free Movie Channel has something for everyone. Whether you're looking for a laugh, some tears, chilling scares, or something for the whole family, Free Movie Channel has got you covered. With no subscription or rental fees, Free Movie Channel is the quick and easy choice for first-run films, as well as classic movies that you can watch wherever you want, whenever you need a break. It's always free and it's always fun. Check out Free Movie Channel today and find your new favorite movie.
Seems like he's in charge. I don't know. I don't feel very good about this.
We have to report this.
Yes, absolutely.
Behind every story at Newsy, there is the why.
You've seen the headlines, but what's really behind the rise in prices?
Because when you ask the why behind the news, the world opens up before your eyes. The Why, weeknights at 10, 9 Central, only on Newsy. Watch free national news 24/7, available now on your favorite streaming services. Learn more at newsy.com.
What y'all watching? Whatever you like. Hello, somebody. Okay.
That's the only channel comes in clear around here.
That show is still on? We're on season 49.
Shocking, yet exhilarating.
Look at go. Won't he do it? Yes, it will.
Welcome back. Theodore Edgecomb on the witness stand in his own defense, walking this jury through what he was thinking, what he was feeling in the moments before he shot. Jason Clearman, in this case, he claims it was self-defense. So as you listen to his testimony, keep in mind what this jury will be tasked with deciding at the end of this case, and that is whether or not Edgecomb's beliefs that he had to use deadly force, that his life was in danger, whether those beliefs were reasonable. So let's go back in where we left off.
Correct.
Yes.
And how did you react to being startled by the gentleman that was approaching you at this point?
Upon him startling me and coming around that corner, I put my hand up and I told him, hey, stop, don't come closer. Clear man yell out, you know, he's got a gun. And yeah.
So just to be clear, at the time that you put your hand out saying, stop, don't come any closer, did you have a weapon brandished at this point?
Yes, I had my firearm, it was at waist level. I didn't have it like up, I just had it, you know, down. It was drawn, but it wasn't like pointed.
Okay, can you describe what you mean at waist level? I mean, as you sit there.
Yes, it was just down in my side. I had just drawn it. I had just taken it out of a holster, and it was just still at my waist.
Okay. Now, at any time, did you ever take this firearm and extend your whole arm toward the individual that was coming across to you?
No. In fact, I kept it at waist level. Yeah, I just kept it at waist level.
What was your intent? You're brandishing a firearm at a gentleman that's coming towards you. What was your intent at this time?
I didn't have any intent. This gentleman actually took one large step and lunged toward me like he was gonna tackle me. And I took a step back. And as I stepped back, it was the reaction from that, the firearm just went off. And with him lunging towards me, I didn't know if he was going after the firearm, if he was coming after me, or what. But I know from his words and his actions, his boisterous tone, he told me, I'm gonna kill you now. So with that, I didn't have no reason to doubt this man. His actions, his demeanor, his tone, with them just previously hitting me, with the second incident upon me, you know, punching him, he told me, he didn't have any remorse for hitting me the first time.
Now, Mr. Edgecomb, did you ever notice the gentleman get in any type of stance or position at the time he faced you in that stairwell?
Yes. As he was in the stands, before he got in the stands, I observed two other possible threats. There was a vehicle that came up behind them. I'm thinking that these individuals were with them, that they were all trailing each other in like, you know, caravan style, that these individuals were with them. So I could hear, you know, noise. I could hear him, you know, I heard him yelling, but I could also hear other noise behind them. So I'm thinking, you know, all these individuals are together. They're possibly going to get out the car, either shoot me, also join them, you know, in trying to attack me, cause harm or danger to me as well.
Now, Mr. Edgecomb, is the vehicle that we see in this frame, is this the second vehicle that you believed or perceived was a threat that you just testified to?
Yeah.
All right. And you didn't observe anybody get out that vehicle at any point, correct?
I was fixated on the direct threat that was in front of me because I just perceived them at this point to be threats. The direct threat was right in front of me, and he he raised his hands, drawn up from his midsection, so it appeared that he had an object in his hand. And at this point, I couldn't tell what the object was because I wasn't fixated on it. I was assessing, you know, different things at this time. Two possible threats from the vehicle, one that was in front of me, in which I, you know, first, you know, tried to escape forward into, and yeah, and this other threat that was behind that vehicle, possibly in that car.
So, Mr. Edgecomb, you're testifying that you perceived something to be in the gentleman's hand as he was in a boxer stance. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
And you're saying that you couldn't tell what that object was?
No, I couldn't at all. And as he was in the stance, he lunged right towards me, so I couldn't make it out what it was or what it could possibly be at that point. It all happened so quickly. And like I said, I was observing the other possible threats too that were in the vicinity. He was just a direct, imminent threat. The other two, I was, going back and forth, so I couldn't just fixate on what the object was. As he was in the stance, you could see him holding something, but I couldn't see exactly what it was. He just took his lunge and...
Mr. Edgecomb, what would you say the time frame was from the time that you see the gentleman get into a boxer stance with what you perceive to be an object to the time frame when he was lunging at you? How long did that take?
It was less than a half a second. It was just all instant. Even upon when he came around the corner and seeing the vehicle in front of me, it's like they all met. It was like I was met with all of this at the same time, because I still, as the vehicle pulled up, I thought he was in the vehicle. So once I seen him outside the vehicle, I didn't even know he got out the vehicle.
The video play at this point, please.
We got 29 seconds.
I want to stop right here. Mr. Edgecomb, is this where the gentleman got in the boxer stance? Was this the general vicinity of what you described?
Yes, that's also where he, took the lunge at me, like he was gonna tackle me or go for my weapon at this point.
And you indicated in your testimony that there was a big step that he took, correct? Is this the big step that you're talking about in this frame right here?
Yes.
Where was your gun at this particular time?
I still had it at waist level drawn, and when he did take that large step towards me, it was just a reaction, and the gun just went off, and his head was perceived like in the downward, like he was gonna tackle me or spear me, or like I said, even going for the weapon. But it seemed as though either he wanted to harm me he wanted to cause harm or go for my weapon at that point.
Now, counsel, if you could play the video from this point.
Playing at 32 seconds.
Go ahead and continue. Stop right there.
Theodore Edgecomb's testimony will continue after this quick break. Don't go anywhere here on Court TV, your front row seat to justice.
You see how your business needs to change. Isn't it time your insurance provider could too? It's why Century specializes in your business, bringing knowledge and financial strength to help protect you and your employees, so you're prepared today and ready for tomorrow. Century, right by you. You see how your business needs to change. Isn't it time your insurance provider could too? It's why Century specializes in your business, bringing knowledge and financial strength to help protect you and your employees, so you're prepared today and ready for tomorrow. Century, right by you.
For the dealers who keep businesses in business, the factories who keep the wheels of commerce moving, or those who employ 5 or 5,000. We are there. There to protect. When you want to expand, they're doing the unexpected or the inevitable. We are Century. A business insurance company who's in the business of being right by you.
You see how your business needs to change. Isn't it time your insurance provider could too? It's why Century specializes in your business, bringing knowledge and financial strength to help protect you and your employees, so you're prepared today and ready for tomorrow. Century, right by you.
You think you know somebody.
Did you consider him a father figure? Yes, sir.
Think again.
It was a crime of passion, and she was livid.
I'm Tamron Hall, host of the new series, Somewhat They Knew.
He has destroyed many lives.
Explore the crime and the victim's connection to each suspect.
The divorce began, and that was the beginning of the end.
And ultimately, whether justice was served.
Someone They Knew with Tamron Hall, premiering this March, only on Court TV.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Chanley Painter. Thanks for being with us this afternoon. It's a huge day in the Theodore Edgecomb trial. The defendant himself has taken the witness stand most of the morning, explaining step by step to this jury what he was thinking, what he was feeling when he shot immigration attorney Jason Clearman September 22nd, 2020. He claims it was in self-defense. The prosecution claims it was intentional murder. Which way will the jury go? We're going to take you back inside the courtroom. Now, we haven't left off. We left off where we did over the last commercial break. So if you haven't missed any moment, let's go and watch.
The jury. Yes, as that was done, though, I took a step back, and that's when the gun went off.
Now, at this point, continue playing at this point.
Playing at 41 seconds.
Okay, stop right there. Now, did we just see you kind of take a step back and kind of back up?
Yes.
Continue playing at this point, please.
Playing at 47 seconds.
All right. All right, we can stop here.
Stopping at 101.
Now, Mr. Edgecomb, immediately after this, altercation that you just had in this stairwell, how did you feel after this gunshot went off?
I was in shock. I couldn't believe it. Immediately, right, during that shock, I still, I look back, I assessed the other threats too, because I, had, just known, first it was this vehicle that was trying to hit me. So I didn't know, like, if the individual in this vehicle, would shoot out at me from the vehicle, if they had gotten out, or if the other people were actually behind Mr. Clearman at this point, and if they were coming towards me. So, but yeah, I was just in total shock.
What did you do next?
Next, I assessed, to see if I could get down the stairwell safely, and I was able to, because the imminent threat was, there was no direct imminent threat anymore, and the other threats that I perceived to be like they weren't coming directly at me. So I knew then, I can get away safely, make it back home to my children.
Well, Mr. Edgecomb, you didn't stay on the scene. You grabbed the bike, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And your testimony is that you ran down the stairs at this point?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Edgecomb, did you feel like your actions were justified in this instance?
In that instant, I was in total shock. I really, I was just in total shock at, everything that had just taken place.
Do you feel like you were defending yourself at this moment?
Yes, I definitely was defending myself from being harmed. I was just previously harmed. I was hit off my bike, chased down. So, at this, individual lunging towards me.
Well, Mr. Edgecomb, if you felt like you were defending yourself, why did you feel the need to run at this point?
Oh, I had, a white man had just been shot, and I was just getting, chased down by them. I was still just, in shock. I couldn't believe the whole situation altogether. I ran because I didn't think anyone would believe, anything in as far as what had just taken place. And plus, I still was in fear. So I just wanted to get away from the dangers altogether. I didn't know if there were, if, like I said, these individuals were still chasing after me or gonna still be chasing after me.
Okay, so at some point or another on September 22nd, where did you go immediately after this incident?
Right after this incident, I headed back home, which where I was staying at the time, on Dowsman. Yeah.
And did you feel safe when you made it home?
I didn't. I was still fearful. I left there. I was frightened. I kissed my children. Everyone was kind of, puzzled, by my actions, because, it was, hey, where's the food, daddy, daughter date night? I just gathered a few things and left. My mindset, at this point, I gotta, get away, and, figure out this whole thing that just had transpired. And in doing so, I didn't want to put my family in any harm or danger. And I knew at this point, like I would be in danger or, in some kind of trouble. I didn't think anyone would believe this situation. As far as me explaining it to them, I didn't think anyone would believe it if I told it to them.
Well, Mr. Edgecomb, the next day, did you turn yourself in, Mr. Edgecomb, or go to the police and explain what happened?
No.
A week from that point, did you go to the police station and explain what happened?
No.
Over a 6-month period of time, Mr. Edgecomb, did you ever go to the police and explain what happened?
No, but I did make strides as far as seeking legal representation. I was also in fear, even after.
Let your attorney ask the questions, please. Go ahead, counsel.
So, Mr. Edgecomb, you just explained to the members of the jury for over 6 months, you felt like you acted in defense, and you're telling them that you were scared. Explain to them, what you were scared of over this period of time.
Not getting a fair, not having, not being heard fairly, getting fair proceedings on my behalf, not being heard straight out, no one understanding, what had transpired. Who would believe from what I gathered over the days that were passing, like this, this was an attorney, a prominent attorney. I didn't even know that he had died until days later.
Now, Days later, what did you hear about this incident? Did you, as far as the way that the case was put out in the media and information that you kind of learned over time?
Can you repeat that?
Yeah, you indicated that you didn't know that he was even an attorney until a couple days later, correct?
Yes.
All right. What other information did you learn about the situation or about how you were being perceived as immediately following this incident?
I had also learned that law enforcement had put out that I was the Brady Street killer. Not anything, speculated about, but that from any particular like citizen or something. It was law enforcement that put out that I was the Brady Street killer.
Did that make you more fearful of turning yourself into law enforcement based off of learning that?
Yes. Even with the injustices that's going on and that go on in society. Even, with being here, in Wisconsin, which, has a largely Black mass incarceration rate, I didn't feel like I would be heard out as far as, my side, as far as what had taken place on that date in September 22nd.
Now, is it true, Mr. Edgecomb, that at some point over the course of these 6 months that you actually went outside of state lines? Isn't that right?
Yes, that is true.
Why would you feel it necessary to go outside of the state of Wisconsin?
I had to get away from the state altogether. Also, too, I, just needed to get in contact with other relatives and whom could help me. I didn't, want to talk over the phone, so I felt, I could, possibly meet up with them in person to, seek or get some kind of legal representation or finances to help me to get legal representation.
Okay, so let's go here. Where did you go? You went out of state. Tell the members of the jury where you went.
I went to Georgia.
And what's in Georgia?
My father.
And at the time, did you feel like your father could offer up or potentially offer up some resources to help you retain legal counsel at this time?
Yes, but I never was able to meet up with them.
Did you go to any other family members out of state?
I contacted them, but I never was able to, meet up with them at all.
And have you had any communications with anyone locally in Milwaukee to try to get legal representation on your behalf?
Yes. It was like over a course of like maybe like every other day, I would contact my fiance, Ruby Mizell, and she would, just try to get and seek out legal counsel for me.
And did you or Ms. Mizell ever get in contact with legal counsel on your behalf?
Yes.
And what were you told from legal counsel upon getting in contact with them?
I was quoted different prices, ranging from $50,000 to $140,000, as far as these individuals and them, as far as them representing me.
Mr. Edgecomb, did you have the resources to pay $50,000 to $140,000 to get legal counsel at the time?
No, that was my reasoning, for contacting other family members and, going out of state and possibly meeting up with them, because I, knew like, I don't think no one would understand from my point of view, would understand over the phone. I felt like I needed to be in front of these individuals in order for them to understand the purposes and why I needed, this financial help. And plus, I had a GoFundMe prior to that, a couple GoFundMes that were set up. They were taken down due to, it says that they don't take care of criminal defense matters anymore. Everyone's monies were refunded to them, but that also became a setback for me, and it, increased the time span in which I was able to turn myself in.
If I'm understanding you correctly, Mr. Edgecomb, you're saying that there was a GoFundMe account set up for you at some point?
Yes, there were a couple attempts to have a GoFundMe set up in which I could get financial assistance to help with my defense.
And at some specific time, there was, a substantial amount of donors that actually donated to your defense through GoFundMe, correct?
Yes, that is correct. All their monies, though, were refunded.
And was that a setback for you, Mr. Edgecomb?
A huge setback, because I wasn't in direct, I didn't feel safe contacting these individuals, or being around anyone, because I didn't want to put them in harm. As myself, I knew that I would, I was in harm's way because of the narrative that was placed out there as being a Brady Street killer by the police. So I'm thinking, upon, being pursued either by a regular citizen or law enforcement, like, I would be killed.
All right, we're going to have to squeeze in a quick break. Theodore Edgecomb, the defendant, on the stand in his own defense, trying to explain away why he went on the run for 6 months before he was arrested. To the jury, what do you think this jury is going to do in this case? Let us know on social media, and we'll be right back, picking up right where we left off in the Theodore Edgecomb case.
By highlighting different perspectives, join me, Christian Bryant, for a different kind of nightly news show. In the Loop, weeknights at 9/8 Central, only on Newsy.
Why don't we watch something bump?
Thank you. Wow. I know you gotta catch the flight. You ruined my day. You knew this was coming. Oh my gosh.
I gotta ask, are you going to the strip club for the wings or for the thighs?
I order the sweet chili wings every single time we go up in there.
What? This is my fiance.
Somebody else been getting your mama's jelly cookies. That show is still on?
Well, they're on season 49. Word travels fast.
Ain't that about a thriller?
What do you think the future looks like?
From Newsy, renowned journalists and filmmakers, comes a celebration of storytelling.
Are we in a killer robot's arms race right now? When the suspect admits to it, I'm not going to argue the law with you.
New features every week. Newsy Docs presents Sunday nights at 9/8 Central, only on Newsy.
Seems like he's in charge. I don't know. I don't feel very good about this.
We have to report this.
Yes, absolutely.
What y'all watching? Whatever you like. Hello, somebody. Okay.
That's the only channel comes in clear around here.
That show is still on? They're on season 49.
Shocking, yet exhilarating.
Look at God. Won't he do it? Yes, it will.
From Newsy comes a celebration of storytelling. New features every week.
What do you think the future looks like?
Newsy Docs presents Sunday nights at 9/8 Central, only on Newsy.
Welcome back. We are live inside the Milwaukee courtroom for day 5 of the Theodore Edgecomb trial. In the defense, The defendant himself took the witness stand, trying to walk this jury through what he was thinking and feeling September 22nd, 2020, when he fatally shot immigration attorney Jason Clearman. Where we left off, he was telling this jury about what he was thinking in the months after the shooting. Let's go back in.
At some point, did you ever change your appearance in any way to avoid being caught by law enforcement based off of these fears?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
I wanted to change how I look just so I could, I guess you can say, like, buy me some time before. I didn't want to be noticed. So, during that, I just wanted to, depict and looking differently because, I didn't want to be killed ultimately. So I wanted to, appear differently and, get my legal representation and then turn myself in voluntarily. I know if I had a notion and an idea, just upon seeing on social media and different news websites, like, upon seeing this guy, we're gonna kill him, from regular citizens. And then, like I said, even the police department put out that I was the Brady Street killer.
Relevance, and that's
Narrative, irrelevant, sustained.
Now, Mr. Edgecomb, you end up getting taken into custody in Kentucky at some point, correct?
Yes, that's true.
Where were you coming from when you were caught in Kentucky?
I was coming from Georgia. I was headed back to Wisconsin.
Now, do you recall those officers asking for your ID at the time that you were pulled over in Kentucky?
Yes.
And what did you tell them when they asked you for your ID?
I told them that I didn't have one.
Mr. Edgecomb, were you truthful when you told the police department in Kentucky that you didn't have an ID on you?
No, I wasn't honest in that.
The Kentucky Police Department also asked you what was your name, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you give them the name Theodore Edgecomb?
No.
What name did you give them?
I told them that my name was Aguf Newman.
Mr. Edgecomb, why did you do that?
It was like a last effort in order to, stay out of their custody. I feared them. I didn't want to be taken into custody involuntarily. My family didn't know where I was. I could possibly be killed in their custody, like Miss Sandra Bland was. So I didn't feel safe with them taking me in involuntarily. And plus, I didn't have legal representation yet.
All right, we have to squeeze in a quick break. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, we're going to pick up where we left off for the huge testimony of the defendant himself, Theodore Edgecomb, claiming this was self-defense. We'll see what the jury does in this case. You're watching Court TV. You're from OC to Justice.
How will you celebrate the savings? Refinance your student loans with Laurel Road.
Free Movie Channel has something for everyone. With no subscription or rental fees, Free Movie Channel is the quick and easy choice for first-run films, as well as classic movies. Check out Free Movie Channel today and find your new favorite movie.
So there's a hairline fracture on this loan right here. Definitely a broken loan right there. The big loan's connected to the even bigger loan. It's not looking good.
Can't get your student loans off your mind? Refinance and you could save thousands.
Court TV cameras will be inside that courtroom. The whole world is watching. This is the moment.
Testimony begins.
All right, they can't murder these people. The jury has reached its verdict.
It all comes down to this.
Wow, jaws were dropping.
The emotion is in the video. Live for every moment.
Newsy tonight. is changing the conversation.
Incredible footage coming in live right now.
Away from opinions and arguments.
Tell our viewers how people there are preparing for the next extreme weather event.
Primetime news focused on facts, understanding.
This is an investigation you will only see here tonight.
Reporting what matters and why it matters to you.
We're not really as divided as it may seem. Let's break down our latest Newsy poll.
Newsy tonight, weeknights at 8, 7 Central, only on Newsy.
Looks like there's some loan buildup in the back there.
Huh?
Yeah, those loans really build up, don't they? Try to make payments, but the loans keep building and building.
Huh. Can't get your student loans off your mind? Refinance and you could save thousands.
So there's a hairline fracture on this loan right here. Definitely a broken loan right there. The big loan's connected to the even bigger loan. It's not looking good.
Can't get your student loans off your mind? Refinance and you could save thousands.
We're being flooded with false information. The more we mindlessly share, the more misinformation threatens us and puts our democracy at risk. But together, we can help protect our communities before it's too late. It's time to check our sources and verify our facts. Let's care before we share.
How will you celebrate the savings? Refinance your student loans with Laurel Road.
So there's a hairline fracture on this loan right here. Definitely a broken loan right there. The big loan's connected to the even bigger loan. It's not looking good.
Can't get your student loans off your mind? Refinance and you could save thousands.
Welcome back. The defendant himself, Theodore Edgecomb, taking the witness stand in his own defense, trying to convince this jury that when he shot immigration attorney Jason Clearman, it was in self-defense. Let's go back inside to hear the rest of his testimony live in Milwaukee.
When you were taken into custody, did you have a gun on you? Did you have that same firearm that you used on September 22nd?
No.
What did you do with the gun that you used on September 22nd of 2020?
As I was headed to Georgia, in between Indiana and Illinois, I threw the gun out the window. I didn't want to be caught with it and, give anyone, police or a regular citizen, any reasoning as to, killing me and saying that I was armed. And it, it being justified in that instant. I didn't want to give reason, as to, being opposed as a threat.
Mr. Edgecomb, do you recall the Milwaukee Police Department ever coming down to Kentucky to try to extradite you back to Wisconsin?
I remember them coming down to talk to me.
Do you recall the Milwaukee Police Department asking you about what happened in Milwaukee? And you replied to the Milwaukee Police Department what happened in Milwaukee. Did you make that statement?
Yes.
Why did you make that statement?
I didn't want to expound, and plus on, any situation that happened, and plus I didn't have legal representation with me at the time.
Mr. Edgecomb, how do you feel about what took place on September 22nd? How do you feel about, this tragedy that took place?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance as to his later feelings about what happened?
Sustained. And counsel, I'm not cutting you off, but it's noon. I'm getting the feeling this is close to being done with direct. Is that correct, counsel?
Your Honor, Upon consultation, I'll withdraw my objection to that question. That's fine.
If you could tell the members of the jury about how do you feel about, what transpired, that tragedy that occurred on September 22nd of 2020?
I never intended to hurt or harm or endanger anyone upon that day. It was a tragedy. I just, wish I wish it never transpired. I wish none of the events that occurred in that day transpired. I wish I would have just dealt with it from there.
No more questions for Mr. Edgecomb.
It's almost exactly noon. I'm inclined to put this over cross till after lunch. It's going to be a short lunch, ladies and gentlemen. We're coming back at 1 o'clock. I will start no later than 1:15. The jury can go out. You know the rules. Don't discuss this case. Don't deliberate. Don't do any research. Don't follow any media accounts. You'll be back, please, at 1 or a little after. We'll start at 1:15. Follow my bailiff out. Everybody else can remain seated, please.
All right, jury is now in lunch in Milwaukee. What a morning it has been with the defendant himself telling his story. Let's break down some of the highlights with my Legal Eagle guest today. I have Marcia Minot as well as Matt Mangino, both criminal defense attorneys and former prosecutors. So I'm anxious to hear. I'll start with you, Marcia Minot, on your key takeaways of the direct examination for Theodore Edgecomb.
I think defense counsel is doing a fantastic job with bringing out the bad facts. A lot of times as a defense attorney, you cringe when you think about the things that are negative about your case. But what they're doing is bringing them out first and explaining them so that you can take the sting out of it when the jurors hear cross-examination in this case.
All right, Matthew Mangino.
Well, I guess I would say that it wasn't what I expected. In fact, the testimony of Edgecomb that said that the gun went off accidentally when he was lunged at, as opposed to shooting in self-defense, which this defense is all about, self-defense. Really, is this now a case of an accident, an accidental shooting, or shooting in self-defense? I agree with Marcia. They tried to bring out the bad things that might come up on cross-examination. I don't think they did a very good job of bringing those things out. And when they tried to explain them away, they weren't really that effective.
Right, they're getting ahead of what we're going to hear on cross-examination. You're right, Marcia. I mean, we can expect the prosecutor to really go all out for this cross-examination after lunch. But Marcia, let's talk about what Matthew mentioned about those final seconds and moments before Edgecomb did shoot Clearman. He said it was a reaction. The gun just went off, trying to combat the intentional murder, I think, here that he's charged with. Do you agree that they're trying to he may have been a little coached as to how to say certain things?
Yeah, it's clear that there's some coaching that took place here, and they tried to prepare Mr. Edgecomb for his testimony. The confusion did come in the testimony when he is saying that the gun accidentally went off. There is that inference that you can draw. He didn't necessarily say that, but you can draw an inference from it, and you don't want jurors to draw an inference that it was an accidental firing. I think defense counsel, if he gets an opportunity to do a redirect after cross-examination, needs to clean that issue up and make sure that he's saying, I'm running for my life, I'm in fear, of course I'm defending myself. He lunges at me, and then the gun went off. And it's happening so fast and so much is going on at the same time. A little bit of cleanup in that area is definitely going to be necessary. But overall, I think they did a decent job.
For sure. And you're right. I mean, every defendant who takes the stand will have some sort of coaching from their attorneys, right? I mean, it's just part of the process. You can even kind of pick out, he's using some legalese when he says direct imminent threat. Every now and then you can hear maybe some language that a normal layperson wouldn't normally use, Matthew, right? But I want to skip ahead to what this jury looks like, because as I listen to this testimony, race is such an issue in this case, obviously for the defendant as he testifies. The jury makeup, people listening to this case and who will decide whether or not his thinking his reasoning was reasonable. That's 12 jurors, 2 alternates. 12 women, 2 men, ages range probably from 20s to 60s, and based on our folks inside the courtroom, 7 members of the jury appear to be persons of color. Of those 7, at least 5 appear to be African Americans. I'm going to go to you, Matthew, on your takeaways from the makeup of this jury panel, how they may be taking in this evidence.
Well, obviously the jury is dominated by women. They may be a little more empathetic to someone who feels that though they're in danger and that they need to take some means to defend themselves. There are people of color on the jury, which may relate to some of the concerns that Edgecomb testified to. I mean, he talked about the mass incarceration rate in Wisconsin. He testified about fear of reprisals by the police or public citizens. He said he threw the gun away because he didn't want to be killed because he was armed. Although, some people might be able to understand that, I think you have a significant number of women. Are they actually going to put themselves in a position where they can feel empathy with someone who fears law enforcement, fears the police, fears the government, and says that's the reason why they fled and didn't come back for 6 months? It's going to be interesting how this jury interprets that victimization, so to speak, concern that Edgecomb testified to.
Certainly will be. And Marcia, same question to you. The makeup of this jury, how do you think that may be affecting how they're taking in the defendant's testimony?
I believe that Mr. Edgecomb is the closest he could get to a jury of his peers based on the racial makeup of this jury. If you are an African American or a person of color that has grown up in the United States and you have experienced those things that Mr. Edgecomb has testified to, then you can relate to why he would be fearful. And the jurors have to decide in this case whether his conduct was reasonable, and they have to look at it from the prism of the reasonableness of an African American male in the United States. The facts are bad when you have a black man that's been convicted 3 times in this country that guns and kills a white male who is an affluent individual in the community. You're in danger.
Right, and they can't base it on hindsight either, Marcia, and even if his belief's mistaken, but yet reasonable. You're right, that's all a part of the law here. We're going to have to squeeze in a break, though. Thank you, Matthew. Thank you, Marcia, for your insights and reaction. They're going to stick around, of course, with us this afternoon, but up next, we're going to have a live report from outside that Milwaukee courthouse from Joy Lim-Nakrin, our crime and justice reporter. She's been watching this jury take in that testimony. We're going to hear from her next.
The Free Movie Channel has something for everyone. Find your new favorite movie tonight.
What if there was a show that connected the dots by offering different perspectives? What if primetime news skipped the talking points and focused on the issues y'all might want to hear?
People around the world have been hosting their own virtual weddings.
No matter how weird. Join me, Christian Bryant, for a different kind of nightly news show. In the Loop, weeknights at 9/8 Central, only on Newsy.
What do you think the future looks like?
From Newsy, renowned journalists and filmmakers, comes a celebration of storytelling.
Are we in a killer robots arms race right now? When the suspect admits to it. I'm not going to argue the law with you.
New features every week. Newsy Docs presents Sunday nights at 9/8 Central, only on Newsy.
Sarah Boone is charged with second-degree murder after her boyfriend suffocated inside of a suitcase.
She could have let him out. She could have saved his life, and she didn't.
We're being flooded with false information. The more we mindlessly share, the more misinformation threatens us and puts our democracy at risk. But together, we can help protect our communities before it's too late. It's time to check our sources and verify our facts. Let's care before we share.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Chanley Painter. We are in day 5 of testimony in the deadly road rage shooting trial where Theodore Edgecomb is accused of killing immigration attorney Jason Clearman after an altercation between the pair turned deadly. Let's bring in Court TV's Joy Lim-Nakrin, crime and justice reporter. She is outside that courthouse. She's been inside the courtroom this morning during the testimony of the defendant himself. Joy, give us the highlights of what happened.
So, Chanley, you probably observed that early on in the defendant's own testimony, a lot of what was brought out was kind of just this context of the racial unrest that was happening during the time period in question. The defendant talked a bit about George Floyd, the BLM movement, having been involved with the BLM movement, and also a kind of increased tensions between various groups. And of course, we've heard from the defense that really there was a reasonable fear that the defendant felt at the time, and all of this presumably is meant to feed into that kind of storyline, Chanley. Early on, we also heard from the defendant describe an incident in which he was robbed and attacked about 2 years prior to the incident in question. We actually have a clip of that testimony and how he kind of recalled that incident during the night in question. Let's listen.
So when that was done, he said, you know, he said, as he said.
You can say what he said, Mr. Edgecomb.
Damn, you can't drive, get out of the road. And there was an individual on the sidewalk who heard this and seen me get hit. And they're like, whoa, you know, the nerve of that guy. And they asked me if I was okay. I said, yeah, I'm all right. Who is he speaking to? Why is he talking like that? I guess he's talking to me.
Mr. Edgecomb, how did that make you feel?
I was infuriated. I can't lie. It brought back the trauma of when I was hit before. And that's all I could think about because I was left hurt in the middle of the street before. I'm like, what if these individuals would have just, I could have been killed. You know, what if these individuals would have just killed me then they insulted me. So it was like they had no remorse for what they had just done. Add an insult on top of, you know, injury. And I didn't understand it. In my mind, I'm like, maybe these people are drunk, you know, or something. And, you know, that's the only reason I could think of a person throwing out an insult. And at that time, I didn't, you know, I was just trying to put it together as far as like, you know, why would someone do that? Or why would they, you know, be that bold in taking those actions?
So, Chanley, obviously here on Court TV, we're very conscious of our viewers' sensitivities. And so we had to omit a word that this defendant used during the testimony. But to be very clear, what he said in the beginning of that clip is that Jason Clearman, the alleged victim here, used the N-word, called him the N-word. And of course, race has become a really key part of the defense argument here, Chanley.
Absolutely. The defense brought up that racial backdrop during that time in his testimony, why the timing of this incident was so critical to what Theodore Edgecomb was thinking and feeling in those moments. Explain that a little more.
Yeah, absolutely. That context there is very important. We've heard some of your guest analysts talk about kind of the backdrop of social justice and racial justice within the criminal justice system, and the fact that we are dealing with a Black defendant who, many activists have questioned, whether he could get a fair trial and be acquitted in using the same argument that Kyle Rittenhouse.
All right, what's up, guys? What's up? Give me a minute. Sorry, I had my own
to the defendant's state of mind during the incident in question, how he was feeling, not just on the night in question, but during that time period, the backdrop of the social unrest and the BLM movement, the killing of George Floyd that led to.
Oh, stop talking. All right. Yeah, let me engage here. Fill me in. What happened? What happened with the trial? Anything good? Are they done? Did they finish up witnesses and all that, or?
20. Yes. Do a couple things stand out to you about the summer of 2020?
Yes, a lot actually.
Okay. I want to first go into, do you recall experiencing any racial tensions that you experienced during that time frame?
During the summer of 2020?
Yes.
As far as for myself or just out in society?
Just generally in society.
Generally, yes, I know the George Floyd situation was pretty prevalent in society at that time. There were a lot of marches, protests, different things like that going on. And there was a lot of groups that were clashing against each other. And with that, it created a lot of divisiveness in the world. In which, a lot of people were harmed, a lot of people, it created a huge divisiveness in society, in America, actually. It was different groups, like I said, that were going against each other. And this wasn't prevalent prior to this pandemic.
I don't even want to listen to that. What was the fucking? What? Can you guys hear me? Should be able to. What was the? What's the fucking relevance of that in this trial? Did they get to that? It's not showing up on here. Is Fox not fucking? Is the court case over, guys? Somebody fucking answer that. I'm gonna assume because Fox is not. Anybody there? Anybody? Anybody? Bueller? Shit, Bueller. Got people watching. There's a lot of people that jumped on here all of a sudden, huh? Wonder where that's coming from. You guys are funny. I'm gonna assume this case is done. Somebody answer. Are there people here? We're on a lunch break. Great. See, maybe I'm not getting. We just got a bunch of lurkers in the background here. Back by 1:15, okay. A lot of lurkers all of a sudden, huh? You guys are. Yeah, I got it, boss. I'm reading them. You see how the views went up? Watch out for screen recorders. He's fucking. Oh man. Now that I'm home, I wanted to stream right off of this, but I had to head out this morning for my own personal things. And
Fox 6 News is sponsored by your local.
Shut up. So yeah, the best I could do is fucking pop up Core TV's thing. So as long as I mean that essentially looks down. So as long as yeah, okay, good. So as long as this is gonna be like this is what we're gonna finish streaming off of this. All right, so for everybody that's in here, I don't know, maybe seems like there might be a delay or something. But for everyone that's in here, you know, drop a comment. Let me know where you guys are from, where you're, how you heard about us. If this is your first time, if it is your first time, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Yeah, boss, I can see that comment. There's a lot of people in here, and views spiked as soon as I started talking. There's obviously a reason for that. It's funny. You guys are funny. So funny. Anywho. Let's all right, so fill me in. What's your guys' feelings on I haven't watched any of this trial this morning. I was dealing with my own personal affairs. So fill me in on kind of where you guys are at. What are your feelings? I know Theo testified. Where are you guys at with that? Is his testimony believable? Did it add some sympathy to the jury? Obviously, I kind of shut it off when he started talking about the fucking protests, which I don't think is fucking relevant in this fucking case. He didn't get shot or shoot somebody at a fucking protest. So I walked in listening to that shit. So we're just gonna cut that out today, but I don't know. I'm obviously listening to that out of context because I walked through the door right in the middle of whatever they were talking about. I don't think it's relevant to the case, so we just muted that. I'm not listening to that. But yeah, tell me what you guys think. I'm gonna end up having to go back and watch so that I can add some relevant conversation to this later. But yeah, if it's just a bunch of lurkers, then I'm just gonna let you guys watch a blank screen, and then I'm gonna go. Continue on with my life while the break goes on. But yeah, make sure you guys, like the put a little thumbs up, like the stream, share it out. If you're not subscribed to the channel, subscribe, hit the bell for all notifications. If you're a member, you get exclusive content. There's going to be some more videos that we're uploading here shortly. We're working on them now. That'll be for members only. And for you lurkers, it's not going to be the videos you think might be there. So, but there's awesome videos that are up there, and there's going to be some more members only content. The other perk with the members only content is any pre-recorded video or body cam or things like that. Anything that pertains to an investigation, an interview with a suspect or things like that. We upload those to members first. Members get first access to that stuff, and before that's released to the general public. We do some members only live streams, and the more members we get, we want to start doing some fun stuff with the members. Boss feels like he's BS. Are you referring to Theo? You think Theo is on some bullshit? You guys are super chatty. Oh, boss, what are you doing right now, bro? Order a pizza and come over. right. Well, nobody's chatting. Everyone's just lurking. So I'm gonna go do my own stuff, and then when the trial starts up again, then we'll unmute. We'll unmute the microphone, and hopefully some people start interacting. Otherwise, yeah, just enjoy the stream, I guess.
weight or the preponderance of the evidence favors the innocent explanation, I shouldn't be allowed to use it. So when we apply that three portion to this, defense counsel, Mr. Ahmad, clearly stated that the defendant would testify that he shot because he saw the victim reaching for his pockets. That's not what he just testified to.
It's an argument made by the defense attorneys in a motion that was filed months and months ago that the jury doesn't know anything about, and I'd rather not invite an appellate issue. You're guaranteeing an appellate issue in this situation. You have plenty to cross-examine this witness on. He made all kinds of what are arguably inconsistent statements. He testified to things that are not consistent, potentially with the defense opening statement. He said, to the surprise, I think, of potentially some, that all of a sudden the gun went off. Never once has the defense indicated that, ever. But that's what the testimony was. So why go down this path?
Your Honor, here's the reason why the state's asking me to go down this path. We have the defense counsel stating to the court and asking the court to make a decision and asserting what the defendant is going to testify. It would have been different had they argued it any other way. Defense counsel wrote in there, the defendant will testify.
Yes, go ahead.
Judge, so looking at the second factor, it says, sorry about that. Yes, looking at the second factor, it says it has to be something beyond attorney-client relationship that shows the participation of the defendant. And the case they're relying on, it was an opening statement by counsel, which you would assume counsel would prepare with his client for that, and he's representing what the client will testify to at the opening. This was a bond motion. I don't even think Mr. Edgecomb saw this. This was just my review of the evidence. I'm talking prior to it being submitted, okay?
The defense counsel wrote, the defendant will testify. If he said,
hang on, when?
Judge, this was filed this summer, many months ago, and my...
The defendant's testifying. He's testifying hopefully, honestly, and truthfully. He was sworn to tell the truth. Everybody knows that, you know, it's a live event. Hopefully, the defendant's testifying truthfully. But the testimony that comes out rarely, if ever, can be predicted word for word, and you're going to have plenty of time and plenty of things to cross-examine him on. I'm denying that request. I'm sustaining the defense objection. It's arguably attorney-client privilege. It was just, in my view, hyperbole in a motion. It was filed 6 months ago or 3 months ago. You're opening up a huge can of worms in front of the jury. It has the potential to confuse the jury. I'm not holding the defense accountable for something they argued rightly or wrongly in a motion that I denied, by the way, 3 to 6 months ago. So I'm sustaining the defense objection. Let's bring the jury in. The state can start their cross. All right, jury's coming in. Everyone can remain seated, please. Every time you guys come back from lunch, I sit here with bated breath, hoping no one got food poisoning from the cafeteria. Again, we made it today. Good. Let's continue. State's going to start their cross. Mr. Hubner.
Sir, I have a few questions for you. I'm going to try to keep them fairly quick here. To begin with, on the night in question, you were armed with Ruby Mizzle's firearm. Is that correct?
Yes, that is true.
And this was a firearm she bought. Is that correct?
Yes, that is true.
And were you legally allowed to carry a firearm that night?
Overruled. We discussed this previously. You can answer. It's a yes or no question.
Yes, that is true, but I have accepted responsibility for those actions.
Understood. Were you legally allowed to carry a firearm that night?
Yes or no?
I have accepted responsibilities for those actions.
Understood. Wasn't my question. Were you legally allowed to carry a firearm that night?
No, I did so, though.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
You will continue to ask questions, and your attorneys will get a chance after that. Go ahead.
So that night, on your way to go get sushi, you grab this 9mm handgun. Is that correct?
Can you repeat that question?
You're going on your bike to go grab sushi, and as you're leaving, you decide to grab Ruby's 9mm handgun. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And when you drove your bike over, heading in this direction, getting towards Brady Street, you actually came up those stairs that you went down. Is that correct?
I'm not sure in which the pathway in which I took.
And if there's video from Swing Park that shows you walking up the bike, up those stairs with the bike, you don't remember how you got up there?
Not right now, I don't.
And then you walked your bike past Zena's, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. I do.
You walked your bike past Casablanca, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. Before the incident.
I understand, so just listen to my question and it'll be quick. And then you walked your bike down to the sushi place, is that correct?
Yes, that is
All right.
correct.
Now, I want to fast forward. I'm going to come back to some portions of that, but I want to get to the portion after you have shot and killed the victim in this case. You went down the stairs, is that correct?
Can you repeat that?
After you shot and killed the victim, he falls down to the stairs, he's bleeding out. You take your bike and you walk down those stairs, is that correct?
I reacted in self-defense. I didn't.
That's not my question, sir. My question was, after you shot and killed Jason Clearman, did you pick up your bike and walk down those stairs?
I reacted to protect myself from
Sir,
being
that wasn't
harmed.
my question.
You need to answer the questions that are put to you. This is not a time for speeches. You're to answer Mr. Huber's questions. After he's done, your attorneys will get another chance, and then he will get the last word on recross. Answer his questions, please. You understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
So after you shot and killed Jason Clearman, you picked up your bike and you walked down those stairs. Is that correct?
I reacted to protect myself from being
Sir,
harmed.
I need you to listen to my question. We're not talking about the manner. I'm talking about what happens after you shot and killed him. Regardless of how you want us to believe it, which is fine. They'll be able to get up here and do that. Listen to my question, please, sir. It'll go quicker for both of us. After the shooting, you pick up your bike and you walk down those stairs. Is that correct?
Can you repeat that again?
Sure. After you shoot and kill the victim, do you pick up your bike and walk down the stairs?
I reacted to protect myself from being harmed.
Sir, you're not answering my question. And I understand. I mean, did someone tell you just to say that whenever I say anything?
Can you repeat that?
Did someone tell you to just make sure you keep saying that you reacted to protect yourself when I asked a question about shooting the victim?
No.
Okay, so since that is now where we're going with this, let's just concentrate on what I'm talking about. After the death, whatever the category is, we'll get back to that later. You pick up your bike and when you go down those stairs. Isn't that correct?
I didn't learn of a death until days later.
Understood. Did you pick up your bike and go down the stairs?
I don't know.
After the incident. Where did you pick up your bike and walk down the stairs, sir?
After the incident, yes, I picked up my bike and walked down the stairwell.
Thank you. Did you put the gun away first?
Yes, I did.
And where did you put the gun?
In my waistband.
Okay. And when you go down those stairs, you get down to Water Street there. You end up turning right. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And you stated that you went away from the scene because you thought that maybe these cars, people might be coming to get you. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, had you gone left on Water, you could have eventually gotten to a police station. Isn't that correct?
I'm not familiar with any police stations in the area.
You're not familiar with District 1, which is kind of, you take Water down to State Street, you can kind of get right here. You're not aware of the huge, big white building that says police on it?
No.
Okay. So, you turn right. And as you're going right, you eventually get to that red light on Humboldt. Isn't that correct?
I can't recall right now. It's not recollecting with me.
Okay. You saw some of the video, but you don't remember stopping at that red light and then eventually riding through the red light that we saw earlier in the trial?
Yes, that is correct. I do remember.
And there's a bar right there. Isn't that correct?
I can't recall that, no.
And there was a taco place on the other side with some people hanging outside. Isn't that correct?
I can't recall that at all either.
And you didn't go into any establishment or talk to any of those people to ask for help or say you needed help from the police, did you?
Any people where, sir?
As you're fleeing the incident on your way home.
I was in a state of shock. I couldn't believe what had just taken place.
You couldn't believe you had just shot someone, correct?
Can you repeat that?
I'll move on. So, when you get to Humboldt, the quickest way for you to get home would have been to take a left and go north on Humboldt. Isn't that correct?
At which point?
When you're at remember where we saw in the video where you're at the red light, there's Rat Fangs and the Bel Air Cantina, and we saw you kind of just sitting on your bike. Remember that location?
I don't remember which establishment I was by, but I remember, like, at what point, at some point, riding past a stoplight. I don't know where exactly that was, though.
Had that been Humboldt, if you had taken a left, you could have taken Humboldt all the way up to Locust, could you?
At which point, sir?
Where you were stopped on Humboldt and Water.
At which point are you referring to?
After the shooting, when you're fleeing away, and we saw you on the video, stop at the stoplight.
I don't remember what intersection that was.
Okay. And instead you end up taking kind of that bike route, is that correct?
I do remember being on the bike pathway.
And when you get out of the bike path and you get up on the Locust, and you end up biking to your house on Dowsett, isn't that correct?
Yes, I do remember that.
And if you had kept going on Locust, you could have gone to a police station, isn't that correct?
I was in total shock at what had just taken place, so I wasn't really thinking as far as, what to do next.
Understood. Well, you stated you were fleeing because you thought people might be out to get you, correct?
Yes, that's true. I was in shock and in fear.
Okay. And so, when you get out there on Locust, you could have gone straight to that police station in order to get some help, couldn't you?
There is a police station on Locust.
Thank you very much. Instead, you went home, isn't that correct?
At that point in time, I wasn't thinking to go to the police station. I was in a state of shock, so to think wasn't, it wasn't.
You went home, isn't that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And when you went home, you put the bike down in the basement, isn't that correct?
No, that is not correct, sir.
Someone else did.
I don't recollect what I did with the bike. I was still in the state of shock.
But you left the bike at your house because we see you walking. You left you left your house on foot, isn't that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And you left your house on foot with a backpack, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Did you still have the gun on you?
At that point in time, I can't recall.
So you don't know if you left the gun at Ruby's or if you took it with you?
That is correct. I don't recall.
And you take this backpack and you go where?
At that point in time, I went to a friend's house, and I actually, I went to a friend's house and, told them I had a family issue that was going on. I didn't want to get into details about the incident that had just taken place.
Now, you state you went to a friend's house and told him you had a family issue. I mean, it's a little bit of a lie to your friend, right? Yes?
I don't know if you asked me the question or you
Yeah, no, I said, right? I'm sorry. You kind of lied to him, right?
Can you repeat that question?
How about this? A couple days later, you met with certain family members who said goodbye to you as you were getting ready to leave the state, didn't you?
No, I don't know what you're referring to. Or what
Do you not remember on the 24th or the 25th of September meeting with, do you know who Katrina Gordon is?
Yes.
Is she a cousin of yours?
Yes.
And isn't in fact she and other cousins of yours met with you to say goodbye to you because you were going to leave the state for Florida?
No, that is not true. That is not true at all.
Now, how many days before you took off from Wisconsin?
It was in the approximate around October, like mid-October. So, yeah, I can't approximate what, like maybe a week.
About a week, you think? Was it about a week, you think? Is it right? Do I have that right?
Yes.
Okay. Let me help you out with this. Was it before or after the police executed a search warrant at your residence looking for you?
I had no notice of a police warrant or, I had no notice of.
Ruby never told you that we hit the house looking for you?
Yes, afterwards. I didn't know prior.
Okay. So, let me find out. When Ruby tells you about the fact that the police hit the house looking for you, had you already left?
Can you repeat that?
When you find out that police had executed a search warrant at your residence, did you find out while you were still in Milwaukee or while you were in some other state?
Can you repeat that again?
Where were you when Ruby told you that they hit the house looking for you?
I was at a friend's house.
Where?
I was still in Wisconsin.
So you're
but
still,
I hadn't. Go ahead.
You're still in Milwaukee?
Yes.
Okay. So,
if my recollection serves me well.
Now, when you get the gun back,
I don't remember if I left it or if I had it on me. At this point in which I don't know in which time year. Yeah, I don't remember.
so at some point you're in a car getting to the Illinois-Indiana border and you throw it out the window, is that correct?
Yes.
You knew it was evidence of the homicide, isn't that correct?
I knew that as far as, like, I just didn't, I didn't. Can you repeat that again?
You knew that this gun, if you were caught with it, could link you to the homicide. Isn't that correct?
I reacted to protect myself. I didn't.
I understand your refrain, sir. I want to concentrate on what I'm talking about. When you tossed that gun out the window, you knew it was evidence as to your shooting that you had done. Isn't that correct?
It was a reaction. It wasn't just a shooting.
Mr. Edgecomb, you need to answer the questions. Don't give speeches. Answer the questions that are put to you.
You tossed the gun knowing that it was evidence in what you had done. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that is true.
And you don't remember if you had this gun the entire time while you were hiding out, or if you went and got it back after leaving it somewhere? You don't remember that?
I don't remember the point in time in which I did get it back.
Why take it to another state to toss it out the window?
At that point in time in which it did happen, I didn't want to have it on my possession and, have someone, a citizen or law enforcement kill me and being justified in that.
I understand that, but you waited 2 states before you were worried about that. Correct?
Can you repeat that?
You're stating that you got rid of the gun because you didn't want to get caught with it, because if you had a gun, maybe someone would say you were armed and they might shoot you. Is that kind of where you're going with this?
Say that. Can you repeat that one?
You tossed the firearm because you were worried that if you had it on you, you could get shot due to that, right?
That someone would be justified in killing me because they said I was the Brady Street killer, so they would be justified in.
Understood. Then why wait to Indiana? Because doesn't that fear exist in Illinois?
It was actually in the border between Illinois and Indiana. It was a body of water, and the thought just came to me, spur of the moment to do so.
Up until you see a body of water at the Illinois-Indiana border, the thought hadn't occurred to you. You were holding on to that gun, no problem.
Can you repeat that?
You don't have this thought until you get all the way through Wisconsin, through Illinois, and to the border with Indiana. That's when you suddenly realize you got to get rid of this gun for your safety?
It was like a spontaneous thought.
Sir, isn't the real reason you waited to Indiana was because the chances we'd find it go out the window?
No, that's not true.
Matter of fact, we have only your word that the gun was even thrown there. Isn't that correct?
Can you repeat that?
We only have your word that that's where you threw the weapon out. How about this? Let me rephrase it. Was anyone else in the car with you?
No.
So the only person that knows where you ditched this weapon that shot Jason Clearman in the face is you.
I reacted to protect myself from being harmed.
I get it, sir. The only person that knows where the gun is you. Isn't that correct?
Can you repeat that?
The only person who knows where this firearm was thrown out the window is you. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
When you're biking away from the scene, you could have thrown it in the river there, couldn't you?
I was in a state of shock. It didn't cross my mind to do so.
It didn't cross your mind until after you've been hiding out for a week and decided to flee the state and got 2 states away. That's when it occurred to you to throw this gun out the window. Do I have that correct?
No, that is not correct.
Let me move on. You also indicated that the reason you went onto the run into other states was because you were waiting to see if you could get legal representation. Isn't that correct?
And to also seek funds to help with my defense.
Okay. Now, did Ruby ever come visit you in any of these other states?
No.
What other states did you go to?
Only Georgia.
And Ruby rented you the car that you were driving. Isn't that correct?
No, that is not correct. In fact, she already was in possession of the vehicle. So she didn't rent it for me.
So she got you the car, though, correct?
No, she was already in possession of the vehicle.
And how did you get it?
I asked her, if I could use it. I needed to seek a way to get finances. So.
Was that the car that you were driving when you threw the gun out the window?
Can you repeat that?
The car you got stopped in Kentucky, the one Ruby rented, was that the car you drove to the Indiana border and threw the murder weapon out the window?
I reacted to protect myself from being harmed. I didn't murder.
When you are driving this vehicle, is it the same vehicle that Ruby rented for you that you get stopped in Kentucky with?
I want to take a step back because you're saying that she rented the vehicle for me. It wasn't rented for me. She was.
Is it the same car? Are both cars the same car?
Can you repeat that question? You said like 3 different things just now.
Okay. Sorry, I'll rephrase the question, Judge.
Well, the defendant does not ask questions, he answers questions. But for you and for his own attorneys, he will not ask any further questions in this court. Go ahead.
Sir, the car you drove to Indiana, the one where the gun goes out the window, is that the same car you got stopped in Kentucky driving?
Yes, that is true.
Okay. And so, Ruby gave you that car, isn't that correct?
Yes, I borrowed that car from her.
And did you tell her you were going to be leaving the state?
I told her that I would, need to go get funds. I didn't tell her where I was headed.
Okay. And so she gives you a car, you're intending to leave the state. I want to make sure I have that right. All of this happens after you find out the Milwaukee Police Department has just hit your house looking for you. Isn't that correct?
Can you repeat that?
Okay, so you get the car from Ruby and you leave the state and you ditch the gun out the window. That all happens after the search warrant at your house, doesn't it?
Can you repeat that one more time?
Sir, you got to understand this. You just told us that you were in Milwaukee when you found out the search warrant happened at your residence, right?
Yes.
Okay, so after you find out the search warrant happened at your residence, is that when you decided to flee the state?
No, that's not true.
Okay, so is that when you decided to get out of the state with the gun and make sure we'd never find it?
Can you repeat that?
Sir, it's the same question. Is that, once you found out that we hit your house looking for you, is that when you decided to borrow your girlfriend's rented car, drive out of the state, and toss the gun out the window? Yes or no? Is that when you did it?
No.
Okay. Now, you stated that you had to leave the state to buy yourself time to get legal representation, right?
Yes.
But you had 2 lawyers at that time, didn't you?
At which particular time?
At the moment of the shooting, the moment you fled the state, you had 2 lawyers. Didn't you?
Not right. I don't know.
Well, you had one case with an attorney, Anna Keys, didn't you?
Objection, Judge Sidebar.
All right. Well, a lot of viewers in here, so welcome. If this is your first time on the channel, make sure you guys hit the thumbs up. Make sure you subscribe. What do you guys think so far on this cross-examination? Drop in the comments where you guys are viewing from, and how you got to this channel. What you can do, city or state, whatever. Where are you guys tuning in from, and how did you find this channel? Welcome to our fun little community. Oh, Borowski looks pissed. He just slammed his face mask down.
You had a case with an Anna Keys. That's ANNAKEES. Isn't that correct?
I do recall that name.
Okay. And in fact, she had a court appearance where she was waiting on you on October 19th of 2020. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you didn't show for it, did you?
No.
Because you were on the run in another state. Isn't that correct?
At that point in time, I don't remember or recall where I was at that exact date.
Well, once you left the state of Wisconsin, did you come back ever?
Yes.
How many times?
I don't recall right off.
You came back into the state of Wisconsin?
At which particular time?
Anytime. Anytime between the moment Jason Clearman dies and Kentucky finds you.
Yes.
How many times?
Only that I recall, it was only, twice?
Didn't make a court appearance when you came back, though, did you?
They were all via Zoom. None were in person.
That doesn't change the fact you didn't show up, does it?
I was trying to understand your question.
Understood. Did you show up for your court date?
Those court dates, no.
You also had another attorney on another case, a Megan Koldunsky. I apologize if I mispronounced it. Kaldunski. You had her too on another case, didn't you?
I'm not sure if these lawyers were even criminal defense lawyers.
Sidebar.
All right. Well, for those of you that are new to the channel, so I am an independent investigative journalist. I'm from Kenosha, Wisconsin. So if you guys are familiar with everything that happened in Kenosha, so yeah, I was out there. I filmed. I did all that. And there's a lot of content on this channel regarding Kenosha. A lot of exclusive content that no other platform has, body cam videos, courthouse footage, things like that. If you guys like reading articles, you can go to our website, which is Never.Stop.Voices.com. There's tons of articles on there, a lot of things that we've exposed that's happened in Kenosha. As well as some other cities in southeastern Wisconsin. At first glance, I'm going to tell you guys that my platforms look like I am on the left or I am a liberal. I am not. I am all about civil rights issues. We do investigate corruption within police departments, systems, governmental systems, things like that. So if that's stuff that you guys are interested in, we do live stream protests so that people see exactly what's going on, so things aren't misrepresented. And then so we live stream some other things. We're starting to get into court cases and stuff like that.
State and proceed.
Did you just state that you don't believe that those two witnesses or that those two lawyers were criminal defense attorneys?
Yes, to my knowledge, I didn't know.
Didn't they represent you on two open criminal cases?
In matters, like I'm not knowledgeable if, as far as if, like how can I say, how they differ in different matters.
You had two open cases in criminal court with court dates, and these were your attorneys, correct?
I'm trying to, because I don't know if they handle matters in which, to the extremities in which they handle different matters.
Understood, but that's different than saying you didn't know they were criminal defense attorney. I mean, they represented you in criminal cases, correct? These two attorneys were representing you in two open criminal cases, weren't they?
That's what I don't understand the degree even of the matters that as far as what you're referring to, as far as with me.
You don't know the two cases I'm referring to?
No.
Yes, you open the door. And we just discussed this off the record. The testimony opens the door to continued cross-examination.
So you had So the case with Anna Keys in Waukesha, you realize that was a criminal case? Is that correct?
I didn't know if they would be able to represent me, so I didn't deem her, or even to, let her know, the matters at hand because of the extremity of it. So I wasn't knowledgeable in how to acquire, as far as, I didn't even know if they were qualified in the matters that were at hand, so.
Did you call them?
I called different attorneys.
Wasn't my question. Did you call the two attorneys you had in open criminal cases in Wisconsin?
Not at the time I did.
At any time?
There were at times when they were contacted due to the matters that were at hand involving those situations.
And you ended up, just so we're clear, in the Waukesha matter, you didn't show up for your Zoom October 19, 2020 hearing. Is that correct?
Can you repeat that for me?
Sure. Your case with Anna Keys. You were supposed to be on Zoom court, as you stated, on October 19th, 2020. And you didn't show up, did you?
No.
And your case in Milwaukee with Megan Koldunsky, you had a date in January of 2021. You didn't show up for that one either, did you?
As I recollect, no.
Now, so when you finally get pulled over, this is after you dyed your hair in an attempt to not appear to be yourself. Is that correct?
I don't want to be taken into custody involuntarily, and plus I was in fear of even going into custody.
Understood. Just if you could answer my question. You changed your hair so the police wouldn't find you, correct?
That is correct.
And when the Kentucky trooper pulled you over, you lied to him about your name. Isn't that correct?
Yes, I did so just so I wouldn't.
Thank you very much, sir. And then you also lied to him about where you were going. Isn't that correct?
Can you repeat that?
You also lied to the Kentucky trooper about where you were going. Isn't that correct?
I told them that.
You told him what?
I just didn't want to be taken into custody involuntarily. I didn't have any.
So you lied to him about where you were going. Isn't that correct? Yes or no?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Thank you very much. And you lied to him about where you were coming from. Isn't that correct?
I don't recall him asking me where I was coming from.
Do you remember telling him that you were going from Texas to a place in Kentucky?
I don't recall that.
If you had told him that, that would have been a lie. Isn't that correct?
Can you repeat that?
If you had told him you were coming from Texas, that would have been a lie. Isn't that correct?
That would have been, but I don't recall saying that.
Understood. So if you told the trooper that you were coming from Texas, that would have been a lie. Yes or no?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Now, two detectives from Milwaukee Police Department come down to Kentucky to talk to you. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And they tell you that they are Milwaukee police detectives and that they would like to talk to you about what happened in Milwaukee. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And you acted as though you were unaware of what had happened in Milwaukee. Isn't that correct?
I didn't expound because I didn't have legal representation.
Sir, you stated what happened in Milwaukee. Right?
Yes, that is correct.
So you were acting as though you were unaware of what had happened in Milwaukee. Isn't that correct?
I didn't expound on
Sir, it's not my
talking
question. My question was, were you acting as though you did not know what happened in Milwaukee?
No, that's not correct.
Okay. I just want to make sure I understand this here. You fled from the scene, correct?
From
homicide scene. You fled from the scene, isn't that correct? Yes or no, sir?
I was only able to get away from there, dude.
So you fled from that area, isn't that correct?
Yes, I did leave from that scene.
Thank you. And then you fled from the state, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And then you ditched the weapon that would have linked you to that shooting, isn't that correct?
Overruled.
You can answer it.
Can you repeat that?
You ditched the weapon that would have linked you to that shooting, isn't that correct?
I didn't want to be.
Sir, you ditched the weapon that would have linked you to the shooting, yes or no?
Can you expound on this?
No, so that's the question. Did you or did you not throw the weapon that would have linked you to this homicide out the window?
I reacted to, prevent myself from being harmed.
I understand that, sir. I understand the refrain that you have rehearsed. I want to concentrate here on the fact that after you left the scene and then left the state and then ditched the gun and then lied to a Kentucky trooper, that's when you decided to say, what happened in Milwaukee? When the police asked you. Isn't that correct?
I just didn't expound on them questioning me because I didn't have legal representation.
Well, I mean, you had two lawyers. You just decided not to go to them. Isn't that correct?
In the matter that was at hand.
Okay. Now, I want to talk about this incident. This incident that finally, after all of that, you're now here for. You indicated you're going to get sushi, correct?
Yes.
And that restaurant is on the north side of Brady, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And then you decide to go to Frozen, isn't that correct?
I never made it to Frozen.
Wasn't my question. You decided to go to Frozen, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you got on your bicycle at that moment, didn't you?
At which point?
When you leave the area of where the sushi place is to go to Frozen.
Yes.
Okay. And you were going to head eastbound on Brady?
To head to Frozen, yes.
Okay. And you end up not going that way, do you?
Not going to Frozen?
Yes.
Yes, I never made it to Frozen.
You turn around, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And you're stating that as you're heading back westbound, that's when this incident happens, according to you.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Now, the car that you're stating, like knocked you and forced you onto another car, was that coming at you or coming from behind you?
They were actually more on the side,
Okay. Were they heading the same way as you or were they heading towards you?
the same direction.
Okay. So they were behind you and kind of going past you, according to you.
Yes.
Okay. And you had moved, I just want to be very clear, where was this when this happened, according to you?
It was, I can't pinpoint the exact location, but I know that it was like maybe 2 blocks away from Dynamite.
Okay, so we're
2
gonna,
blocks east.
2 blocks east of Dynamite?
Yes.
Okay, so if we're going, and I just want to have this, Your Honor, I'm going to use Defense Exhibit 5.
Fine.
If we're looking at Dynamite, and we see here is Dynamite on Brady, is that correct?
That's what it appears on the map.
Okay. You're saying you think you went 2 blocks, this happens 2 blocks east? So like towards the right as we're looking at this?
Yes.
Okay. So it doesn't happen anywhere around this Gloriosos, right? Which is across the street from Dynamite, according to you.
It's an approximate location. I can't pinpoint exactly where it took place.
It's kind of hard to pick an exact location of where, like, something happens on the street, right? You don't know exactly where this happened, do you?
I know from as far as when my pace as far as like where I was on my bike. I know as far as like paces wise, but I know it had to be like roughly like, that's why I said an approximate, like 2 blocks away.
2 blocks away. So 2 blocks, this is Dynamite on Astor. 1 block would be Humboldt. You think it's possibly even further east than that. Is that what you're saying?
That's why I said approximate. I never made it to Humboldt.
So it's further down east from this intersection with Dynamite. Do I have that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, sir, you indicated that after this incident, you were pretty upset, weren't you?
Which incident in particular?
What we just talked about, where you flip up on the car hood, according to you.
Yes.
You were angry, correct?
I was a bit infuriated, yes.
In fact, your words on direct were, "I can't let them get away," right?
I don't recall saying that my exact words.
You don't remember stating that as they're going on, you thought, "I can't let them get away."
Yes.
So you did say that. That's what your thought was, right? You had just been wronged in your mind, and you were going to go after them because you could not allow them to get away, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And I said that.
Hold
due
on,
to-
thank you, sir. These guys, they're great attorneys, they're gonna come back and ask you all that stuff. I just need the answer to my question, okay? So, you went after them, right?
I tried to catch up with them. I didn't go after them.
What's the difference?
I just tried to catch up, hey, like, to meet up with them. I didn't, like, go after them to, like,
They're ahead of you. You can't let them get away. You're infuriated. You bike after them, correct?
to catch up with them.
Armed with a gun, right?
Are you asking the question or you?
Yeah, armed with a gun, right? You got a gun.
Yes. at
Okay,
this point.
now, at that moment, you've got to go past the sushi place, according to what you've just told us, right?
Yes.
Okay, so this place where you bought the food, where according to you, you're getting the food for daddy-daughter date night, you're going right past that to get at these two people, right?
Yes, that is
Okay,
true.
because you did not want to let them get away with what they had just done, saying these words to you, correct?
Wanted to see if they even acknowledged that they had hit me.
Sir, when you went up there, you didn't even bring up the hitting. You just said, were you talking to me, correct?
As I was, can you say that again?
You never mentioned this alleged getting hit by your bike. You drove up to them and said, were you talking to me, correct?
Yes, and I was also
Thank
finishing the
you.
statement.
And then,
but
when he said he was talking to you, you punched him, right?
yes,
Okay. Now,
I've accepted.
thank you very much, sir. So then, you punched this guy right in the face. And then you bike off, right?
Yes,
Back going to the stairs and you'd come up on your way from home, correct?
I don't recall which pathway I took to get to Brady Street, if it was up the stairs or the ramp.
Sir, did it ever occur to you that the man you just punched in the face might feel the same way that you had felt just moments before? That he couldn't let you get away? That he wanted to talk to you or confront you about what happened?
It was compound, I guess. You can break it up.
Did it ever occur to you that a man you just punched in the face might react the same way you had moments before?
Can you repeat that?
Did it ever occur to you that the man you had just punched in the face might react the same way you had moments before punching you in the face? That was a bad question. Let me do this again. You didn't want to let him get away, right? You stated you didn't want to let these two people get away, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then that guy followed you because he didn't want to let you get away.
They actually chased me with the vehicle.
Yeah.
And
They
tried to
pulled
hit
up
me.
and stopped and got out of the car. So here's my question, sir. Do you think you have the right to chase after someone that has wronged you, but someone does not have the right to do that to you when you punch them?
I was getting chased down with the
Wasn't my
vehicle.
question, sir. Do you believe it is okay for you to chase after someone and punch them, but someone can't do the same thing to you?
I reacted to being hit. And
You reacted to being hit. So that's what happened. A guy, you say you get hit, you get thrown up on the car. Your reaction is to go after him, punch him in the face one time, right? Just your reaction, correct?
can you repeat that?
Your reaction to what you say occurred on this car was to chase after him, not let him get away, and punch him in the face, correct?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Now, sir, You punch this man, and then he comes up and he gets in a boxing stance with you. Isn't that correct?
I didn't see him get in the boxer stance. I just seen him raise his hands up from his midsection, and it looked as though he was drawing up with the weapon, and it appeared that it was an item in his hand.
I'm sorry, it appeared that it was what?
It appeared that it was something in his hand.
Okay, you said you saw him coming up from his midsection, both hands, and you think he has something in his hands?
It appeared that there was an item. I wasn't just fixated on that item because there were two other threats behind him as well.
Understood. I want you to ask my question. He gets into that boxing stance. Defense counsel asked you about it. You remembered it when he asked you. I want you to remember it when I ask you. Did he get into a boxing stance?
It didn't appear as though it was a boxer stance. I just seen him draw from his midsection.
And just so we're clear, you've done this now 3 times, and all 3 times you've done it, you've had your hands clenched together in fists.
And it appeared that he had an item in his hand, and he lunged towards him.
He had an item in your hand. I understand you've got that. I want to stay right here. He's got his hands up. You can see his hands, right? What did the item look like, according to you?
It all happened so quick. I wasn't fixated on the item.
So, you don't know what it was?
It was dark in that landing area. So
Again, you don't know what it was?
No, overruled.
You don't know what it was, do you?
I can't, say or assume what the item was in his hand.
Agreed. You shouldn't assume. So, you think there was an item in his hand, but you can't even say there definitely was one, can you?
Yes, it appeared that he had an item in his hand.
Exactly. It appeared. You don't know for certain, do you?
I wasn't fixated. It was two other threats behind him. He was just the imminent direct threat.
Thank you. Now, he was the imminent direct threat, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, did you ever think that maybe he was just going to punch you after you punched him?
No.
Okay. Now, if I'm understanding this, you're stating that you pulled the firearm out and you had it kind of down?
Yes.
Were you pointing it at him?
No, I didn't have it pointed. It was just pointed down.
It was pointed down?
Yes.
Towards the floor?
Yes. When he lunged forward, that's when I stepped back. And there was a reaction as far as like the gun just went off as far as when I stepped back. As he lunged forward.
If the gun goes off pointed down, how does Mr. Clearman get one in his eyebrow with only a slightly upward trajectory?
His head, he was like lunging towards me like he was gonna spear me or tackle me. And as I stepped back.
When you stepped back, did you pull the gun up?
Overruled. It's cross.
When you stepped back, did you pull the gun up?
At that moment, it did go up because I stepped back. It was reactionary.
Just a reaction. So you're stating you didn't mean to shoot?
There was no intent there. No, I was.
Total accident, he got shot.
Yes, there was no intent there.
Thank you very much. Now, if if 4 other people who saw this, say they saw your hand go up and shoot him and he just drops, that's just not what happened.
I don't know if that was a question.
Yep, it is.
Can you repeat it?
If 4 other people see your hand go up with a gun in it and shoot the victim, you're telling us that that's not what happened. Do I have that correct?
Yes, that is.
Okay, thank you.
There weren't 4 other people in the stairwell, in the dark stairwell.
Hang on. Please, there has to be a question in front of you. You don't get to make speeches, please. Go ahead.
happened to the clothes you were wearing that day?
I'm not sure, sir.
Did you
They
get rid of them
probably
like you
would.
did the gun?
I changed that day
Where'd you change?
in the house.
In your
which
house?
In the house in which I was staying, yes, on Dawson.
So if the video looks like you're still wearing the same clothes, just with a backpack, you remember changing them?
To my recollection, yes.
Oh, Josh. If police had never figured out you were the shooter that day, would you ever have turned yourself in?
I was making steps to get legal counsel to turn myself in. So it was always the goal to turn myself in, but I just wasn't sure if anyone would believe the narrative of a white man and his wife hunting me down and trying to cause harm to me.
That wasn't my question. My question was this, was if the police had not been told by people associated with your family that you were the shooter that night, were you ever going to turn yourself in?
I was always gonna, that was, the goal to turn myself in. But
So
I just needed legal
if they had
representation.
never identified you as the shooter, your goal was to come in and be like, yep, I'm that unknown person that shot Jason Clare. Is that what you're telling us?
With legal representation.
Okay. But only after you got rid of the gun.
Is that a question?
Yeah.
Can you repeat it?
It was only after you were going to get rid of the gun. Isn't that correct?
It was only, that's a statement.
Were you, yes, answer the question, sir. You were going to turn yourself in, but only after you got rid of the gun, correct?
No, that's not true. I only did that so that
Thank
it
you very
wouldn't be
much,
on
sir.
my person.
Thank you. Oh, because you didn't want it on your person, right? You didn't want the weapon that killed Jason Clearman and could definitively connect you to this incident to be caught on you. Isn't that correct?
I just reacted to protect myself from being harmed.
Nothing else, thank you.
Need to make a record of a few things and would like a 5-minute break.
Say that again.
Need to place some things on the record. Ask for a break.
Well, I'm not sure what needs to go on the record. We can potentially discuss that. I'll take a short break for the jury, 10 minutes. All my bailiffs out, please. Jury's out. Brief recess. Off the record.
All right, WTD, break it down for us. So you have the most legal background here. So break it down for everybody that's watching, kind of what's going on. I've definitely noticed that when, like I put in the comment section here, anytime they say the word homicide or murder, that's when he just keeps repeating that same phrase, about protecting himself. I think that's very smart. That's very clever. That he's doing that because he's trying to get rid of the narrative of murder. Which part? I mean, I guess all of it, kind of. Like, what are you observing in this questioning? Like, why does he keep asking? Can you repeat that? Challenging statements versus questions. Why he's saying certain things. And for those of you that are not from Milwaukee, so I went out the other day, and I actually, because I live very close to where this happened, I actually filmed the area, and there's kind of a longer like live stream, but I did kind of edit it down. I shortened the video, so that's actually up on the channel. Maybe if you guys stick around after this, I'll play it for you guys. Otherwise, you check it out in your own free time. But yeah, I filmed that area to kind of give everybody that's kind of watching this trial kind of perspective and depth of the area. One thing I had noticed, obviously we've seen the video of him riding the bike and the car comes up behind him, all this. One thing that I had noticed just from watching that video is that area looks like it's fairly large. Being familiar with the area, it, in comparison to real life, that area is not as big as it looks. So I went and just kind of did a live stream with the viewers, kind of walking them through that whole area. And then two of the witnesses that were down the street, the restaurant employees that came out for a cigarette break and saw this, I walked over there and kind of filmed from that location towards this stairwell, so that you guys can kind of get a perspective of how fucking far that was. So if you guys are interested in that. So for those of you that were watching earlier, again, I had a private matter I had to take care of this morning. This feed we didn't have access to, so I could start the stream originally. So I had to film some of Court TV. So sorry if that was not the best, because I know they like to talk. But yeah, as soon as I got home, I was able to pull up this feed so we could do this right without all that chit chat in the background. And so yeah, and once again, for those of you that are new to the platform, welcome. Thanks for tuning in. Glad you found a community here that you can watch the trial kind of uninterrupted and without a lot of chit chat while there's testimony and things going on. So once again, I'm an investigative journalist here in Wisconsin. I'm located in southeast Wisconsin, and there's a lot of different things that I investigate different police departments, some officer involved shootings, things like that. I do live stream from time to time. I've live streamed a lot of protests. We kind of cover a lot of civil rights issues. Just recently started kind of streaming these court cases that are related to some of the different protests that I've been out filming. So we're kind of transitioning into that gear. Article wise, you can go on the website Never.Stop.Voices.com. There's tons of articles on there. There's some personal experiences I write about, but then things that this company has exposed when it comes to legitimate police corruption. We've written about Kenosha quite a bit, kind of giving way more detail, right? So anybody that watched things that happened in Kenosha, you're viewing it from a live stream or you're watching garbage mainstream media. And, and then obviously you have the whole Rittenhouse thing. So because I'm from Kenosha, I had a million questions about what truly happened throughout the entire, just over a week long unrest that was going on out there. So I write a lot about that, file open records requests. So like when you see me putting up, contribution style links and things, for those that donate monetarily, that stuff goes towards payment towards open records requests, and then obviously, gear and time and doing all of this and transportation, kind of maintaining the ability to do this. But a big majority goes towards paying for open records requests so that we can get that information out to the public for whatever topic that we're covering or whatever article that we're trying to put out, whatever investigation we're currently working on. So that's kind of what that's about. Again, the platform does have a lot of Kenosha stuff on there. Like I said, because I was out there, I was on the street, kind of give you guys some perspective. I was on the street when Rittenhouse opened fire. I wasn't far away from him. So yeah, that whole thing is pretty close to me. So just kind of giving an understanding. There's a lot of rhetoric that has gone around social media, mainstream media, and we've got hundreds of videos on the platform. There's body cam videos from the different law enforcement agencies that were out there. You see inside of the Bearcat, the Bearcats and MRATs that were out there. Those videos are up. Camera footage from the courthouse, that we have those footages up there. And then even during the trial for Rittenhouse, we've put up Sallyport videos where he was entering and exiting. And we just try to give like a full perspective so that everyone can see everything that was happening. We've got, their interviews up there. Kyle's, Dominic Black, Wendy and the sisters are on there. That whole fiasco at Pudgy's Pub with the Proud Boys and all of that. One thing that mainstream media kind of really put out there was it was like this giant celebration. And, here at Never Stop Media, we ended up getting the footage from that bar. And, while it is very long, and we do that intentionally, we put out the full videos, not these narrative filling clips, so that people can, choose to watch it or not. But you get the full perspective. That type of stuff is up there. Again, I said this a little bit earlier. A lot of people will accuse me of being on the left or a liberal. I am not. I am protest friendly. I am movement friendly. But at the same time, I do have fucking common sense. I wasn't always on that side. I was on the side of the right when all of this started. I did essentially switch sides. But yeah, there's Well, you know, we have other journalists that I'm friends with, where we look into again, like civil rights issues, privacy issues, with these different law enforcement agencies or kind of government agencies like U.S. Marshals or the FBI, things like that. Kind of implementing these different technologies that are infringing on um, our rights as private citizens, which obviously affects all of us. Who gives a fuck what side you're on? So that's stuff that we do here too. Again, we bring some friends that investigate those things. We bring them on the platform. We have a video up with kind of a well-known, sort of prominent militia individual. It's a members only interview that we did. So if you guys want to subscribe, there's tons of content for members only. So I'm just kind of trying to give you guys a little bit of background. We do welcome everybody here, regardless of what side you're on. I personally don't give a shit. I just ask that you stay respectful. If you want to have discourse, again, whatever side you're on, if you want to have discourse on my platform, we absolutely welcome that. But if you start getting ignorant, you're name calling, if you're being blatantly racist, personal attacks towards me, personal attacks towards viewers, things like that, you just immediately get banned. I don't allow that type of stuff. We're pretty strict on here, but as long as everything's being handled respectfully, we allow that, and you guys, everyone's welcome here. So just keep that in mind. When you guys are posting comments and engaging with other people on here. So but yeah, that's a little bit of background on the platform. We're super transparent on the platform. I'm very transparent about myself, my life, my background, all of that. We got nothing to hide here, and we just try to build a nice little community here where we can all watch some stuff, engage with each other. There's times I go live and we show you guys some open records. Like one thing we've done, we got like witness statements from the Rittenhouse trial, things that you guys didn't hear from watching that trial. So we read off the actual witness statements, and there's a lot that contradict testimony from that trial, things like that. There's some open records that we've shown on the streams with different types of things I'm working on, and things like that. So we got some great videos and some great articles in the works that are going to be coming out. Some revolving around Kenosha. I think the last two articles that we just released, there's a lot of rhetoric going around about how many law enforcement and National Guard were there or lack thereof, and that seems to be a bit of a lot of miscommunication about police being outnumbered and all of this. So there's an article that's up there that really kind of describes.
Everybody in the gallery needs to be quiet, please.
How much actual law enforcement
was? The jury's not in the courtroom.
How much law enforcement was actually
there are a couple sidebars. Let's make this brief so we can get the testimony done with this witness. Then I want to discuss scheduling. Mr. Ahmad.
At this time, defense is moving for a mistrial on the grounds that there was a discussion of his open pending cases. We don't believe that the door was opened to that specifically to mention that was a criminal case. I understand what the state's argument was that he has other attorneys and that they potentially could have assisted him in turning himself in. And I think that should have been where it ended. But then to start talking about the criminal cases, that it's Waukesha, that, there's been some testimony in this case so far that he was also on bail. One of the officers did mention bail. I think maybe it was alluded to some level here in the testimony. I think given the current circumstances and the climate, all of that would be grounds for a mistrial. So I want to make a record of that at this time.
Mr. Hubner?
First of all, Your Honor, the court had already ruled previously during numerous final pretrial motions that the state would be able to bring in the fact that the defendant had 2 court dates that he missed because it went to consciousness of guilt. The fact
That's correct. That ruling was made at multiple pretrial hearings. Yes.
the fact that the defendant had court dates was going to be admissible. That was going to be the intent of really all my questioning until the defendant then decided to make a big deal out of the fact that he remained out of the state trying to get legal representation. My point was, well, he had 2 lawyers. Had he just acknowledged that and that he could have called them and didn't, I would have been done. But the defendant kept acting as though he didn't know who they were or that he had lawyers, and then even went so far as to say he didn't even think they were criminal defense lawyers. I would note that every single one of the steps along the way that the state took was only after the court in chambers told the state they could. In fact, the court, quite frankly, I think I could have even gone further. I didn't mention the charges. I didn't mention whether or not they were felony or misdemeanor. I didn't mention that there was a gun in one of them and that the other was domestic violence. I stayed away from all of those. I tried to get through that portion of it as quickly as I could. And I just couldn't, based on the sheer evasiveness of the defendant's answers.
Right. I mean, the defendant testified repeatedly, and I'll leave the assessment of his veracity to the jury, but he testified repeatedly, at least the state would argue, feigning ignorance of having other matters pending or proceeding. Then he, on more than one occasion, again, maybe accurately, maybe he was feigning ignorance, he, knowing that he had attorneys on those matters, said, well, I didn't know that they were criminal matters. We discussed it off the record, and as I said, on the record in less than a sentence, yes, I believe then and still believe that the defendant opened the door to additional examination. Arguably, again, the determination of the veracity will be part of the calculation and reviewing the evidence, the testimony, the witnesses for the jury, but arguably the defendant was clearly lying and or feigning ignorance. As the state noted, I think the state could have potentially went further. They didn't. It's probably fine that the state did not go any further. But as part of my analysis, the defendant sat on the stand and said repeatedly, effectively, I don't have an attorney, I didn't know I had attorneys, and then even went as far as to say he didn't know he had criminal defense attorneys. As I said off the record, that's hard to believe when someone had at the time a pending misdemeanor with 6 counts that involved allegedly a weapon. And he had a separate domestic violence case, one of them at a misdemeanor level, but with 5 or 6 counts, based on what the state's told me. The second one, a felony level case. For the defendant to continue to at least potentially evade or feign ignorance on that, he opened the door to expanded examination by the state. It was valid, it was legitimate, the motion for mistrial is denied. Now, I'd like to discuss scheduling. Gentlemen, I've been telling both sides for the last 2 days, it may have actually started on Friday, that we need to move things along. I told the jury last week we'd be done by Monday. It became apparent probably last Thursday or Friday morning that Monday was not a reasonable goal. But here we sit at 2:50 on Tuesday. So we need to move the case along. I have encouraged both sides to move it along multiple times. I've not cut off questioning, at least not in the broad scope of questioning. But the jury will come back in, we'll conclude with this witness. Is this the defense's last witness or not?
There's just Dr. John Black, which should be concluded today.
And is the state planning any rebuttal? I guess I don't need a final answer now, but I'd like some inclination, please.
I'm inclined to, but it wouldn't be long even if we did.
Would not be long, is that what you said?
Yeah, Your Honor, it's the only rebuttal
Can
testimony.
you use the mic again, please?
I'm sorry, I keep doing that thing. Judge, the only potential rebuttal testimony that I might have would be 2 to 3 opinion witnesses. They're simply the character witnesses that I previously noticed. You know, since it's opinion testimony, there's really not too much I can get into other than their opinion as to the victim, whether or not, you know, he would say certain things. It would be fairly quickly, I think, if I did it. And I can't see more than 5-10 minutes of witness. We've got 3 of them. They're already here. They're already lined up.
All right, bringing the jury in, the defense can do redirect, and the state can do recross. Then I'll send the jury out. The defendant can obviously be off the stand and back at counsel table. Then I'll expect the defense's last witness. I expect to be done with at least that testimony of the defense case by the end of the day. That's 2 hours. That should be plenty of time. Let's proceed. I'll have the jury brought in. The gallery can please again be seated. Silent, please. All right, jury's back. Go ahead, counsel.
Mr. Edgecomb, are you nervous at this point?
Very. Yes, very.
Okay. And why are you nervous right now?
Due to the circumstances at hand, like my whole life is, pretty much on the line right now.
Now, Mr. Edgecomb, have you ever been, questioned, in a proceeding, in a trial before?
No.
So this is new to you?
Yes.
Mr. Edgecomb, do you recall ever being diagnosed with ADD?
Yes, as a child.
And can you explain to the members of the jury, how you kind of prepare yourself as far as, answering questions and kind of dealing with, matters so that you're somewhat comfortable?
I pray a lot. And yeah, mostly just through prayer and, trust in God.
Now, does Attorney Huebner make you nervous at all as far as the way in which you were questioned previously?
More than nervous.
All right. Now, Mr. Edgecomb, how do you feel when the word homicide is used, when you're asked a question regarding involvement in a homicide? How do you feel about that question?
Your Honor, to the relevance of his feelings over the word homicide.
All right, his feelings as to the term is not relevant. Sustained.
Is there any way a question is asked of you that makes you feel a certain way about what occurred on September 22nd of 2020?
Objection, Your Honor,
Yes.
as to his feelings due to questions. I don't see how that's relevant.
He's saying it's not relevant. His feelings are not relevant about direct or cross-examination. Let's move on. The last answer is stricken.
Mr. Edgecomb, you were asked on cross-examination about why didn't you go to a police station? You recall that?
Yes.
Can you explain your state of mind after, using what you call, self-defense against Mr. Clearman and going down the stairs? What was on your mind at that particular time?
I was in shock. I couldn't believe what had just taken place.
Now, you were asked as far as, your route going home. Were you thinking about being efficient as far as saving time at the time that you left the scene on September 22nd of 2020?
No, I wasn't really thinking like in those aspects. I was just in shock. I really wasn't. I was still trying to get away from, the whole situation.
Now, you indicated on direct that you had fear, and one of those fears were because you killed a white man. Is that right?
Yes.
And how does that relate to your, if you will, your eagerness to go to a police station after such an occurrence?
That's like it's like one of the last, like at that moment, it's like it wasn't on my mind because I was in fear of, even the police, even if they would believe, what had occurred.
And did that fear of going to the police remain for the entirety of almost 6 months?
Yes. It did so, even upon, being, when the Kentucky trooper pulled me over, like I was even in fear then. They had me on the side of the road by a ditch. They wouldn't even let me stand in front of their cameras. I had in front of their vehicles where they had a dash cam. I had my hands up the whole time, and all 4 officers were like, "Hey, you can put your hands down," but I was in fear of what they might do, and then, in the situation, and, just figuring out, the dynamics of, the situation that had occurred on September 22nd, if they, were to, figure that out. And I didn't want to go into their custody involuntarily. No one knew where I was, and there was no guarantee like I would make it back, even in their custody safely.
Now, Mr. Edgecomb, on cross, the state brought up 2 other lawyers that you had regarding other matters, correct?
Yes.
Now, you testified on direct examination that between you calling and Ruby Mazel calling, that you were quoted a certain amount of money to retain a lawyer, correct?
Yes.
What was that amount again?
They were in ranges from $50,000 to $140,000.
All right. And did you have $50,000 to $140,000 at the time?
No.
Is that the reason why you had your family set up a GoFundMe on your behalf?
Yes.
Now, in the cases that the state brought up, were those attorneys assigned to you by the court?
They were public defenders. So public defenders.
So you didn't pay any money when you received a public defender, correct?
No.
Now, Mr. Edgecomb, in your mind, is there a distinction from a public defender and, let's say, a local criminal defense attorney?
Yes.
Can you explain to the members of the jury how you perceive the difference between a public defender and a local criminal defense attorney?
As far as a public defender, they don't fight as hard for you, especially being a Black person. Like, they don't put in efficient work ethic to help you as far as in matters that are being handled in courts. They tend to not even know who you are upon seeing them. And even going to court, they got to figure out who you are and what your case is. Whereas what I've known, like, if you're paying for a lawyer, they would know who you are instantly and with great ethic in your matters that were at hand. And also too, I was in the understanding that different matters require different lawyers. So in these matters, and in the matters that were discussed previously, and in these matters that we're dealing with today, thought it's different, degrees and matters that they handle as far as, from like a public defender or like a paid attorney.
Now, Mr. Edgecomb, the state, they asked a question of you on cross, and they indicated that you said that I can't let them get away, and then you punched them, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, Mr. Edgecomb, you stated that you were a bit infuriated at that time, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Edgecomb, did you have the firearm on your person at that time that you punched Mr. Clearman?
Yes.
Well, you had a firearm with 17 shots in it, correct? That's what you testified on direct, right?
Yes.
Why did you not shoot Mr. Clearman instead of punching him at that particular moment?
I never intended to hurt or harm anyone. That was never like the goal of mine as far as, even, killing or shooting, anything of that matter. So.
And is it true that the only reason why you pulled the trigger is because of self-defense at a time that Mr. Clearman lunged towards you with what you believe to be an object in his hand?
It was reactionary to him lunging towards me. Yes, the gun just went off. I didn't even, put any thought as to, the gun going off. It wasn't like intended. It was reactionary.
So it was reactionary based off a threat that you perceived at that moment, correct?
Yes, being told I'm gonna kill you.
And did those words, "I'm going to kill you," cause you to believe that you needed to defend yourself at that time?
Yes.
One second, please. Now, Mr. Edgecomb, you keep indicating that you needed to protect yourself against Mr. Clearman at a very specific time, correct?
Yes.
And can you explain to the members of the jury all those factors that went into your mind at that particular time that you needed to, pull out the weapon, aim it at Mr. Clearman at a specific time, and, respond as you recall, a reflex or whatever you describe it as, but pulling the trigger at that time? What are those factors?
Me telling him to stop, just to, hey, like, stop, don't come any closer, to see if he would, just be deterred from, even wanting to, pursuing me. Um, yes, even the threats that were behind. Can you repeat that question too again?
Honestly, I kind of got it myself. But basically, it's just going into the factors that you realized at that very specific moment, the threats that you realized at the time you felt the need to defend yourself.
Yes, the threats behind him being direct in front of me, imminent threat, and him even startling.
Now, Mr. Edgecomb, have you ever had any experience as it relates to weapons training before?
Yes.
And can you explain to the members of the jury what was the training that you received?
In CCW training courses, and also too being working formally in security.
Now, is it, you keep using this term, imminent threat. Is that where you learned that word from? Is that training that you received?
Yes.
Now, can you explain a little bit about the security work that you've done prior in life?
Yes, it was working. I worked side by side with Border Patrol and Coast Guard doing maritime security on various docks. And also too with Ally Barton here at the train station, and also too in Florida.
One second. Now, just for the jurors' edification, if you could explain, what is an imminent threat to you, Mr. Edgecomb?
Direct person, like close to you, in close proximity of your person, almost invading like your personal space, imminent, direct, clear.
And Mr. Edgecomb, can you explain any emotions or bodily responses that you had to the threat that you perceived on September 22nd?
Yes, I was in fear, like borderline shaking because of, just previously about to get hit. Well, getting hit, and then also too being about to directly get hit, and in which I, ran from and was able to get away from them, directly trying to hit me, deliberately trying to hit me.
Did you have any other bodily experiences that you noticed as a result of that threat?
Just fear and shaking, like, and
Okay. All right, no more questions for you.
Fine, state.
You had weapons training?
Yes.
They teach you how to shoot?
No.
Did you have a weapon during this weapons training?
Yes. They don't, like, in the training classes, they don't, like, we don't shoot in the class, we go to like a firing range.
So you've been to a firing range to shoot, right?
Yes.
And you realize, and you've been trained on how to hit your target, right?
Yes.
Nothing else. Thank you.
All right, I'm sending the jury out. We're done with this witness. I think we're going to have one additional witness. Please take a break, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, then we'll be back with what I expect to be the last witness. You can step out. Everybody else in the gallery remain seated and silent, please.
All right, so let's take a poll. Put
All
a
right, very brief recess. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. We'll move the defendant. I'm on this defense last witness ready to go. Short recess off the record.
Put a 1 in the comment section if you think it was self-defense, or put a 2 in the comment section if you think he's guilty of intentional homicide. Let's do this while we're waiting. Set up my stuff here. This is crazy. I figure it's going to be super chill, so it'll allow us to kind of walk through and not really be fucking disturbed. But a lot of cute little shop. After I signed out, I went right to bed. A few Okay, so this is the intersection, Bolton and Brady. Right, so they're coming down here. Okay, now there is this here. Okay, we're still right at the corner, so there is a walkway that does lead down. All right, now he may not have thought that he was being pursued, so he doesn't necessarily need to go this way. He needs to continue on, straight down fucking Holton. but this is, you know, potentially an alternate route. So now, obviously, at the time that I filmed this, I didn't know anything that, you know, he testifies to, but apparently he did come up. It sounds like he came up this ramp when he was coming on to Brady. So I'm not entirely sure when he was riding down Brady why he didn't come back down this ramp and he turns right on Holton. That actually kind of confuses me now. You know, not listening to what he's saying. It's something, I don't know, that kind of bothered me. All right, there we go. All right, so potentially an alternate route, but he may not have thought he was being pursued. So then he comes. Now he's on the street at this point. Okay. Now just up ahead, we've got a median. We just wait till these cars get out of the way, step in the street. Okay, so I'm in the bike lane currently, and then you've got a median that does, you know, start to have a pretty serious fucking incline on it. Okay, so he, you know, he dips off onto the sidewalk here. He jumps the curb. Okay. Now, if he passes the stairwell and continues on, you know, essentially boxed in on this walkway. Okay. But he chooses to come onto the stairwell. So that's what this is what you're looking at stairwell wise. Okay, and then these are the stairs. So it is, you know, it's pretty steep. Trying to carry a bike in a hurry, I don't know if I would want to do that. Not in a hurry. I mean, it's definitely obviously possible to carry a bike up and down, but you know, in a hurry. What's the chance he stopped because he was intending on going down the stairs when the ruckus came up behind? I mean, maybe, right? You know, to me, it looks like when he pulls up on the sidewalk over here, right? And this is just my opinion. You know, he kind of stops and turns around and, you know, that door's opening and he's kind of like not necessarily on that bike. Not really in like a, let's start pedaling, get the fuck out of here, you know? But yeah, I mean, there is a pathway here. We'll just kind of walk over here so you guys can kind of see. So you do have the median, and then there is this big giant fence. So he is kind of blocked in, and this goes all the way down, right? Fucking people looking at me is so funny. So yeah, I'll walk it again so you guys can kind of see. So, you know, he's at that light. Okay. He's in the bike lane, which is right here. He's coming across, riding up the bike lane. That car comes up behind him. He ends up jumping the curb right up here because otherwise he's stuck by this median and he's not going to be able to get on the sidewalk and out of the street. So if he feels, you know, that this car may hit him or something, you know, being stuck on this side, you know, again with this, let me get in the street here, again with this median, you know, it's a good couple of feet tall. And then, you know, I don't know if you can gauge the opening here. Okay, so altercation happens. All right, what do you want, bro? Keep driving. Go away. I don't know why you're stopping. That was odd. All right, so then we'll walk the stairs because he ends up coming down here. So I'm obviously walking a little slow because it's snow and ice and shit, but you know, at the same time, imagine carrying a bike down here. Okay. So he comes out on the water street, like they had said. So this is water. This is a street that I walk a lot. It's not a very friendly area right there.
Succeed on the CFO exam with the industry's first exam simulator, Kaplan Swayzer's computer-based mock exam.
So here's the stairwell, okay?
It's 3:20. I'm bringing the jury in. The defense is last witness is taking the stand. I'll bring the jury in.
All right, we'll get back to that. One thing I do want to say, make sure you guys are being respectful. There's already a comment that's not being shown. We do ban people on this platform. So it's great having differing viewpoints and all of that, but let's not get ignorant with the name calling. Yeah, this guy testified in the Rittenhouse case.
All right, jury's coming in.
It is interesting for me watching you guys debate this in the comment section where with the Rittenhouse case with Rosenbaum versus Rittenhouse, you guys are totally self-defense on that. And essentially a very similar situation, Clearman versus Edgecomb, and it's not self-defense.
All right, the jury's back. Ladies and gentlemen, in terms of scheduling, this is the defense's last witness. I expect this witness to be done in the next hour approximately, which means then, based on what I've been told, I will expect the defense to rest. If there's any rebuttal from the state has told me it's going to be very brief, 1 or 2 witnesses, 10 or 15 minutes. Now, I know when you hear estimates from me and the attorneys, they have a big kind of ish on them. You know, I say go up for 15 minutes and it's 20 minutes, or we say a witness will be short and then they're not exactly short. But this is the defense's last witness. After this witness, we'll discuss finishing and completing the case, including jury instructions and other matters. Sir, if you can stand and raise your right hand, please.
You solemnly swear the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Please be seated, state your full name, spell it first and last for the record.
John Black, John Black.
All
Go
right.
ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Dr. Black. Can you tell us briefly, what is your occupation?
I'm a consultant. I retired from police work after 23 years. I retired from the military after 30 plus years. The areas I consult in include anything from business strategy. I hold a doctorate in business intelligence, how people turn information using decisions, visual information, into actual action. That is also linked to, and it deals with how I work and consult in with police agencies and how they deal with anything ranging from use of force to leadership to training and similar.
Okay,
And similar? Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Black, where are you based out of?
I currently am based out of Central Oregon.
Okay, and you're joining us from there today?
Yes, sir.
You flew in to the Chicago or Milwaukee area?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that you have some experience in law enforcement. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
I believe you said 22 years?
Well, a little over 23 years, but yes.
23 years. And what sort of experience did you have when you used to work in law enforcement? What were your duties?
So I started out as a patrol officer. We had, and then went up through the normal ranks that you expect, corporal, sergeant. I also oversaw training. I was a training sergeant for many years. I then, in the agency I was at, I was a lieutenant. The agency that I was at, also in Oregon, had approximately 700 employees, and I did both work on the police side or patrol, as well as corrections. Throughout that time and the different positions that I had, I created the intelligence unit for the detectives. I oversaw, when I was in the detective division, I oversaw anything from homicide to sex crimes to fraud to you name it. When I was in the patrol division, I was an operations lieutenant. I oversaw all the normal things you would associate with patrol operations, respond to calls, staffing, budget, all those type of things, all the way up through. When I was in the support division, which housed training and everything else, I was also the head of professional standards. And professional standards is usually where the internal affairs review is. So I oversaw internal affairs. I was a internal affairs sergeant, which was an investigator level. And then eventually I was the person that oversaw all of internal affairs as well. I helped write policy. I created a use of force database. There was just a myriad of functions. I sat as a representative on the Human Rights Council, oversaw the mobile response team. I was a negotiator for many years. I mean, there was a bunch.
All right, well, that is quite an extensive resume. I want to talk specifically about, in your experience in law enforcement, did you utilize or were you familiar with videographic or video evidence?
We basically used it daily. If you think about it, a robbery comes in and we have maybe some traffic cam or some other type of video evidence or cell phone evidence or cameras from an ATM. As a patrol officer, we use video evidence for eyewitness lineups or something similar to that. Regardless, it is a form of evidence and it was used. I can't think of a time when it wasn't. In corrections, I would take a look at use of force complaints, for example, or something similar. And if you notice, like you see in here, in public safety facilities, we have cameras, and so there would be video evidence, and you would review that video evidence. But
Okay. And just to stop you right there, Doctor, you also mentioned that you had some military experience. Is that correct?
yes, sir.
And in your role at the military, can you tell us what sort of video or videographic evidence you had experience with while you were in the military?
I hold a lot of what they call military occupational specialties. One of those specialties I hold is a special operations specialty, which is known as intelligence and
If you could speak up.
Speak up, please. Understood. Is a special operations specialty known as intelligence. In intelligence and operations, you commonly look at different forms of intelligence, which could include things like imagery intelligence, electronic intelligence, human intelligence. I was an intelligence officer. We routinely used video or videographic surveillance, satellite imagery, whatever, as a form of intelligence.
Okay, so just to sum that up, you used video and video evidence or surveillance as a form of intelligence to do your work in the military.
That would be fair.
Okay. Now, in this case, you were retained by the defense to educate the jury as to video evidence generally. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, without getting into the specifics of the actual facts of this case or the actual video in this case, I just wanted to discuss some of the concepts that come into play when there is video evidence. So, can you tell us just basically, and I'm sure this is an obvious question or an answer, but what is the difference between, video that we're seeing versus what we see with our eyes in the real world?
Okay, so this answer also comes from I'm certified in video evidence at what's called an examiner and a metrological level in how you process and use video evidence. And one of the things you learn during these certifications, and you learn with the experience I just described, is that the video itself is very good. It has great use in looking at the objective parts of the world. We can see things move on it. We can see cars and people and other things that we would normally see in an investigation. And so we'll simply call that the physical aspect of the world. Distances, times. There's certain limitations to this. Those limitations are, well, what's the angle that the video is looking at? Is it the same angle that a human might look at? How high is the video? How far is it away? What's the video camera doing? Is it enhancing the light? Take an example. When you look through your cell phone, for example, and you see something, and when you look through your cell phone, it looks straight, like a road edge or something else. But your cell phone has a fisheye lens on it. It's not seeing it that way. There's an algorithm in there that makes it straight, which is why you can see something close and see something far away. So while it has great value, it's very, very good at the objective world, all of this stuff that we're looking at here, but it's very limited to the degree of not being able to talk about or display to you the subjective world, what we feel, what we were thinking, how we were deciding, all of those different types of things.
Okay, and fair to say that video is a two-dimensional sort of depiction of a three-dimensional reality.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you explained some of the differences that there are in perception, and I think you were saying that video or video surveillance, videographic evidence, that sort of stuff is objective. So when you say it's objective, what were some of the things that fall in that category?
Okay, so for example, if there was a piece of video that, as a consultant that I was looking at, what could I be able to determine from that? Well, I could probably take a look at frame rate, or frames per second. You've seen that on probably your cell phones or anything else. I know how fast it's going, how fast it's recording. I can probably figure out the timestamp, like what time of day, if I trusted, these type of things. If I look into it deeper, I can figure out maybe what's been done to it. I can figure out what angle this thing is moving at, a person, a vehicle, these types of things. Those things that are occurring in physical space, what I refer to as the objective world, it does it very well. Secondarily to that, I can figure out what didn't happen. I don't see any of this occurring, or I don't see any of that occurring. It's very good for helping that out.
Okay, so when we see a video, in relation to what the actors, let's say there's some actors depicted in a video, and by actors I mean persons, does it necessarily show us, this may be obvious, does it necessarily show us their perspective?
It's incapable of doing that. I mean, that's the short answer. I mean, imagine the last video you took on your cell phone. And you took it of a child's party, of a pet doing something, whatever it might be. It will show you the actions of whatever it is that you're taking a video of. It cannot show you the emotions of that thing you're taking a video of. It can't tell you what it was thinking. It can't tell you when it was thinking whatever it was thinking. And it can't tell you what you were thinking when you were looking at it. In fact, if you post such a thing, you would then tell people, hey, this is what I'm thinking. It's cute or anything else. It simply doesn't have the capacity to do that.
Can you explain to us, let's say, from a first-person perspective, if I'm looking at something and I'm focusing on something with my own human eyes versus if I'm capturing something on camera, what is the difference, if any, between focus when it comes to video and the human eye?
This is primarily something that's speaking more towards, we'll call it attention. So again, let's use the same platform, the cell phone. Everybody's got a cell phone, and we're going to take a selfie. And how many of you have seen all of a sudden there's something in that selfie that you never expected to be there? Well, why is that? Where was your attention focused when you were taking the selfie? It was focused on you. All that other stuff in the periphery shows up after you look at it in hindsight, after you look at it after the fact. Now, it doesn't mean anything's wrong, it doesn't mean anything's right, it's not a judgment call. It means that simply was where your attention was focused. The camera's different. The camera, sometimes they use a term, it's called the all-seeing eye. A camera, when it looks at everything in its field of view, and everything you see from that upper left corner down to the bottom over here, everything is in focus. And you get to choose when you're looking at the recording after the fact, which thing you're going to look at. And you're also looking at it knowing, for the most part, what has already occurred. You know where to look. You know what you're looking for. You don't have that advantage if you're on the front end of it.
Okay, now, can you give us an example of selective attention?
Yeah, so I'm from Central Oregon. I drive in the snow. You guys drive in more snow than I do, so we'll go back to the day before yesterday. If you were driving up here during the normal time I was to get here in the morning, you probably had to tap your brakes at least once or twice, and it probably didn't end up the way you exactly planned. Now, you will probably remember, and if it wasn't yesterday or morning or whatever, just some other time you drove in the snow around here, you will probably remember pushing down on that brake pedal. And you remember how hard you pushed on that brake pedal as your car was sliding towards something you really didn't want to hit. Can you tell me how many other cars went past you during that time? Can you tell me what the person was wearing that drove by you? The reason most likely you can't is because, in short, it didn't matter to you. All that mattered to you at that moment was the brake and the thing you're about to hit. In high-stress situations, in time-compressed situations, this is the reality. You remember that that's important. Your body does a very good job at taking care of itself in those types of situations, at paying attention to what matters.
Okay. Now, based on your expertise, are you familiar with the concept of hindsight bias?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell us just a little bit about that? What does that mean?
Biases in general are simply the way that our mind works, and we tend to lean one way or the other. They're not bad. Bias is not meant to be confused with the words like prejudice or anything else. Bias just means that sometimes we have a tendency, the human brain has a tendency, we have a tendency to do certain things. Another way, they're sort of like leanings. Hindsight bias is the idea that knowing how something has turned out, since we now can see it, we go backwards in time and say, well, it was obvious. It was obvious that this is what was going to happen. It was obvious. Well, the easiest way to understand that is, if it was so obvious, then why did the person do it? If it was that obvious, and not to be demeaning, the person wasn't an idiot, then why did they do this? Think about all your friends where you look backwards, you say it was obvious. The fact is, the reason is because you didn't know the future. When we're going backwards, and so back to what I do when I investigate, I review, I analyze, one of the biggest things we have to do as researchers and reviewers, whatever you want to call us, is guard ourselves knowing about hindsight bias. Because it's a human thing. No matter how much you do it, it's going to happen. You just have to be aware of it and guard against it.
So you have to actively take some measures, I guess, in your mind to guard against looking at things in hindsight. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, fair to say.
And what is outcome bias, if you know?
Outcome bias is very similar. So when something turns out an outcome that we don't, it's undesirable. It didn't turn out the way we planned, the way we wanted. It's unexpected. It loses a company $1 million, or it's a tragedy of some proportion. Someone makes a decision in a chemical plant or something. Because the outcome is undesirable, unexpected, tragic, whatever term you want to give it, we then have a tendency to judge everything that led us there as wrong, to be a poor quality. But the fact is, that's not a judgment of the decision. So one of the easiest examples I've had given to me, and I think it's a fair one, is Scully landing a plane on the Hudson River. What happens if everybody drowned? Would he have still made the right decision? That's an example of judging by the outcome. You could have a tragic outcome with a sound decision. You could also have a perfectly desirable outcome with actually a poor decision. The trick is, especially in what I do, is to be looking at the decision, and we have to guard judging it by the outcome.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Ross.
So I don't have that many questions for you. But you had talked about how video can't capture necessarily the perspectives of the people that are in them. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I believe you even said it's impossible basically to do so.
Yes, sir.
Especially if we're talking about cameras, that aren't like the phone you were using but like security cameras, the ones we see here, they're not going to have my perspective or your perspective, right?
Absolutely correct.
And so therefore, if someone is, describing an incident and it's not, doesn't, show everything, or they don't describe everything that we see in the video, it doesn't mean they're lying, right?
No, sir, it doesn't.
Could just be their perspective was different.
Absolutely correct.
It could mean that certain things stuck out in their mind more than other things.
Yes, sir.
So when a person is describing what they saw, it doesn't really make much sense then to put on a video and go, well, you said this, but the video shows this, right?
And that's very broad and vague.
I'll withdraw the question.
Fine, it's withdrawn, you can rephrase.
Let's go to this. Basically, just because someone possibly doesn't remember exactly what we see in a video, it doesn't mean they're lying, does it?
It does not.
Could just mean their perspective is different.
Also correct.
It could mean they just didn't see that one moment in time.
Also another possibility.
Could have looked away.
Yes, sir.
So the video is good for what it can do, and witnesses can tell us what they saw. Right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Defense, anything?
Just very briefly. But as we talked about on direct, there are some things that objectively just are true that you can determine from video. Is that correct?
The physical aspects of usually such things as a scene or distance or anything else, video is very good at determining that.
Okay. And there may be instances where some objective facts have nothing to do with point of view or perception. As in, let me rephrase that, as someone's perspective or perception may not necessarily have anything to do with whether something occurred.
Could you rephrase? I'm really not sure I'm understanding the question.
I understand.
Dr. Black, I think the witness is confused, I'm confused, let's rephrase.
So we were, I know it's getting late, Judge, but thank you very much. So my question is this. So we established that in videos, there are things that objectively occur. And is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay, and then we also established that subjectively there are beliefs that people have, or there's perspectives that they have based on where they are or what they're focusing on. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Okay, now you can have a situation where there's no way that that perspective or that person who has that perspective can deny what occurred objectively and be telling the truth.
You can have that situation with equal merit. You could also have the situation that posed by the state, which is they could also be, their perspective could not comport or match reality. That doesn't mean that they were necessarily intentionally deceptive in any way, shape, or form. They can coexist. Conversely, what you just put forth could also exist. They could be potentially intentionally they could be lying. And that's the reason it doesn't comport with reality. But the fact is, there's a saying, is you can still be honest and not accurate. And we have to take that into account when we review these type of events.
Okay. And what sort of are there any factors that can help people determine the difference between, accuracy and honesty?
Objection, Your Honor. That's outside the scope of.
I'll withdraw the question. No further questions.
It's outside the scope, it's withdrawn.
I have nothing else. Thank you.
All right, you can step down, doctor, thank you. Defense have any additional witnesses?
No, Your Honor, the defense rests.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna send you out. It's 3:50. You'll be back in 5 or 10 minutes, probably 10. We'll discuss how we're proceeding for the next hour and tomorrow morning. So if you can follow my bailiff out, please. Back shortly. Leave your notepads where they are, please. All right, the jury's out. The defense rested. Is the state planning any rebuttal?
Your Honor, can I have 2 minutes to think it out? That's all I need. Just 2 minutes.
All right, so we'll let that pause real quick. We'll just come back to this video. My other question is whether or not the median is new. How did the car pull onto the street? Median cuts against him because it shields him from the car. The median is not new. It's been there for forever. So he's, he's standing right here. Let's try to get his perspective a little bit, right? So he's standing right here, and Clearman walks up and essentially boxes him in. And as he's coming up, this is where he gets shot. Now, I'm going to be honest with you, looking at it from this vantage point, see, you guys are watching this from the video in court, and, this is one thing that I noticed last night when I was just standing here, like, just from this vantage point. The video in court makes this area look gigantic. Like, there is tons and tons of room. Tons of room. And, like, I mean, there's not a lot of room in this area. I mean, from sidewalk, I mean, just picture a sidewalk, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of my feet is the width of the sidewalk, typical sidewalk, right? But it's really not like a lot of like room from where that median starts to this boxed in area. He can't go left. He's going to have to jump over the fence and jump, down there. That's obviously, I don't know, that's a good 10 feet plus, right? And then to his right, he's got a steep stairwell. He's already in here, so trying to come back out to turn this way, he's going to run directly into Clearman. It's just not a lot of room. I don't know. Well, yeah, he went down the stairs, but the problem is, bro, he's got a bike. It's not like it's one thing if I'm just standing here with nothing, right? And then, yeah, of course, here's an alternate, continue to flee the situation. But this dude's got a bike in his hand. I'm telling you. Now, there is another section of the city. I mentioned this last night. I have walked upstairs like this with a bike, okay? But I'm not in any type of hurry. I'm not panicked. I'm not fleeing for my safety. You know what I'm walking a bike up the stairs at my own leisurely pace. But I'm telling you right now, if I had to carry my bike in a hurry down these stairs, I'm falling. So here's from, see if we can get it from a good vantage point here. So I'm personally standing on the third stair down, and the monopod is on the second stair. Yeah, I agree, WTD, for sure. It's honestly, it's not a lot of space. It's really not. There's very, very little time from that road. He's up here. He's kind of like, he's sitting on the bike, like looking back, like what the fuck kind of thing. That's how I'm taking it, right? Again, this is just my opinion from, you guys like watching the video, same as me. I don't know anything other than what you guys know, right? But staring at this street, he's kind of sitting on the bike, like, what's this guy doing? He's getting out of the car. He moves back in here, like, what do I do? What do I do? And there's a stairwell. There's no room. This dude's fucked. We'll look at it from this angle here. So that's kind of the vantage point there. And this is the actual scene, just so you guys are aware. Like, I live here. I live right down the street from where this actually happened. So this is the actual area. So I just wanted to film to kind of give you guys like just kind of a different reference point. Kind of bothered me from the video they show in court. It looks like it's a big area. He's got plenty of room to, continue to, what's the like legal verbiage to retreat, to continue to retreat. It's just kind of a fucked up spot. And then the other thing that I had noticed when I had come out here the night before I filmed this. So this spot right here, this is where the two witnesses.
Back on the record in Edgecomb, silence in the gallery, please.
All right, I'll play this after.
Rebuttal.
We'll play this after,
No.
guys.
Good. I was hoping that was the answer. I'm going to bring the jury in. I'm going to tell them that both sides arrested. We can discuss outside their presence. I will discharge them. We can discuss jury instructions. The plan will be this. We're going to discuss jury instructions. The state has drafted the instructions. I'm going to excuse the jury. I will tell them to be back tomorrow at 9. If there's any last minute things, we can deal with them between 8:30 and 9 tomorrow. I will read the closing instructions tomorrow after we agree on them. I think the state suggested 1 hour. The defense asked for an hour and a half. I will grant the defense request that was made off the record. Each side can have up to an hour and a half for closings, but that's a hard stop. Both sides should remember that sometimes less is more. Don't feel obligated to use every minute of the hour and a half. I will tell the jury, be back at 9 o'clock and ready to go. We can discuss jury instructions outside the presence. I will excuse them. I will obviously have all 13 come back tomorrow, though one of them will, of course, be excused. That's how we'll proceed. I'll bring them in. I'll excuse them with the regular instructions at the end of the day. I'll tell them to be back at 9 tomorrow for closing instructions and closings. You can bring them in, Deputy, please. Jury's coming in. Silence, please. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We'll start with this. If you can pass your notepads to my bailiff. The reason you're doing that is because the testimony is closed in this case. Neither side, the state nor the defense, will be presenting any additional witnesses or testimony. The evidence in this case is closed. That means that it's about 4 o'clock, I will excuse you today and ask that you're back tomorrow. If you can come back between 8:30 and 9, we will start promptly at 9 o'clock. I am, and the lawyers, all of us are not going to leave when you're excused. I have to discuss some things with them, including jury instructions. Tomorrow, when you're back, I will first read you the jury instructions in this case. At the start of the case, last week, I read you some instructions, relatively succinct. At the close of the case, meaning tomorrow morning, there will be additional instructions. Frankly, these instructions are a bit longer, but when you deliberate, eventually, obviously 12 of you deliberate, you will have a copy of the instructions that the lawyers and I have agreed on and that I've read to you. Obviously, the good news is you're getting a break a little early. I recognize that I, to a degree, underestimated the length of the trial, but clearly with the evidence closed, all that's left is basically closing arguments from both sides, and then the case will be submitted to 12 of you for deliberations. As you probably figured out by now, I mean, a trial, any trial, is fluid, it's dynamic. Sometimes witnesses take longer than you anticipate that they will. Sometimes lawyers have to discuss things with the court. There's all kinds of factors. As a sports fan, it's more like a baseball game where you go to a baseball game and know it's probably, I think they're too long, but probably going to be done around 3 hours. Some are done, if you're lucky, in 2.5 hours. Others drag on 3.5, 3:45, 4 hours. That's why I'm more of a college basketball fan. Starts at 7, done at 9, you're out. But a jury trial is more dynamic, more fluid. I apologize that I underestimated basically by a day in terms of the length of the trial. But the evidence is closed, the testimony is closed. So all that will happen tomorrow is jury instructions, which I will read, which will take about maybe 20 minutes, and then closing arguments from both sides. As you will recall, yesterday I brought in bagels. Today I brought in coffee. I'm running out of things to bring in, but I'll come up with something for tomorrow. I appreciate all of your efforts, your attentiveness to my observation. All of you have been very attentive. You've been back every day right on time. You've been back from lunch on time. It's appeared to me that all of you have been paying attention to the witnesses, the testimony, the evidence. I certainly appreciate that. The parties appreciate that. So you get to cut out a few minutes early today. While it's thankfully still light out, be back tomorrow, 8:30, 8:45, and we will try to start promptly at 9 o'clock. Any questions on the way out, let my bailiff or bailiffs know. Of course, by now you know the instructions. Don't discuss this case. Don't deliberate. Don't, whatever you do any research in this case. Don't view or read or watch any accounting of this case in the media or anywhere else. I trust you've been following my rules and requests for the last 6 days approximately. So I trust that you will continue to do that tonight. Have a good evening. We'll see you back tomorrow. Be back 8:30, 8:45, and we'll start promptly at 9. Everybody else can remain seated. Follow my bailiff out. Thanks, everybody. All right, jury's been excused. In terms of jury instructions, the state drafted them, I believe, submitted them to the court this morning. They include the basic instructions, instruction 100, 103 on evidence. There are a number of other sort of generic instructions, including burden of proof, exhibits, police reports, credibility of witnesses, remarks of the attorneys, arguments from the attorneys. The state submitted potential instructions on, I believe, first-degree intentional homicide. second-degree intentional homicide, and also first-degree reckless homicide and second-degree reckless homicide. Obviously, there's also the self-defense instruction as part of the instructions, which again they're fairly lengthy, but also somewhat straightforward. I think we should discuss lesser included for a minute. We'll start with the state first, Mr. Hubner.
Yes, Your Honor. Well, if the court believes that there is enough to warrant the self-defense instruction, then I do believe it is appropriate for the court to instruct as I have drafted these, which is, just so the court is aware, the standard jury instruction that goes from first-degree intentional down to second-degree reckless, and instructing the jury on how to evaluate.
You said second-degree reckless, you mean from first-degree intentional to second-degree intentional?
From first-degree intentional to second-degree reckless. No, it goes all the way through all of them.
Right.
Yeah, sorry.
Right.
So
in steps, the instruction goes through each four of those, yes.
And again, I would just indicate that I do believe that, as the court is aware, the case law is if a jury could convict of the lesser included and one of the parties requests it, the court shall instruct. The state has charged first-degree intentional. If the court does believe that there is enough for the self-defense instruction, and I want to return to that because I feel differently about it after the defendant's testimony than I did before.
And we can discuss that.
But if the court agrees that there is enough for the self-defense instruction as to the intentional use of force, which is what we're talking about here, it's what self-defense is, then the question as to a jury could potentially determine that the defendant actually believed but was not reasonable in his belief or was not reasonable in his use of force, and therefore second-degree intentional they could convict. They could also potentially determine that the defendant, when he shoots the victim in the face, was not intending, but was simply criminally reckless. And then the question becomes, does one shot to the face mean utter disregard for human life or not? And that is what would take us to first-degree and second-degree reckless homicide, respectively. In both of those situations, the jury is instructed to consider whether or not the defendant is acting lawfully in self-defense. So if the jury does not believe that he actually believed he was acting in self-defense, or that he didn't reasonably believe so, or that he reasonably didn't believe he was using the appropriate force, then he could be convicted of both, of either one of those, depending on their view of the utter disregard for human life as it relates to a shot to the face. And, then those would be appropriate. Honestly, Judge, where I have a question on this is the defendant's testimony is that the gun just goes off. He didn't actually state that he intentionally used force in this case. His testimony was he has the gun out, that the victim is lunging, potentially even for the gun, and that he steps back and it accidentally goes off. I asked him if it was an accident, and he said yes. I don't know how that's intentional use of force. Now, if the court views differently, and I can...
Let me just interrupt for a minute, and I'll hear from the defense. I was surprised by that testimony based on what was said at opening statements, based on what's been told to me by the defense on multiple occasions over the last number of months. The defendant testified that the gun just went off. Gentlemen, how is that self-defense?
The standard is whether some evidence has been entered into the case, and there certainly is more than enough for that. So number one, there was maybe one question about that. There was testimony from Mr. Edgecomb.
You can clarify, but your client said multiple times, the gun just went off. He said it to you or your side, the defense, on direct, and he said it on cross. He may have even said it again on redirect. That does not comport with what you indicated at opening statements. You may have to, it's up to you, clarify that at closing, but, and I'm not ruling yet, the state's raising a legitimate issue. The defendant did not say I was defending myself and thus shot Mr. Clearman in the head. He said the gun just went off repeatedly.
Talked about reacting in that moment. I think my interpretation of what he said was that I didn't intend to kill him, but I reacted. Now, intent to kill is different from just intending to shoot someone in that moment. Most people look at intent as premeditation. We know as lawyers under the law that intent can be formed that moment. You know, it's not a matter of time. It can be a split second. It can be a minutia, right, of a second. But most people confuse intent with premeditation. I think that's what our client was referring to there. There was lots of questions, and he did have a constant refrain throughout this that he was acting to protect himself. The evidence standard is some, which is the low bar, Judge. I understand what the state's argument is. There's an inconsistency here. That's something they can argue in closing, but there is some issue. If there's a dispute or those issues have to be reconciled, that's still not a bar to the actual self-defense instruction being put into issue, which it is under the some evidence standard.
State again, please.
Yeah, I don't have much to add. I would just simply note that self-defense instruction states that a person is privileged to intentionally use force against another for the purpose of preventing or terminating what he reasonably believes to be an unlawful interference with his person by another person. The defendant testified that he had the gun out, that it was pointed towards the ground, that when the victim lunged towards him, in his opinion, potentially for the gun, he steps back and the gun goes off. That's what he testified to them. That's what he testified to with me. And they tried to yeah, I understand his refrain. It was well rehearsed. He said it all the time. But still, when we got down to his intentional use of force, he kind of disavowed it. I understand that they're right. It's some evidence, and it can come from anywhere within the case. They can easily use evidence from the state's case and in the video. Maybe that's their argument, but at least I think it's.
You see, Judge, I think some evidence has been met. I also think there's a negligent as well. If the state's going to say, well, that's what he said, accident, I mean, then there's evidence for that instruction too. And the jury's going to have to consider 5 different homicide offenses as well as self-defense and let them figure it out.
No, they wouldn't, because you would take second-degree intentional homicide off the table, because that only applies with self-defense. And if you want to go from first, if you want to go from first,
Both sides need to use the microphone so that my co-reporter doesn't strangle one of you.
if he's just having the gun go off, negligent, defense counsel, I think, in terms of what the standard for reckless versus negligent, reckless conduct is criminally reckless conduct, and it is, and just so we're clear, is the type of conduct that the defendant knew could cause death or great bodily harm. Negligent is the sort of conduct that he should have known. So negligent doesn't come into play in this case if you have the self-defense. If you take the self-defense out, then yes, we potentially could go from first-degree intentional down to negligent. I think the evidence is fairly clear that he shot the man in the face with his arm extended, like 4 witnesses stated, but he is stating it didn't happen that way. So,
right, arguably, and Mr. Ahmad, you can comment, if there's evidence of self-defense, it came from multiple witnesses. Multiple witnesses testified to your client, put his arm up, pointed the gun at Mr. Clearman said, and discharged it. Within, based on the medical examiner's testimony, intermediate or short range, 2 to 3 feet. Your client, again, said it just went off, and he said that repeatedly. He never, other than, frankly, mouthing the words, never actually indicated that this was self-defense. While he was on the stand for an hour and a half at least, direct or cross, he didn't.
I believe there was some testimony he talks about, he raised his hand, he said, stop. He talked about a lunge. He did say he aimed, he pulled the trigger. I don't have a transcript of that, but it happened in a split second. And then.
Well, that may be, actually, he may have at one point in time on cross said, yes, I aimed and pulled the trigger. Now, that was not his position or narrative for an hour and a half, but I think, Mr. You can correct me if I'm wrong, at one point, he actually said, yes, I aimed and pulled the trigger.
I don't remember that. If the defense and the court remembers that testimony, then sure. Then I will defer to the court. I don't remember him ever describing aiming at the victim, but maybe I'm wrong.
I thought, as I recall, you asked something like you.
Oh, that was when we were talking about his weapons training, because I was shocked to find out that he apparently had learned to shoot at what he aimed for. So.
He was also asked on redirect as well.
Can I take it down?
I indicated that it was also asked on redirect as well, where Mr. Edgecomb indicates that, you know, when he was asked the question, what factors led him to determine that there was an imminent threat at the time that he picked up the gun, aimed it at Mr. Clearman, and pulled the trigger. And then he went on to describe those factors that was responsive to that observation. So he also indicated that intentional act at that very moment as well.
And Judge, I just have one thing to point out to the court regarding this issue of negligent and self-defense. There is a case on point, I believe. The case is State v. Carol D. Watkins.
So, please.
Sure, Judge. State of Wisconsin versus Carol D. Watkins, CARROLD. Watkins, and the citation. This is a Court of Appeals case filed July 11, 2002. And basically it appears, I'd like to just maybe process this, but I can send the authority to the court. It appears from my just initial review of this that the Court of Appeals found that those two concepts were not mutually exclusive from what I have here. I'll forward it to counsel, but maybe we can take up that issue finally tomorrow, just so we have enough time.
All right, we can table it for now. I expect both sides to discuss the matter. The other instructions all appear to be in order. Again, they're pretty much pro forma: exhibits, police reports, weight of evidence, credibility of witnesses, impeachment of a witness. I did not see the instruction on the defendant testifying. Oh, you're right, I see it.
I put it within the credibility in 300, assuming the defense wants it. I also have 327 and 325, which are both impeachment of witness and impeachment of defendant with the prior conviction, because I think Jose Perez had convictions. I would note.
Hang on, yes, in instruction 300, credibility of witnesses, it does have the paragraph, the defendant has testified in this case, et cetera. I presume the defense is requesting that, is that correct?
Yes, regarding the defendant testifying, yes.
And fine, then there's 325, impeachment of a witness with a prior conviction, because I think the state's correct, at least one other witness, I think one of the people working at the bar said he had a prior conviction or convictions. And then 327, impeachment of the defendant with a prior conviction.
That's a court feed, guys. That's not us. That was the court feed. That's not us. I don't know what happened there. Listen to this fucking ruckus. Give me a minute. I'm trying to see if there's another feed. I don't know why that went down like that.
Pro forma exhibits, police reports, weight of evidence, credibility of witnesses, impeachment of a witness. I did not see the instruction on the defendant testifying. Oh, you're right, I see it.
I put it within the credibility in 300, assuming the defense wants it. I also have 327 and 325, which are both impeachment of witness and impeachment of defendant with the prior conviction, because I think Jose Perez had convictions. I would note.
And yes, in instruction 300, credibility of witnesses, it does have the paragraph, the defendant has testified in this case, etc. I presume the defense is requesting that, is that correct?
Yes, regarding the defendant testifying, yes.
And fine, then there's 325, impeachment of a witness with a prior conviction, because I think the state's correct, at least one other witness, I think one of the people working at the bar said he had a prior conviction or convictions. And then 327, impeachment of the defendant with a prior conviction. I believe those are appropriate as well. It's my inclination right now, it's not a final decision, my inclination is to give the instructions as drafted, including the self-defense instruction, including first and second degree intentional homicide and first and second degree reckless homicide. It's not a final ruling, but that's my inclination. We're gonna break for there, it's almost 4:30. Back please at 8:30 so we can tie up any loose ends and I can instruct the jury at 9. We're in recess, thank you.
We are going to take this opportunity, court is adjourning, to take a quick break.
All right, so that's the end part that we missed there on the other feed. So they did add self-defense in there. So, all right, I'm just gonna play this one part here, and then I'm gonna end the stream. I may go live later on tonight. You know, we can have a little discussion about all this after kind of everybody processes what happened. So anyway, this part is from kind of a vantage point from two of the witnesses that said they were working at this establishment, came outside to have a cigarette, and so I kind of walked down here to film that. Now, one thing I'll kind of point out, like how Black was testifying where, you know, seeing something through the lens of a camera versus like your actual eyes. In my experience standing here, you know, I was kind of looking through the phone lens, but also, you know, with my own eyes looking at the area. And I mean, it's definitely different. It was probably a little bit harder through the phone lens to really see the area. But really not great with my own eyeballs either. And taking into account the amount of poles that are in the way, plus the traffic that was, you know, coming on the night of. So just kind of give you guys a little perspective here so you can, because we really just heard testimony. We didn't like see what they were looking at. So I thought that was important, at least for you guys, to just kind of get, you know, some depth to what the fuck was happening. Two of those witnesses came from, and they said they were outside having a cigarette. Now, mind you, the area in question. Come on. Is over there. Okay. So this is Mango's. So they're out here having a cigarette. Who knows where? You know, I don't know, this stairwell or the one right next to it. So let's just say that, I don't know, they're out here. They're out here having a cigarette. Can you see that? You know, and I'm sure it's going to be a little hard from the camera. But I'm telling you right now, I can see the stairwell for sure. I don't know, man. It'd be kind of hard to, let's say they were standing right here having a cigarette. Yeah, I don't know. To say something definitively happened from that distance, I mean, maybe. I don't know. I'd have to have two people standing there and have one of them raise their fucking arm. You know, I mean, it's light, but a lot of room for shadow. I mean, maybe you could see Edgecomb's arm coming up with a gun, maybe. But fuck, dude, that's a distance, bro. So yeah, I mean, it's definitely, you know, standing over there. It's definitely. I mean, it's far. It's not. And I mean, if you just looking at this pause scene right here, I mean, look at the amount of poles and shit that are in the way. And I don't know, obviously, which exact spot they're standing in. You know, I stood in front of the establishment. You know, being a restaurant worker, I'm assuming that one of these two stairwells is kind of where employees would go to smoke. So that's why I picked those two spots. But I just thought it was a unique perspective where, you know, you've got eyewitnesses testifying to something that's happened. If you were standing right here, you know, again with the phone, it's, I don't know, you're probably not getting like very clear picture. My own eyes, I could definitely see the distance, but there is a lot of things that are obstructing, you know, a vantage point there. I don't know. I just thought it was interesting. Again, I knew the area, so something I wanted to show you guys. So yeah, so that's that. You know, this video's on here, this shortened version, and then like I did a full kind of live stream of just kind of walking through the neighborhood and leading up to it. In the both versions, you know, I kind of walk down Brady Street, so you guys get a perspective of like what Brady Street is all about. It's kind of this busy bar and restaurant filled, you know, street here in Milwaukee. It's pretty happening in the summertime. You know, it's like fucking Mardi Gras in New Orleans in the summertime is what this, you know, essentially looks like. And yeah, and I'm, you know, I pointed out several cameras, not every camera that's on here, because that, you know, there's been just a ridiculous amount of, you know, alien lost fucking video footage. So I kind of pointed out some of the cameras and things like that. Different spots that, you know, Theo was seen at, just to give you guys kind of an actual like perspective of what this whole area is. So yeah, that's that's what all that is. And again, tons and tons of videos. I missed the Chandler Halderson trial, so sometimes you may see me, live streaming. The rest of this trial. I still have a few more days. I did not watch this trial because I was focused on the Edgecomb one. So if you guys are not familiar with this is a 23-year-old kid that shot and dismembered his parents here in Wisconsin. It's a trial I wanted, I was following through mainstream media articles, but I missed the actual trial. So I started streaming some of the days. I don't have all the days. So I'm kind of going back, and as I'm watching it, I'm streaming because there's, some people that haven't watched it. So some of that shit's up there. Again, some protests and things that I filmed. It's not all of them. Our Facebook page got removed because people are a bunch of fucking assholes. Courthouse footage. These are cameras from, this is a wicked fucking view. Cameras from the Kenosha County Courthouse. So this is footage from during the unrest. We've got all of August 25th uploaded, all of most of August 24th. Still have August 23rd to do. So these are up there. They're long as fuck, but pretty interesting perspective. These blacked out videos are police scanner from those nights. There's body cam footage. All of this is all body cam from various law enforcement agencies that were out there. Again, like these West Allis ones, this is from like inside the Bearcats. The West Allis videos are, this is the department that went and picked up Gage Grosskreutz and Anthony Huber, who were shot by Rittenhouse. So that's the West Allis ones. These are pretty interesting to fucking watch. Again, more body cam stuff, all during the Rittenhouse trial. So this is inside of the Sally Port, where Rittenhouse and his team was coming in and out of. Just, something for you guys to see, and, because nobody got to see any of this. Some random live stream stuff, video footage from outside the courthouse, on the steps, during the trial. A lot of rhetoric going around that, it was a fucking mob of fucking people. That's bullshit. The mob of fucking people was mainstream media. The actual Rittenhouse trial, start to finish, that's all on here. Some other interviews and things that we've done. My footage from August 25th and August 24th is up here. Some of my body cam that I wear, some clips. Again, we lost a lot of footage from our Facebook page. Again, more courthouse footage, body cam, things like that. These things here, these John Doe hearings, this is kind of a cool case that's happening here in Wauwatosa, Wisconsin, where a former Wauwatosa police officer named Joseph Mensa had shot and killed 3 individuals in a 5-year period. Through a lot of digging and exposing of like serious fucking corruption within Wauwatosa PD. There was a very unprecedented case where an attorney for the family had filed what's called the John Doe hearing. This is the first time this has ever happened in the state of Wisconsin towards a police officer. So there's several days of hearings. The first day I didn't live stream because I was actually in court, but all the rest of the hearing dates I did. You can go to the playlists and click on these if you guys are interested in that. WTD, this might be a cool case for you to kind of follow. Some serious, interesting stuff. The attorney, Kimberly Motley, she's a fucking beast. But the judge ended up finding probable cause to charge the officer in the second shooting, which was Jay Anderson Jr. Probable cause for murder. They just, there's a hearing that's also on here. They just appointed 2 special prosecutors. So this case is still ongoing that we're covering pretty heavily. Some other cities and shit that I've visited, blah, 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 whatever. again, some protests. There's stuff about Joshua Zeminski. We were one of the first people that released a bunch of shit about him. Never got credit for it. The second garbage truck in Kenosha that got started on fire was actually done by a Wisconsin National Guard member. We're still waiting for the fucking ATF to arrest this fucking clown. Again, some more protests. These are the Pudgy's Pub, with Rittenhouse, with the fucking Proud Boys and all that. Those videos are up there. Again, they're super long. Body cam footage from the officers that went to go pick up that security footage. I was there when they picked this stuff up, but we requested the body cams. This officer that's in here, Sergeant Geisey, he's a Mount Pleasant officer. This guy's a fucking scumbag piece of shit. Some stalker shit. I get stalked by militia and death threats and all kind of fun jazz. All the Rittenhouse interviews from Antioch Police Department, all that stuff's on here. A lot of like Wauwatosa unrest that happened in Wauwatosa surrounding some deaths of some black individuals. Their curfew and their unrest, body cam footage, a lot of that shit. A few Stop the Steal events that I went to. I don't go to many of those because I get violently assaulted when I go. So yeah. And then, like I said, we do have a website if you guys are interested in articles. Some people have a problem with the way I talk because I'm very abrasive and I say a lot of naughty words. Some people don't like that, which is fine. So if you want to read stuff that's way more professional and no naughty words, this is our website. And there's tons of articles that are on here. This is one of our recent ones. So this is all about the militia that was in Kenosha. It's a pretty interesting read. How prepared was Kenosha for a riot? This literally talks about the just dumb fuckery that law enforcement did in Kenosha, that they just were not prepared, and how long it took them to initiate a fucking plan, essentially. Just dumb. Something I'm currently dealing with, we'll just skip past that because I can't talk about it. These are interesting. This Bulletproof Mind we did with Wauwatosa and Kenosha. We exposed this sheriff for being militia friendly. Some charges that I've endured from covering protests, they're all dropped now. Challenge coins that we've uncovered. This is like for that Mensa case I was talking about. Blah blah blah. I'm the only journalist that has sued the Kenosha Police Department for open records. So there's kind of several articles about that. These are very controversial articles about a fourth shooting victim from Kenosha. We'll have some follow-up articles about this. Things like we've reported like a leak in privacy within the Kenosha County Courthouse. It's actually, which I would assume would probably apply to a lot of you guys with your courthouses in your cities. So that might be something to kind of look at and kind of protect your privacy, especially when you're trying to seal your address or a phone number, a witness identity, a juvenile's personal identifiable information, shit like that. Again, about the lawsuit that we filed against Kenosha. I can't talk about it, WTD. And then, you know, again, some personal articles I've written. Like, I mean, this one talks about like the amount of fucking harassment and stalking and death threats that pretty much endure on a daily fucking basis. Never Stop Media helped get the chief of police in Kenosha to get the fuck out of there. This is a great one. Insurance policies lead to police reform. So for all of you guys that don't think like the shooting death of black people affect you, it does. When you're talking about, you know, budgets with police departments and you guys think that they're under fucking budgeted and blah, 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 read this fucking article and educate yourselves. We exposed a hotel. I've got some stuff on the YouTube channel too. Well, you know, earlier in the stream we were talking about like blocking or I'm sorry, talking about privacy issues and things like that. You know, for those of you that are advocates for automatic license plate readers in your cities, you know, read this article, Kenosha's ALPR grant. This article blocked a $49,000 grant from the police department to install these rights violating fucking things in here. You know, don't believe that shit like, oh, we want to put these in our city for, you know, Amber Alerts and stolen cars. It's a bunch of fucking bullshit. But this is a great one. It tells you exactly how effective these are, which is not effective at all. They have a 99% fucking failure rate. For all you back the blue fucking people with your thin blue line, you know, this article here talks about the history behind that racist ass fucking symbol. Find a better way to honor fucking police officers. Again, you know, some personal articles, just kind of some of my experience being out there. Things like that. So that's what the page is about. And then we do have some merch. You know, you guys can get some shirts and shit like that. So yeah, that's that. Thanks for tuning in. I'll see you guys tomorrow. We'll be live again tomorrow morning. I'll start monitoring feeds and everything at 8 a.m. So, you know, it sounds like lawyers coming back at 8:30 and starting at a prompt time at 9. So make sure you guys subscribe, hit that bell for notifications so you know when we go live. I will be here tomorrow. I don't have anywhere to go like I had to do today. So I'll be able to interact with you guys, and we'll have a way better stream for tomorrow than kind of what we had set up for the first half of the day anyway. So, but yeah, so that's that. So talk to you guys later. Thanks again for tuning in. Appreciate everybody being here, and we'll see you guys later.